Hey, what's up, my dudes? Devayorn here, bringing you our class guide to Baldur's Gate. At long last, it's finally here. In this video, we're going to talk about every single class in Baldur's Gate. We're going to talk about every single kit in Baldur's Gate. We're going to talk about every single dual class possibility in Baldur's Gate, as well as every single multi-class in Baldur's Gate. We're going to talk about what they're good at, what they suck at, how I think they should be optimally built and played, how fun they are, how versatile they are, and of course, they're going to be rating them on our standard RP to S tier scale. Now, things are going to be a little different for this video. After doing this many times, I found it's really not fair to put them into so few categories. Basically, I feel that there are certain things that are a lot better about certain classes, that putting one class in S tier and another class in S tier when they really aren't the same wasn't quite fair. So we are going to be adding pluses and minuses to this. So there will be an S plus, there will be an A minus, etc., etc. Now, a couple caveats before we get started. As far as dual classing goes, we're only going to be talking about dual classing at level 9. Level 9 is going to maximize your HP gains. Level 9 is also going to allow you to get Grand Mastery, assuming you're a fighter, or ranger, or whatever. And of course, the main reason for doing that is I think dual classing at level 2, there's a billion different possibilities for dual classing if you don't fix a number, right? I don't want to be dealing with, well, I was a Kensai for 25 levels and I dual classed to a thief and halfway through throwing a ball, and that's just bullshit. That's stupid. We're not going to talk about that crap. Dual classing at level 9. It makes the most sense for almost every class in the game, so that's what we're going to be focusing on, as well as the traditional standard caveats that we play on insane difficulty, so everyone in the party takes double damage. We also have Ascension and SES installed and maximized all components. So enemies who have access to HLAs are going to be using them. Wizards are going to be throwing Planetars at you, Dragon's Breath Comet. Fighters will be hitting you with Whirlwind, Critical Strike, all that good shit, in addition to all the standard pre-buffing that they're able to do. So they're going to throw up a barrage of buffs instantly. And enemies like Beholders and Dragons are going to have a lot more HP and access to some pen and paper abilities that they did not have in the original Baldur's Gate. Basically, these mods are going to make the game much more challenging and much more fun for us. And the final caveat that we always do, we're playing hardcore here, so when the main character dies, it's game over. You're back to Baldur's Gate 1 on a brand new character. Now, 99% of what I say will apply to your base, unmodded, normal difficulty Baldur's Gate games, but just keep in mind that everything I'm saying is going to be with that rule set we just talked about there. And finally, and this is the most important caveat of all, there is not a single class or kit or combination in this game that cannot kill a Melisande with the rule set we just listed. No matter how much I shit talk a particular class, or no matter how much I talk about how a particular class is incredible, no matter which one you play, you can absolutely beat the game with this set of rules. Okay? So we got all that crap out of the way. Let's finally go ahead and get it started, boys. So first class we're going to talk about is fighter, and we're going to talk about every single class and kit before we talk about dual classes. So when I'm talking about the fighter right here, I'm talking about you're rolling a fighter, you're a basic fighter, you're going to be a fighter at level 1, you're going to be a fighter at level 40, okay? So just keep that in mind as we go through the classes and kits first. We'll talk about dual classing and multi-classing a little bit later. So fighter is A tier. Oh, I forgot. I did not mention the tier list again. I'm just going to go over it really briefly. RP tier is the very bottom, stands for roleplay. That means this class is without a doubt the worst class in the game. C tier is classes that are pretty bad. There's a lot better choices. B tier are classes that are okay. A tier is pretty good. S tier obviously is fantastic, and then the S plus and the S plus plus are just unbelievably amazing. So fighter is A tier. Fighter is, in my mind, pretty good. So fighters are going to have D10 hit dice, which is great. You're going to get a very good amount of HP. Additionally, it doesn't say it here, but they get plus HP bonuses from Constitution above level 15, which is fantastic, which means you're going to get even more HP. So if you play a fighter in Baldur's Gate 1 and play through Baldur's Gate 1 instead of starting in Baldur's Gate 2, you'll be able to set your Constitution to 18. You'll be able to pick up a Constitution book that will boost yourself to 19, and that will give you an extra 5 HP per level. So in a sense, you're getting 15 hit points per level as a fighter, which is fantastic. That's a ton of HP. That's going to be super useful throughout the game. After you hit level 9, you get 3 HP per level, and again, this really matters. The more HP you have in this game, the better, obviously, right? It's going to make you less vulnerable to dying from not only physical damage and spells, but also there are spells that only affect people with low HP, right? There's power word kill, power word stun, etc., etc. So, generally speaking, the more HP you have, the better. Obviously, this is a good thing. They can wear helmets. This is also really nice. Being able to be immune to crits is massive when you're playing on insane difficulty. An Ogre Berserker in Baldur's Gate 1 can hit you for a max hit of 45. If it's a crit and you don't have a helmet, that is doubled, or excuse me, not 45, 44, excuse me. Obviously, it's truncated there. So 44 will be boosted to 88 damage if you don't have a helmet on. That is insane. Absolutely insane. Golems in Baldur's Gate 2 have a max hit of a critical hit of 160. And then when you add things like thieves, assassins, which you'll encounter in TOB, I've seen Mazzy with like 170 HP get one shot and explode and thrown a ball from an assassin backstab. That's unbelievably insane. So having a helmet on is massive, very, very useful. And the reason I keep harping on about this is because we'll talk about the classes in a little bit here that can't wear helmets. And again, helmets are fantastic, not only for the crit immunity, but you're also going to find a lot of elemental damage reduction on helmets as well later on in the game. Helm of the Rock, there's also Helm of Balduran is okay, doesn't have resistances on it. Really, Helm of the Rock is the one that you really, really, really want, along with the other ones that you get. What's the one in Baldur's Gate 1? His name escapes me. 20% resist all, plus an armor class on it. It's really nice. You'll pick it up again in BG2. There's also the elemental resist helm you get from Fur Crag's dungeon. There's a lot of really nice helmets in the game, so being able to wear that is really, really good. You can use any armor and any weapon. Any armor isn't actually true. You can't put on mage robes. There's a variety of items that are class specific that you can't use, so that's not completely true, but it's fairly true. You can put on pretty much anything. If you want to throw on leather, you can. If you want to throw on full plate, you can. Any weapon, that is also fairly true, again, aside from the class-specific items. This means if you want to be using long swords, you can. If you want to be using two-handed weapons, you can, although we'll talk about that in a little bit, why I don't think two-handed weapons are all that good. And the most important thing about this class, in my opinion, is the ability to get Grand Mastery. And this is really what separates fighters from paladins, rangers, barbs, all the other fighter ethos classes in the game. Grand Mastery is massive. If you are not proficient in a weapon, you have 0 points. Fighters are going to get a -3 penalty. Most classes, like mages, are going to get a -5 penalty. You put that 1 point in, no penalty at all. 2 points as a fighter gives you +1 damage, +1 Thaco, +2 damage, and a half attack per round. At Mastery, you're going to get 3 Thaco, 3 damage, and then half attack. At High Mastery, 3 Thaco, 4 damage, half attack, speed factor, and then at Grand Mastery, you're getting a full extra attack per round, in addition to the Thaco bonus and the speed factor bonus. And that is incredibly useful, because when you combine that with improved haste, the fighter is going to have more attacks than anyone else in the game, with the exception of other classes like the archer, who can put 5 points and get Grand Mastery as well. And that is so incredibly important. There is no class in the game that's going to do more physical damage than a pure fighter. It's going to have the best Thaco, because fighter Thaco scales -1 every level, up to level 20, where it's at base Thaco 0, which is great. Excuse me, your base Thaco 0, which is great. And if you ever check the damage charts, right, you go and look under your class stats, you're going to notice that the fighters in your party, be it Corrigan, be it Kagan, Khalid, whichever game you're playing, even Saravok and TOB, you're going to notice that they're going to have the majority of the kills and the majority of the damage, and that's because of weapon mastery. That's because they're going to be dual wielding, so they're going to be sitting on 9 or 10 APR if they have improved haste up, and that damage is just insane, especially once they start getting HLAs like Crit Strike and stuff. Ridiculously insane. In my personal opinion, the best way to play a fighter is not as a tank. I think fighters are okay to tank in BG1 just because they have such a massive amount of HP, but they're really not designed to tank. There's better classes for tanking in this game. They're going to be okay with Hardiness and Defender of Easthaven. They're going to be sitting on 60% damage reduction in TOB, but you're going to find that even with Hardiness and DOE, they're still taking too much damage to be able to frontline without a Cleric on backup. And even then, some of the other tankier classes are still going to need a Cleric on backup. Fire giants hit like absolute trucks. In TOB especially, enemies are going to be using HLAs all the time, not just mages, but fighters too. Fighters are going to run into melee and pop whirlwind. They're going to pop critical strike. And your own fighters are going to get chopped to mincemeat if they don't have really good damage reduction tools at their hands. So you are going to have to do a little bit of weaving or have a cleric on backup to hit them with things like regeneration, greater restoration when they're keeping low. But the most important thing is you keep your fighter topped off, keep them on the front lines, keep them pumping out as many numbers as you can, because that damage adds up really, really quickly. Especially late TOB, you're going to find that fighters are going to be doing so much more damage than your mages, despite the fact that mages have access to some of the best AoE spells in the game. It's really, really insane just how great fighters are. As far as versatility goes, fighters really are very... There's really not a lot of versatility aside from what weapons you want to pick. And even then, there's really not all that much versatility. Again, if you're frontlining as a fighter, your offhand needs to be Defender of Easthaven. You're going to need that damage reduction, straight up. Your main hand, you have a couple options. It's really important that you have someone in your party using Flail of the Ages. The slow effect on it is absolutely devastating, not only to increase your chance of hitting, but also reducing the damage that enemies are putting out. It's especially useful on Fallen Planetars, which enemies will rain on you all the time. A handful of enemies like dragons are going to be immune. They're always going to be improved haste, and there's nothing you can do about it. But generally speaking, the slow effect on Flail of the Ages is so good that you should always have somebody in your party using it. Axe the Unyielding, another fantastic weapon. It's going to have a chance to instantly kill people if they fail their save. But generally speaking, you're going to be wanting to use either Foebane or Black Razor 90% of the time on your fighter, along with Defender of Easthaven, because they're going to need the healing that those weapons do. Black Razor on hit has a chance to heal you for 15 HP and give you a couple other little buffs. Foebane, every single time you swing and hit, it will cast Larlock's Minor Drain, which is going to deal 4 damage and heal you for 4 damage, and that healing stacks up infinitely, by the way. So that's an HP buffer that your fighters can get. If you throw Improved Haste on a fighter with Foebane, send him in, he can start out with 150 HP and end the fight with 250 HP. That healing stays for actually a fairly decent amount of time, so Foebane, fantastic to use there as well. As far as two-handed weapons go, I think two-handed weapons are pretty terrible in this game, for the most part. You're going to have way less APR than if you're dual-wielding. You're going to lose out on that damage reduction from not having Defender of Easthaven, and the two-handed weapons in this game don't do enough damage to make up for that fact. They just don't. The Ravager may be the only exception, but you don't get that until the super late into TOB, because you have to go all the way to the bottom of Watcher's Keep to get the piece to make it. The decapitation effect is really, really handy, don't get me wrong, because there's no save whatsoever for it, aside from, obviously, again, enemies that are just flat out immune to that sort of thing. But generally speaking, you're going to be dual-wielding on a fighter, you're going to give them the best armor you can, with the highest AC early on, and then you're going to swap that to something that's going to boost his saves, like the Man Coat, the Human Flesh Armor, or something that gives elemental resistance, like Furkrag's Plate, the Gorgon Plate, something like that, because you want to reduce as much damage they're taking as possible, so you can allow the healing effects from Foebane and Black Razor, along with a regeneration spell from a Cleric, and a Cleric to run in and drop a heal or greater restoration on them wherever possible, to make sure their HP is topped off. All in all, I think fighters are great. I find the simplicity of playing a character that it just runs in and beats the shit out of people to be very pleasurable and enjoyable to play. I don't know why that is, but I just do. I enjoy it. The class is simple, really easy to get into, really easy to learn, and very, very, very effective. Like I said, fighters are going to be the ones who are going to be doing the most damage in the game for the most part. They're going to need some help to do it, but they're going to be really, really good at doing that, and nobody else really comes close to that. Thieves aren't going to be able to compete. Mages can be pretty effective with their spells, but their spells are limited. At the end of the day, a fighter is going to be able to beat the shit out of anybody at any point, at any time. He doesn't really need to sleep to do that. And eventually, when you run out of spells, there's not much else you can do as a mage. But as a fighter, you can keep swinging as long as you got HP. So, I've said enough about this, I think. Like I said, fighters are an A-tier class. Very solid, very good to have. That being said, I think a lot of the kits are way better, so let's go and start talking about those. Up next is the Berserker. The Berserker is the first fighter kit we're going to be talking about here. This is an A+ tier, so just slightly above the fighter, because what it gets is just fantastic. Every single thing I just said about the fighter is going to apply to literally all of these with some exceptions. So I'm not going to go and repeat everything. I'm just going to talk about what's different and then move on from there. So Berserker, they get an ability called Berserker Rage. The enraged state lasts for 1 turn. You get 1 use at level 1, additional 1 use every 4 levels thereafter. When berserking, you get a 2 bonus to attack, damage rolls, as well as armor class, and you're immune to charm, confusion, fear, feeble mind, hold, imprisonment, level drain, maze, stun, and sleep, in addition to 15 HP, which are taken away at the end of the berserker spree, possibly knocking him unconscious. This means if you have 14 hit points at the end of the 1 turn, you'll be unconscious when the berserker phase ends. But let's be honest, if you're at 14 HP and you're in melee and berserking is about to wear off, you're probably gonna fucking die anyways, because, you know, it's just the way it goes. After berserking, you get a -2 penalty to armor class and hit rolls and damage rolls. That's really irrelevant. The fact that this lasts for an entire turn is absolutely, honestly, it's game breaking. It's honestly so fucking good, it's insane. The 2 attack, damage, and AC is really whatever. I mean, you can basically compare it and be like, oh, you're like a level 9 Kensai or whatever. That's whatever, but these immunities are really, really useful. Especially in BG1, where enemy mages are going to be doing nothing but using crowd control abilities, but these are also fantastic in BG2 as well. I think the biggest one and the most important one here is actually the fact that this makes you immune to the knockdown effect from Dragon Wing Buffet. Now, all of these are great, but the Wing Buffet ability that dragons use in Baldur's Gate 2 basically gives you, it will knock you unconscious unless you save at a -10 breath penalty. And a -10 penalty is fucking huge. That is really, really big. And this makes you immune to that. That is incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. The Berserker is the only one who could do that shit, by the way. There is not another class in the game that's going to be able to do that. Mages can't be immune to it. You can kind of do it with bards by using their defensive spin, but even then that still doesn't really work all that well, just because it locks them in place. But it's so nice to have. When you're playing a Berserker and when you're playing a regular fighter, the difference is night and day when it comes to fighting a lot of enemies in the game. When you're fighting wizards as a Berserker, you really don't care what's coming. You really, truly, honestly don't care what's coming. Same for Liches. Although a little bit less so for Liches. You still need to defend yourself against Horde wilting and stuff like that, but these immunities are really, 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 really strong. It's also one of the reasons, which we'll talk about a little bit later, why I think the Berserker is better than the Kensai for dual classing. But, yeah. Berserker Rage, absolutely incredible. And this is good not only in BG1, like, you get this ability right out the gate, right? This isn't something you get when you get HLAs. This is something you start the game with. It's going to be great in BG1, great in BG2, and great all the way through Throne of Ball. And that is really, really fantastic. There's a lot of abilities in this game that are great in BG1, or great in BG2, or you don't even get until Throne of Ball. This is something that lasts from the start all the way to the end, and it's great across the board. And the only penalty, you get just a small penalty to armor class hit rolls and damage rolls after berserking, and then you can't specialize in ranged weapons. Who gives a shit? If you're playing a fighter and you're specializing in ranged weapons, Mazzy, you're fucking up, dude. That's just the way it is. You're making a mistake. If you want to be an archer, go make an archer, dude. Don't play a fucking fighter and then specialize in fucking ranged weapons. If you want to put 2 points in bows for BG1, you can, but who cares, man? So irrelevant, because bows already give you extra APR to begin with. It's so irrelevant. Berserker is great. Definitely an improvement over the fighter class. Amazing all the way throughout the game, and it's great for dual classing as well, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Up next is the Wizard Slayer. I can't stand the Wizard Slayer. I really hate this class for a couple of reasons. So let's go and talk about it. The Wizard Slayer is A- tier, by the way, so I feel this is slightly inferior to the base fighter class. So the whole point of this kit is what it's called is a Wizard Slayer. So you think in your head it's really good at slaying wizards, right? Let's talk about it. Every single successful hit bestows a 25% cumulative chance of spell failure on the target. This is a lie. This does not work for clerics. This only works for wizards. I have no fucking idea why that is, but every single time I've tested this ability, it doesn't do anything to clerics. Now, that might have been patched very recently, but in my current installation of all my mods of my game, it only works for wizards. I don't know why. They also, and I'll talk about why this sucks in a minute. You get 1% MR per level through level 19, and then it alternates between 5% and 1% MR from level 20 upwards. This is actually decent. This is actually decent. Up to level 20, it's fucking whatever, 20% MR, who gives a shit, right? But then every 2 levels, you get 6% MR. That's the same as what a monk gets, right? That's pretty decent. So I think this is like, doing some quick math in my head, at max level, this is like 80% MR or something like that. So obviously, as you progress in late SOA and TOB, the MR you're getting is a hell of a lot better. But the downside is this right here. You may not use any magic weapons apart from weapons and armor. This is actually also a lie. You can still use a couple potions. There's also, I mean, in addition to regular healing potions and antidotes, there's also a couple other potions that you are able to use even though it doesn't make sense. It also lets you use some boots. I don't know why, again, and this may depend on your mods, it may depend on your installation of what version you're using. You can use like boots of speed. Boots of speed are usable for wizard players in my game. I have no fucking idea why, but they are. Certain bracers are usable as well, so you definitely want to check your game and see what you can use and what you can't. Armor is also a misnomer because you can wear helmets too. Again, don't know why, but you can use any plate in the game, any helmet in the game, and any weapon in the game. So the main reason this is really frustrating is because the MR you get early is something that you can get off an item, right? So like if you're level 20 and you have an amulet of magic resistance in the Ring of Gax, you're gonna be able to get more MR through items than you are from being a fucking wizard slayer, right? Like that's kind of insane, really, when you think about it. It's really, really gross. And later on in the game, obviously, in TOB, the MR you're gonna have is pretty decent. You'll probably be sitting on about 50-60% through most of TOB, which is good, right? It's like having the MR HLA as just a passive ability. That's pretty cool. But excuse me. And you can still use the man coat with this, right? So you can at least use the man coat and add on some extra MR, so that's pretty decent. So if you do hit stupidly late TOB, throw the man coat on, you're sitting at almost 100% MR, which is kind of cool. But again, you can't use rings. You can't use a variety of other equipment that would be really nice to boost your damage. You can't use a variety of potions. You can't use a variety of other consumables. There's a lot of, it's weird, like, I think you can use, like, the Book of Spells for some dumbass reason, despite being a Wizard Slayer. Like I said, check your installation. There's a lot of items that can be used by Wizard Slayers that shouldn't be able to be used because it doesn't make sense, but it still does. But again, the fact that there's so many things that you can't use really, really irks me. But the thing that pisses me off the most about this kit is that it's designed to kill wizards, and you have this ability that sounds good, but this ability is completely fucking useless after BG1. Completely useless. In Baldur's Gate 1, there's like literally 5 enemies that will cast protection from magical weapons or a mantle effect. I think it's Angelo, Semedge, what's his name's wife in the Underdark, and I think there's 2 on Mage Island. Nobody else in the game will cast a protection from weapons or a mantle spell, which means every time you hit them, even if it's just hitting a mirror image, they're getting this spell failure penalty. And that's nice, right? You know, if Deveorn's getting hit a couple times by this shit, his chance of getting a spell off is really low. So this is actually nice in BG1, but here's the problem. Every single wizard in BG2, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2, is going to start off the fight by throwing up an improved mantle, a mantle, an absolute immunity, or he's a lich and using protection from magical weapons. Which means that you have 0 items that can hit him. 0. None. There's not an item in the game you can use at this point, at this stage, that will actually hit the wizard. So that means this does nothing. Nothing whatsoever. And at this stage in the game, you have like, what, 10% MR? MR is very similar to damage reduction in the sense that the more you have, the better it is. Because MR is kind of like an RNG sense. That like, if someone throws a blindness spell at you, even at 99% MR, that blind still has a chance of hitting you. Which makes this ability really, really fucking inconsistent. Which really sucks and drives me absolutely crazy. But the thing that sucks is that, okay, what happens when they don't have a mantle, Dav? If they don't have a mantle or protection from magical weapons, any fighter is gonna murder them instantly. Because your fighters are gonna be sitting on like 4 or 5 APR base Probably going to be hasted, because improved haste is that good of a spell that your fighters are really going to have very few encounters where they're not going to have an improved haste on, or there's 6 of you, right? All attacking one dude. And it doesn't matter what level that mage is. If he's level 40 with 20 stone skins on, he is going to die in a single fucking round. Period. If he does not have protection from weapons on. That's just the way it is. So being a wizard slayer doesn't fucking do anything. It doesn't help you slay the wizard, because either he's completely immune to you, or he dies in 2 seconds. So being a wizard slayer doesn't help at all in that regard. The only thing being a wizard slayer helps with slightly is by having a small chance of spells not hitting you early on. And again, very late in TOB, this actually becomes a decent amount of MR, but I don't know. I'm really not a big fan of this kit. I think if you want to actually slay wizards, an inquisitor makes so much more sense. I feel like they need to have like some baseline breach ability or some baseline dispel that has a chance. I don't know. I don't know what they could have done to actually make the wizard slayer balance without making it overpowered, because the base inquisitor is insanely overpowered, right? That's why it's nerfed with SCS. So, like I said, not a big fan of this shit. As far as As far as versatility goes, way less versatility with the Wizard Slayer. Just because there's so many items in the game you can't use. And this is also one of the reasons I loathe the monk class, which we'll talk about a little later on. The less equipment you're able to use, the less items you're able to use, the less spells you're able to use, the less fun a thing is, to me personally, right? Wizards, clerics, buttload of spells to choose from, so their limitations on weapons and gear, okay, I get it. Bards and thieves get used any item. They can use anything in the game. Super fun to play. Very versatile. Fighters don't have a lot of toys to play with. Can't use spells, any way, shape, or form, aside from innate abilities. But they're unlimited in their restrictions for armor and weapons. Except for the Wizard Slayer, who can't use a variety of magical items. And that sucks to me. That really sucks. For me, personally, this class is A- tier. There's a lot of issues with it. The MR actually does scale pretty well late, but this ability is completely useless after Baldur's Gate 1. At no point is this ever going to come in handy. Maybe there's that one time where your thief dropped a time stop trap, and the dude's fucking spell wore off just then, and he doesn't have improved casting speed, so your Wizard Slayer was able to attack immediately because he was using a dagger, and his speed factor was so low that he was able to get a hit off just before he can get up another mantle, and now he has a chance to... You see what I'm saying? Fuck it. It's whatever. That being said, you still have a lot of APR, just like the fighter does. You're gonna have a lot of hit points, just like the fighter does. All these things right here, Kensai or the Wizard Slayer still gets, and for that reason, I'm giving it A- instead of less. So, anyways, talked about this enough. Let's move on to the Kensai. Kensai, which means the Sword Saint, but you don't actually have to use swords, obviously, as it says here. Now, the Kensai is a little different from the other fighters because it has a lot more disadvantages, right? Berserker can't use ranged weapons. Well, I mean, you can't specialize them. You can still use them. Whatever. Wizard Slayer got a handful of items you can't use. Kensai can't use armor at all. Can't use missile weapons at all, can't use gauntlets or bracers at all, also have an alignment restriction for the first time. So what did they get? 2 bonus to armor class, can't think of anything in the game less relevant, 1 to hit and damage roll for every 3 levels, okay, that's cool, scales, 1 bonus to speed factor every 4 levels, that's really nice. A lot of people really underrate how useful speed factor is in this game. If 2 people are going at each other, right? One of them's holding a halberd, one of them's your Kensai, who's, let's say, level 12. So he's got, like, 3 bonus to speed factor, and he's using, let's say, a short sword, right? Low speed factor. That Kensai could literally get off 2 attacks and then run out of melee before this idiot with the halberd even has a chance to hit because of the way speed factor works. This is actually really, really cool. And this scales super far into the game. So you can use something that has a really, really slow weapon, like an axe, for example, and still get your attack off first and then run out of melee, which is really, really cool. I like this a lot. I think this is very underrated. 1 hit and damage is also great, so at level 30, which is probably, you know, going to be the max you're going to get as a fighter before the very end of the game, you're looking at an extra 10 damage and 10 Thaco, which is pretty damn useful. Damage in this game doesn't sound all that useful, but when you're attacking 10 times around, it actually does add up quite a bit for certain things. Like dragons in this game, you're going to be looking at, I think Furkrag is 800 HP, Adelon's at like 1200, a Balzagal is at like 1500. The ones in TOB especially, you're all looking at 1000 plus, right? So, and of course, everybody in the world has damage reduction in TOB too, right? So the more damage you have actually does make an impact. And the extra Thaco is not bad at all either. Fighters are really going to have very few times where they're not going to be hit, especially because if you're using crit strike most of the time, right? Where every attack's a hit. But when you're not using that, if it's down or you don't want to use it right here, the extra Thaco is actually pretty damn handy. Drow and Sendai's Enclave have Drow armor. They also have Drow dexterity, which makes them pretty damn fucking hard to hit for the most part, especially when their clerics are buffing them out the ass with all sorts of defensive spells. So the extra Thaco is really, really nice early on when your Thaco is crap and your damage is crap. So this is good early, this is good mid, and this is good late, right? Remember we talked about the Berserker. Berserker Rage, good early, good mid, good late. These two are both good early, good mid, and good late. Kai is one of the most overrated abilities in the game. This is, in my opinion, I don't know if it's the most overrated ability in the game, but it's definitely top 5 for sure. What this does is all successful attacks within the next 10 seconds deal maximum damage. And here's the problem with this ability, is this only applies to base weapon damage. So if you are a Grandmaster in a weapon, that 5 damage you get from Grandmastery always applies. If your weapon's enchanted, that damage always applies. The only thing this is affecting is base weapon damage. So let's say you're looking at a longsword, right? Typical weapon. That weapon does 1d8. 1d8 damage. That's it. On average, it's going to hit for 4. So this means that on average, this ability, if you're attacking all 10 times in a round, is going to do 40 damage that round. All 10 times. 40 damage. That's what that does. And that's it. And it still doesn't stop you from missing, right? If you miss, if you get a couple critical misses, or just miss because the dude's fucking hard to hit, or maybe he throws up a spell or an ability that's gonna block this shit, this does absolutely nothing. And God forbid you're using, like, Flail the Ages or something, right? At that point, it's 3 damage per swing. Let's say you're not hasted using Flail of the Ages and you're attacking some dude. If you pop Kai, that means Kai does, on average, an extra 12 damage per round. That's not even a magic missile, bro. It's so fucking overrated. The people that tell me that Kensai duel to Mage is better than Berserker have absolutely no fucking idea what they're talking about. This ability is so overrated, it's unbelievable. Now, there are times where it's nice. If you're using a two-handed weapon, all of a sudden this actually does a fairly decent amount of damage, right? Especially if it's something that has modified damage, too. Some of the spears and lances, or halberds, have a really ridiculous amount of damage, 1d12 plus modifiers and stuff like that. So it can add up a bit there, but then you're not using crit strike, or excuse me, or you can't use crit strike or any other ability when you use this. Because on one hand you could be like, okay, well I'm gonna pop Greater Whirlwind with a halberd and then pop Kai, but you can't do that because you only have one usage of ability per round. You can chug a pot, cast a spell, or use an innate ability. You can't do all of those at once, and you can't do 2 innate abilities at once. If you could combine Kai with other abilities or other spells, that would be really fucking cool, but you can't. Now, granted, it's 10 seconds, right? So it's a little bit more than a round. So in a sense, you can kind of combine it with a Greater Whirlwind and get a couple extra attacks off, but, I mean, like I said, this ability is really, really overrated. There's some fun things you can do with dual classing as a Kensai, which we'll talk about later on. But generally speaking, not a big fan of this. It's like I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I'm just going to start ranting and bitching like an idiot. As far as versatility goes, the Kensai, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with this. You could it says you can't use missile weapons. In a sense, this is true, but also a lie. You can't use bows, you can't use crossbows. However, you can use throwing knives, throwing daggers, throwing hammers. If you're a dwarf, right, you can get the dwarven thrower. And you can also use throwing axes as well. And a lot of these weapons get strength bonuses. And they're also going to benefit from to hit and damage. So in a sense, you can have a Kensai in the back that's doing damage that's kind of on par with an archer. Now, you're not going to be able to compete with an archer. For people who think that the archer does less damage than a Kensai, you're wrong. I've written up and shown exactly why that's not the case. But that being said, this does a surprising amount of damage from range. which completely negates the problem that it can't wear armor and walk up into melee, right? You know, that's pretty damn fucking cool. That being said, again, can't wear armor. That doesn't just mean that you're gonna have less AC. That also means that you're gonna have less elemental damage reduction, right? Also, no helmet, by the way. It doesn't say no helmet, but there's no fucking helmet. So you have no crit immunity, no AC, aside from the crappy bonus to armor. Obviously, you can have somebody throw a bark skin on you or a spirit shield later on. That's not going to be enough. It's just not. It's not, period. And again, the fact that you're able to be crit means that you got to be really careful when you're going into melee. That being said, you have twice the hit points of a monk. So you can go into melee and make the Kensai work. So in that sense, the Kensai is still versatile, whatever, same shit. If you want to melee as a Kensai, you can. Gotta be careful. If you want to range as a Kensai, you can, and you're gonna hit pretty damn hard. And again, like I said, we'll talk about dual classing a little bit later on, but these abilities, these two right here, alone are enough to make Kensai, in my opinion, better than a regular fighter. So I have it listed as an A+ rating. 1 to hit and damage every 3 levels. This is good early, mid, late, great. Speed factor, exact same thing. You can really use these to your advantage to make the Kensai work well, whether you're meleeing or ranging. This sucks. This is extremely overrated. Again, I guess it's damage. It's extra damage that you otherwise would not be doing anything for that round, so I guess it could come in handy. But yeah, Kensai is still good. It's just not better than a Berserker when it comes to dual classing, but again, we'll talk about that later. And then, again, the bracers. Bracers are pretty overrated in this game. A little extra thack, a little extra damage, but the massive amount you're getting from here is definitely valued way more. And if you're going to talk about the half APR you get from the bracers at the bottom of Watcher's Keep, then fuck you, dude. Like, don't even talk to me. Miss me with that shit. It's totally irrelevant. And the alignment restricted, who cares? Again, the only thing that matters in this game is whether you're evil or not, and that's it, period. Unless you're obviously a ranger or a paladin, in which case you're going to fall. But everyone else doesn't give a shit. It affects a couple of dialogue options, but then again, that's only if you're evil or not. Non-chaotic doesn't do anything at all. So, good class. I like it. Fun to play. Range or melee. Really good. Up next, Dwarven Defender. Dwarven Defender is the first on the list here that is going to be an S- tier. Very, very, very strong class. So, first advantage, the Dwarven Defender may use defensive stance once per day, gains one use level 1, one use level 4, and additional use every 4 levels thereafter. And what this does for 1 turn, the Dwarven Defender gains 50% resistance to all forms of physical damage, a 2 bonus to saving throws, and a 50% movement rate penalty. This is 10% better damage reduction than Hardiness, an HLA that you won't get until fucking 3 million XP, that you get at level 1. And you get it that lasts for 1 turn, right? Remember, Hardiness, 1 round for 2 levels. So a level 20 fighter popping Hardiness is going to get less damage reduction, no bonus to saving throws, for the same duration as a level 1 Dwarven Defender. And most importantly, this frees up points that you can invest in HLAs, right? Because you can't take this and use Hardiness at the same time. They don't stack. So that means you can get more crit strikes, you can get Death Blow. For some reason you want to waste points. If you want to waste points, you can put more points into shit like Warcry. There's all sorts of things you can do as a Dwarven Defender. You are going to have more crit strikes than any other class in the game, all because of this ability. And again, it's even better than base Hardiness, with the exception of this part right here. A 50% movement rate penalty. This is also a lie. I don't know how exactly the game codes this, but if you are butt naked, standing on the ground, wearing boots of speed, your movement speed's doubled, right? If you're hasted, it goes even faster. Somebody with both of these things will run across the screen so quickly that if you blink, you miss it. If you pop defensive stance, are wearing boots of speed, and get hasted, you are slower than someone at base movement speed. And this can be really, really bad. If you're standing in a cloud that confuses somebody named Saravok, who happens to have the Ravager equipped, who decides to attack you and tries to cut your head off, and that weapon ignores saving throws, and you can't run away from him because you're slow, and you can't cancel this, you're gonna have a bad time. Maybe you get dispelled, you're fighting a Planetar, you just got hit with a Greater Malice, and now your saves versus death are so low are so bad, I'm not going to use the word low there when talking about saving throws, that you are at risk of being decapitated. You cannot escape because the planetar is too fast. Maybe you're in a buttload of incendiary clouds that your mage is through and you just lost your protection from fire and now you are in danger of being burned to death. You got to move quickly. You can't. This is the main reason I like barbarian better than dwarven defender, because this movement rate penalty is fucking brutal, and haste and boots of speed do not make up for it in any way, shape, or form. You are slower than someone at base movement speed with both of those on. It is extremely, extremely fucking painful, and it has literally killed me in the past. That being said, when you combine this plus the 5% damage reduction up to maximum 20% at 20, and the fact that they get HD 12 in addition to con bonuses, this is one of, if not the tankiest fighter in the game. Without a doubt. You're going to have additional saves because you're a dwarf, right? Now, obviously, you can't dual class because you're a dwarf, in case anyone was wondering. But this is arguably the tankiest class in the game when it comes to physical damage, right? Because you're just going to be literally immune to everything. If you're evil, and you should be, for all you goody-goodies out there, if you're evil, do the evil trial and ascension, you are immune to physical damage when you pop defensive stance and have defender V-Staven equipped. Until then, 50% plus 20% plus the 20% from defender V-Staven puts you at 90% damage reduction. 90%. If someone would be hitting you for 90 damage, never mind. Let's do an easier one. Let's say for some reason you forgot to take your helmet off and you walk up to Torgal and he hits you for 100 damage because that's how hard he hits, and you have 90% damage reduction. You take 10 damage. Rasad would have exploded. He's dead already. He's a monk. He's an idiot. You took 10 damage. 10. That is fucking insane. And you're going to be sitting on like 200 HP, right? Don't pretend like this D12 means nothing. You're getting 19 HP per level from level 1 through 9. That is really, really good. In addition to getting the shorty saves, right? So what are their penalties? Obviously, the defensive stance has the movement rate penalty, but what else do they get? Race is strict to the dwarf. Obviously, you can't be a dwarven defender if you're a human or a dirty elf knife ear. You can't exceed high mastery and axes or warhammers. Okay. So you lose out on Grand Mastery, that sucks. And you may not exceed specialization 2 slots in any other weapon. High Mastery and Specialization is going to be the difference of 2 Thaco and a tiny bit of damage and speed factor, that's it. What you really want is that half APR from Grand Mastery. So not getting Grand Mastery sucks. That puts you on par with, like, say, a Ranger or a Paladin. But the fact that you're getting this damage reduction baseline, the fact that you're getting this at level 1, the fact that you have D12 HP, the fact that you don't have to invest a single point into hardiness makes this so good and so fun to play. Again, if for some reason you want to be a ranger, you can. And I don't mean ranger as in like minx. I mean like throwing the dwarven hammer is something you can absolutely do. You can walk into melee as a dwarven defender and you really don't give a shit what's coming at you. You really don't care if you're surrounded by fire giants. When you pop defensive stance, and like I said, God forbid you're in late TOB and you've done the Ascension trial and you're now literally immune to physical damage, it's insane. You have a Cleric throw regeneration on you and you stack a bunch of elemental resist gear, you're practically immune to everything in the game. Because your saves are already so high. Let's say you have the man coat on, you're a dirty dwarf, you haven't taken a shower in 3 weeks, big beautiful beard, you're immune to physical damage, you're practically immune to magic, your saves are at negative double digits, right? Like negative 10 save or a spell. You're immune to fire because you're wearing a fire resist ring. You have a fire resist helmet on, and you've got another fire resist ring on your other finger. So now you're immune to the most common damage in the game. You're practically immune to every spell that you literally are immune to every spell that requires a save. You're literally immune to physical damage. And then if you have the belt on that reduces the magical damage you take by 50%, what the hell's gonna kill you, bro? Like, nothing can hurt you. You're immune to everything. You take no damage from anything. It's insane. It's actually insane. Exceptional class. Really, really fun to play. Starts out great. Mid game, it's great. Late game, it's great. The only time we have died while playing a dwarven defender was through some serious bullshit. The things you still gotta watch out for are like time stop auto attacks, right? Chris Farley died to a time stop auto attack. Irenicus casts time stop, he's in Slayer form, walks up and hits you 20 times, you die. Because my defensive stance wore off during the time stop. So you still gotta be careful of certain things. Obviously, things that don't give you a save, you gotta watch out for. But generally speaking, one of, if not the tankiest class in the game. Super fun to play. A lot of things you can play with as far as builds because you have so many options. This is probably the only class in the game that doesn't need to main hand Foebane as a fighter, along with the barbarian, because their damage reduction is so high. So if you want to use Axe the Unyielding and go high mastery in axes, or if you want to use Crom Fair for whatever reason, you can. As long as you have somebody to throw a regeneration on you, maybe occasionally hit you with a heal or another defensive spell, like, you don't give a shit what's coming, man. You'll tank the world, dude. And if your healer is AFK, you don't give a shit either because you just take no damage. Super fun to play, great class, 10 out of 10. Like I said, the only reason it's S- is because there's shit that's even better. Alright, up next, Barbarian. Barbarian is another great class. Despite this being under fighter kits, by the way, this is not a fighter kit. In Shadows of Amn, this was separated as its own separate class. Beamdog put it down here just to confuse people. You cannot dual class because it's its own unique class, so don't forget that shit. I don't know why Beamdog did that. It's just weird, but they did it. Here it is. So, Barbarian. May not wear armor heavier than Splint Mail. Okay, so that is going to be a restriction. May not exceed specialization 2 slots with any weapon class, so very similar to Dwarven Defender. Only get 2 points in 2 weapons, or excuse me, 2 points in fighting styles and 3 points in 2 weapon style. That's the same as regular fighters, right? I don't know why this is listed here. I'm assuming because, again, in the original game, it was separated from the fighter class, so they wanted to give you that to let you know that you can indeed specialize very similar to fighters there. You get to move 2 points faster than other characters. This is great. I love mobility in this game. Remember why we talked about the Dwarven Defender? Why I said this was so devastating? Just moving faster is fantastic. Immune to backstab is actually really, really useful. There's a lot of times in this game where thieves are doing ridiculous amounts of damage. Being immune to backstab is fantastic. So this doesn't mean that if somebody tries to stab you in the back, you take no damage. This just makes you immune to the backstab multiplier, right? So if a thief comes up, stabs you in the back, instead of hitting you for 180, he hits you for 18 before your damage reduction down here, which is going to be the exact same as a Dwarven Defender. In the sense that your base damage reduction, you're going to get 20% at level 19. I think the Dwarven Defender is actually 20, so they get theirs 1 level later, yeah. And they don't start out with it, right? Because this actually starts out at every 5 levels. The Barb doesn't get their damage reduction until, like, very early on SOA. You start out with 10% at level 11. And they also get D12 HP. And again, that's nice. 19 hit points per level if you have decent con. That's really, really good. And then, very similar to the Berserker, they get a rage ability. Now, this is not quite the same. This lasts for 5 rounds instead of a turn, and provides 4 bonus to strength and constitution. Gives you a penalty to armor class, bonus to save for a spell, and you're immune to charm, hold, fear, maze, stun, sleep, confusion, level drain. In my opinion, this is worse than the Berserker Rage. You have less immunities. However, this does give you a bonus to strength and constitution. Very early on, this is very nice. Getting a 4 bonus to strength in Baldur's Gate 1 is actually really big, because this is going to put you at like 22 strength right out the gate. Right out the gate. And going from 18 to 22 is huge, not only for Thaco, but for damage as well. Later on, when you're boosted in SOA with like a belt or something, that's going to be putting you at 19, 20, 21 strength. This will put you at 25 strength, which is great. The forced bonus to con is going to give you a little bit of extra HP, which is also nice. Nothing wrong with that at all. And again, you get a handful of immunities. But most importantly, you can spam this ability, which is really nice. You get same 1 use every 4 levels, but as a Berserker, you become winded right after 1 turn, so you can't use Berserker Rage again. As a Barbarian, you could technically pop this every single time it goes down until you run out of uses, which is kind of cool. So if you're in, say, a prolonged fight, in, let's say, Bodhi's Lair, for example, right? Where this shit may go down after 1 turn, you're still fighting her and her vampire buddies, you're able to spam this, and that's pretty damn handy. You're going to basically build the Barb the exact same way as the Dwarven Defender, in my opinion. You're going to want to throw a Defender of Easthaven in the offhand. You're going to get as much damage reduction as possible. You're going to give yourself the best armor you possibly can to reduce the elemental damage you take, spell damage you take, and you're going to be slightly less tanky. The Dwarven Defender is going to have an extra 10%. That 10% is actually pretty damn noticeable. But again, Once you get to TOB, you do the Ascension Trial and you're evil, you're going to get another 20% damage reduction. And that means that, just like the Dwarven Defender, the Barbarian is immune to physical damage in late TOB. Completely immune. You take 0 as long as you have hardiness up, and that's where your points are going to go, obviously, for HLAs. Literally immune to physical damage, and that is insane. Fighter can't do that, Berserker can't do that, Kensai can't do that, Wizard's Laker can't do that. No other class in the game, well, there are a couple other classes in the game could do that, but no other fighter classes in the game could do that. Just the Dwarven Defender and just the Barbarian. Rangers and Paladins can't because they can't be evil. If they're evil, they fall. So the only ethos in the game that's pure ethos of fighter that can do that is the DD and the Barbarian. And that is really, really good. Spell damage in this game is going to reach a point where mages are no longer a threat. In mid and late TOB, in Baldur's Gate 1, mages are scary. In Baldur's Gate 2, mages are very scary. And in Baldur's Gate 2, throwing a ball, mages are not really scary anymore. What you're a hell of a lot more worried about is the 5, because they're boosted greatly by Ascension. Tyrant Golems, Dragons, Vampiric Mind Flayers, the Githyanki, teleporting. You're really going to be a lot more concerned about people just barraging you with enormous amounts of physical damage. Way more than you're worried about someone casting a spell at you. And Barbarian and Dwarven Defender don't have to worry about that. This shit is unironically, absolutely devastatingly powerful. Can't say enough good things about it. S- tier, same tier as the Dwarven Defender. Very, 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 very strong. I love playing the Barb. I like playing the Barb more than the Dwarven Defender. I think the Dwarven Defender is technically slightly stronger just because of the way this works. But I love having the extra mobility. And the Barb Rage is fantastic too. So, let's go and move on because I've talked enough about this. We're going to go and swap the races here back to human so we can see the rest of the classes. We could even see Dwarven Defender if we were human before, right? So that's why I went and did that originally. Now let's talk about one of my least favorite classes, the Ranger. All right. So let's talk about the Drizzt Do'Urden wannabe Aragorn role-playing bullshit garbage that they get. So this is another fighter ethos class. It's not actually a fighter. It's, you know, it's something different. It's a completely unique class, but you're going to be sharing the same pool of HLAs, and your role is going to be very, very similar. You get to wear helmets, any armor, and use any weapon. You cannot exceed specialization. So already you're worse than a fighter in that regard. Can't get Grand Mastery. Specialization, 2 weapons, any fighting style. But you start this. This is actually a lie. Okay, no, it says it right here. You can put 3 points into it. I was going to say that doesn't make sense. But yeah, you get 2 weapon style for free. So you can actually dual wield for free. That's kind of cool. May select a racial enemy, which grants a 4 bonus to hit and damage roll against selected enemy race. This actually sounds really great on paper. But the problem is the racial enemy you get is going to be pretty limited unless you pick one of the big 2. One of the big 3, I guess. There's like 30 enemies on this list, right? There's like trolls, there's hobgoblins, skeletons, vampires, dragons, demons. I think a Lithid are on here as well. There's a handful of others, but basically the only one that you can really take and not feel like a complete idiot for selecting it is basically demonic. Because there are so many demons in Throne of Ball and to a lesser extent SOA. That's the only one you can really take and not feel like a moron for doing so. Vampires, you're going to run into vampires in Bodhi's Lair. You're going to run into vampires in Bodhi's Lair again. And then you're going to fight 1 in Spellhold. Like 2 outside of Bodhi's Lair. And there's like that 1 place in Throne of Ball that has like 10. And then you're never going to see them again. Ever. So taking vampires as a racial enemy is just a complete fucking waste of time, despite them being obnoxious. They are super obnoxious. Oh, and Furcrag Lair as well. We'll have a handful of vampires. So vampires are really obnoxious in SOA, but not enough to really waste your racial enemy on that. And obviously you don't want to pick like hobgoblins or something stupid for BG1. It's just ridiculous. I think ogres is an option too, right? Like what's the point of that? Onkeg, you know, a bunch of standard low-level useless enemies. Demonic, or Draconic, I should say, is actually fairly decent. You know, there's Furcrag, Adelon, Facilaxia, whatever the fuck those stupid dragons are, laid SOA. And then there's the good handful in TOB, right? You know, Abazagal, you have his kid, and then you have a handful of dragons you have to fight during a scripted ambush. So there's a couple times you're going to make use out of Draconic for sure. One in Watcher's Keep as well. I think Demi-Liches is one too, which makes no sense. Not Lich, but Demi-Lich, right? I think the original Baldur's Gate actually had undead as a racial enemy, which would have been amazing, right? Because that's vampires, liches, skeletons, ghouls, blah, blah, blah. But then they split it up into different smaller categories. So in my humble opinion, the best enemy to pick is Demonic, right? That will take care of Tanari, Glabrezu, which are very, very common summons. This will work for the snake bitches with the titties and the six swords, whatever the hell they're called. You see a lot of those, especially in a Melatone's fight. She's summoning demons constantly. Demogorgon summons demons constantly. And I think that is by far the best racial enemy you can pick, just because there's so many. Then you have that whole level on Watcher's Keep, which is nothing but demons. I think that by far is the best one to choose. There are a handful of others that you could kind of make an argument for, like Draconic, but that one's the best one for sure, in my opinion. So that gives you 4 hit, 4 damage. Okay, that's kind of very specific to a couple instances of the game, but not a bad thing to have. Charm Animal once per day. I can't think of anything less useful. Animals in this game already do no fucking damage. They're extremely useless, and after Baldur's Gate 1, you almost never see them anyway. There's not like some giant werebear that you're going to be running around with and throwing a ball. The only werebears you're going to see are from Druid summons, so this is complete shit. May use Shadow's ability while wearing no armor, leather armor, or studded leather. Again, this is fucking whatever. If you're a ranger, a plain ranger, you're going to be meleeing, right? You're not going to be ranging. You're not going to be attacking from range, you're going to be meleeing. And you don't want to be meleeing wearing armor, leather armor, studded leather unless you're a fucking stalker. And you're not, because you're a regular ranger. May cast your druidic spell starting at level 8. This is actually not bad. And this is the reason that the ranger class is, what did we have it at? B tier instead of B minus or maybe even C plus tier. Because this allows you to cast Armor of the Faith. It's going to take a while for it to scale, because at level 8, which is weird, I don't think they get it at level 8. I thought they get it at level 9, just like paladins. Anyways, Armor of the Faith gives you damage reduction, right? Every 5 levels, it's going to give you another 5%, which means that when you're, 20? So when you're 28 as a ranger, Armor of the Faith is giving you 25% damage reduction. So late SOA, it's giving you another 20%. So that's almost on par with the others, right? Like, Hardiness, Defender of Easthaven, Armor of the Faith, you're sitting at like 80% damage reduction, right? That's pretty good. The problem is, it's going to take a hell of a lot longer to scale than Barbarian and Dwarven Defender. You're going to have less HP because you're D10. Both of those other guys get a really nice bonus, right? Dwarven Defender gets the base hardiness at level 1. Barb gets immune to backstab. They move faster. The other 2 classes get some really nice shit, and Ranger doesn't. And then on top of that, your damage reduction as a Ranger can be dispelled. And because you're casting at a lower level, because you're a ranger, it's going to be dispelled a hell of a lot more often. And that sucks. Now, if you do have expanded spellcasting progression, which we do, but that really doesn't matter until very late SOA, and typically even not SOA, you just don't reach those levels in SOA. So like early, mid, and especially late throwing a ball, you can actually get like 1 level 5 spell. But what are you going to go and take an Iron Skin, cast it at level 15, because that's the... Excuse me. I think it's pretty whatever. I don't think they designed this class well. I think someone read Lord of the Rings and was like, I want to be Aragorn! And then they made the class, and then Drizzt was made, and... yeah. Class isn't great. It has some things that on paper look nice, like the free 2 weapon style, the racial enemy, being able to hide in shadows. But at the end of the day, none of this shit is really useful except for the druid spells. And even then, that's only useful because you get Armor of the Faith. Also, you're a hell of a lot more limited for dual classing. And most importantly, and it doesn't say it here, and I have no fucking idea why, you have to be good as a ranger. If you are not good as a ranger, well, for one, you have to be lawful good, chaotic good, or neutral good. And then if you fall because you accidentally kill a peasant, and it might not be your fault, by the way. Maybe you got mind controlled and shot a peasant. Maybe you accidentally misaimed your fireball and blew up a peasant. Now you're a fallen ranger. Now you get all of the penalties for being a ranger and none of the bonuses, which is just infuriating. And there's only one opportunity you have in this game to undo your fallen ranger status, which is the ranger class quest in SOA. And that means if you fall in late SOA, maybe you're in hell, accidentally do an evil path, or maybe you're enthroned a ball, accidentally murder a civilian, now you are a shitty... You're not just a shitty fighter. And the ranger class is already, in my opinion, a shitty fighter, but now you're a shitty ranger. It's like a shitty fighter. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be really careful about that shit. The only option to dual class, by the way, isn't a cleric, which we'll talk about a little bit later, so you're a lot more restricted there as well. All in all, I don't like the ranger class. As far as versatility goes, you're really restricted the same way fighters are. You're gonna be... Your job is to do damage, right? Your job is to do damage, your job is to frontline, and you do have a decent amount of damage reduction, but it's not particularly amazing either. And what really sucks is that the rangers you get in-game are Minsk, I think just Minsk, right? You get Kaivan in BG1, and you get Valigar in BG2, but he's a Stalker, not a Ranger. And his HP is fucking horrendous, and that's really, really noticeable. We'll talk about that later on in the companion guide, but I'm not a fan of this class. I think it's very weak. And unlike the paladin, who actually gets some really useful paladin-specific equipment, the only thing the ranger gets that's ranger-specific equipment, which you don't get until late TOB, is Montolio's Cloak. And you know what that does? It gives you 2 Thaco to your offhand. I can't for the life of me think of a more useless item. That's late TOB, by the way. Every class gets something that's really cool that's class-specific in TOB. Except the ranger. Ranger's the only class who gets fuck all in TOB. And like I said, I can't say enough bad things about this class. I hate it. If you want to play someone who walks up and fights, you should play a fighter. The fighter's in the name. That being said, there are a few kits that are actually decent, so let's start talking about those. First up is the Archer. The Archer is exceptional. The Archer is an S- tier. I'm not sure if I mentioned it. I did say Ranger was B tier. Archer is S-. So B tier to S-, big fucking jump. 1, Archer could get Grandmaster in a ranged weapon. That's big, right? Getting that extra APR is fucking massive. Extra Thaco and damage, in addition to having the Kensai ability for ranged weapons, right? 1 hit and 1 damage every 3 levels. That is big. Now, granted, you level up a hell of a lot slower and can't level up as high as a pure fighter. Oh, because that's the other thing I forgot to mention with the Ranger class. Your table for XP is the same as the Paladin. You level up slower than a fighter, which sucks. Which means you're going to get less HLAs, you're going to get less HP, and it's going to take longer and longer for you to get your weapon proficiencies. Yeah, not good. However, the Archer is going to be doing quite a bit of damage from range. And again, that's the whole thing about range classes, is they're safer, right? A range class would normally do less damage than a melee class because it's range. It's not going to benefit from strength. However, the Archer is going to be getting the damage and Thaco bonus, which means that they're actually going to do quite a bit of damage. And then on top of that, they get the called shot ability. So we have the cumulative effects besides normal damage for 10 seconds. So again, same duration as the Kensai, right? Only 10 seconds, doesn't last long. And these are really irrelevant, to be honest. They're just icing on the cake. Penalty of Thaco, saving throw, strength score, and then you +2 to damage roll, so it does more damage. That's cool. It's whatever. It's not really particularly amazing. Typically, as an archer, you're going to be using critical strike, not called shot. But if you don't want to use critical strike, but you do want to use called shot, you can. It's there. It does a little bit of extra, but it's not really all that great. It's kind of like Kai in that sense, that it does little stuff, but it's not really amazing. The most important thing about this class is Grand Mastery and the extra 1 damage in Thaco every 3 levels. Now, you can only wear leather, studded leather, and hide armor. That's pretty whatever. You don't need to be wearing full plate as an archer because you're not meleeing ever. You're all the way in the back, shooting shit. So this doesn't really matter all that much. And there's a couple dragon armor pieces that you can't use, but there's a couple dragon pieces that you can use. There are plenty of leather items in this game that are quite powerful that give you some resistances. And just like the Ranger, you get to use Armor of the Faith as well. So this means that you can still cast Armor of the Faith, you can still take Hardiness if, God forbid, somebody gets on top of you, and then you're still going to be able to get that elemental damage reduction, which is fairly nice, while being so much safer. Remember we talked about why the Dwarven Defender and the Barb were so good, because they take almost no damage. The Archer technically should not be taking any damage, because he's way in the back, and you can kite around, you can just do nothing but spam your ranged weapons. And granted, you're going to have less APR using a ranged weapon, because the weapon you're going to be using as an archer, the ranger is going to be using basically the same thing as a fighter, right? You want to use Defender of Easthaven, you want to use Flail of the Ages, possibly Foebane or Black Razor. The archer is going to want to use one item and one item only, and that's Firetooth the crossbow. What is so weird about this game, I don't know if it's a bug from the very original game that nobody ever got around to fixing. If you are using a ranged weapon that generates its own ammunition and then put ammunition into it, you still get the bonus from base ammunition. I have no fucking idea why that works, but it does. So let's say you're an archer. Let's say you're level 24. So you're going to get an extra 8 damage and 8 echo. Let's say you're early TOB, late SOA. You get Firetooth in your hand. Firetooth is going to be dealing an additional +5 damage. You're going to be using Quotuan bolts because you've already gone through the Underdark at this point, and those do an extra 1d10 damage. Then you're going to be getting your benefits from this, and then your benefits from Grand Mastery, and then the base damage from the Firetooth itself, and you're going to be shooting on average for 36 to 40 damage a shot. That is fucking disgusting. Because don't forget, Firetooth does fire damage too, right? So you're going to do physical damage plus the fire damage. That is insane. Absolutely insane. Now, granted, sometimes you'll get some shots that are like low 30s, but the amount of damage you put out as an archer is fucking disgusting. And God forbid you're shooting something that doesn't have a helmet on, that's not immune to critical hits, and you shoot it for 70 damage from max range across the screen. Holy shit, it's incredible. And you're still going to have a decent amount of APR, right? You're still going to be sitting on like 3.5 to 4 APR. With improved haste, you're looking at about 7 to 8 shots per round. And you pop crit strike, like I said, where you literally can't miss. Every hit lands for such a good amount of damage. Archers are fantastic. And they're going to be great, especially early on in Baldur's Gate 1. They're going to be great in Baldur's Gate 2, and they're going to be great in TOB. One thing that does suck is that if you really want to like roleplay and be that elven archer using a longbow, you can't. If you want an archer to really be effective, you have to be using a weapon that generates its own ammunition. And there is no longbow in this game that does. I have no fucking idea why that is. There's a short bow Gesson. There's another short bow, Tarlish short bow. And then there's Firetooth, the crossbow. That's it. Technically there's slings too. But that's it. And that sucks. You can't use a longbow as an archer unless you really want to gimp your damage. Obviously you can if you really want to. Fuck, if you wanted to. If you want to melee as an archer, go ahead. Run into melee with 2 swords in your hand. Have a great time. You know what I mean? But like, yeah. Archer is really great. I love it. We've had some really shitty luck playing an archer where everyone in the party just gets absolutely massacred, and it's me trying to fucking 1v9 a billion different fucking enemies and we go down, or getting one shot through some spell sequencer of bullshit. But all in all, I think the archer is one of the best base classes in the game. You don't want to dual class this shit, although you can. We'll talk about that later. Really effective, really fun. As far as versatility goes, you really don't have a lot of options for weapons, but I find this class very, very fun to play. You hit very, very hard, and you're very safe while doing so. Love it. 10 out of 10, even though it's not actually the best class. S- all the way. Great shit. Up next is Stalker. Stalkers have actually grown on me. Not enough to where I actually want to take Valigar with me, but having played a bit of this in private because I really wanted to make sure I did my research. Just in case you're wondering, I've played literally every single class, dual class, and combination on my own. On stream, not nearly as much, but in private I have, just because I wanted to try them out and see how they are. Because there's some combinations I never did, right? Dual classing a mage is something I've never done in my life. I never would have even thought that was a thing, but I wanted to try it out and see how it looked just for this video. So Stalkers have actually grown on me for a couple reasons. You get a slight bonus to move silently and hide in shadows, which is whatever. Unlike a thief, Ranger doesn't actually get to put points into stealth, which sucks, because you can't just dump all your points into stealth and stealth all the time. But Obviously, you can still have people cast invisibility on you. You can still chug an invis pot yourself, and this is a decent enough boost that, along with like the boots of stealth, or I think there's one other armor that's not thief specific. I'm trying to think of what it was that gives you a small boost. I think it might actually be the man coat, but you can't use the man coat as a ranger. I don't know what it is. It'll come to me later. Anyways, you can stealth just like regular rangers can, but you also get to backstab, which is kind of cool. So the reason I actually like this better than a ranger, even though you have the same shitty penalty that an archer does, no armor heavier than studded leather, is that by opening up with a backstab on an enemy, it's probably going to be at half HP before the fight even begins. Now, obviously, this isn't going to do shit to somebody like Torgal, but if you're going into Furcrag's dungeon, or you're going to really any dungeon in general, having your Stalker be in stealth and having somebody else frontline, you break stealth, get a decent stab with a backstab off, and then you swap to Defender of Easthaven and Flail the Ages, or whatever the hell you want to use. It's a really nice little boost of damage that you can use at the start of a fight. And if you really need to, you can back off and do it again. And then they also get 3 mage spells. These are completely fucking irrelevant. Minor spell deflection is actually fairly decent, but you don't really get to use that often because it's level 3. So you're not going to get it until, you know, late. Protection from normal missiles is one of the most overrated spells in the game. Haste is actually a nice spell to have. The problem is, the way spellcasting level works for a ranger and paladin is it's going to be greatly reduced. Because the game, let's say you're a level 9 ranger. You just got Armor the Faith. You cast Armor the Faith. You are casting that spell at level 1, technically. Level 1. You're not casting it as a level 9 ranger. You're casting it as a level 1 cleric, which really sucks. So spells that have a duration based on level, like haste, aren't going to last for shit until you're like, you know, mid-20s. And even then, it's like, it's not really great. I don't know. I guess you can argue that druid spells, because don't forget, rangers get druid spells, they don't get cleric spells. I guess you could argue there's really nothing great for druids at level 2 or 3. So being able to take some haste here could free up some spells from your mages, but like, this is going to be very late SOA to TOB before this happens, and by then your mages don't give 2 shits about their level 3 spell slots. They just don't. Now, granted, again, you're going to be in melee with studded leather armor, which is going to reduce your AC, but as long as you're swapping to Defender of Easthaven, you have Armor the Faith up and shit, it's really irrelevant. AC doesn't really matter so much late SOA into TOB. Very early SOA, AC is definitely, you know, you're going to fucking notice it. But again, having Armor the Faith and DOE right out the gate is going to help big time, and then once you get Hardiness, AC really just doesn't fucking matter at all anymore. And so using studded leather armor is completely whatever. So in a sense, what's going to happen is you're a ranger that's going to do a little bit more damage at the very start of a fight, and you have a chance to cast a couple other spells. So all in all, I think the Stalker is better than the ranger. I give him a B+ as opposed to a B. As far as versatility goes, again, obviously you have a little more options here, like just you have a little less options when it comes to armor, but you have a little bit more options in your playstyle, if you know what I mean. If you want to go and start off a fight with a Stalker, you can. The backstab is going to be reduced compared to a thief, but if you want to throw a katana in your main hand, you can still get some really big backstabs off with a Stalker, because this, in a sense, this is the same multiplier that a shadowdancer gets, you know? It's pretty decent. And you're also going to have that Thaco bonus from being a fighter ethos, and you're also going to have a little bit of a damage bonus, because unlike other classes, you can specialize in weapons, so you're going to get that extra 2 damage from being specialized, which does get multiplied into backstab. So all in all, B+. I think they're better than I gave them credit for. Still nothing to write home about, but interesting, kind of fun to play. In general, I like stealth classes, period, though, so maybe I'm biased. Up next is Beastmaster. Beastmaster is one of the worst classes in the game, but is not the worst class in the game. This is a C+ tier, so really, really fucking terrible. Just like the Stalker as a bonus to move silently and hide in shadows, they may use Find Familiar to summon a dragon, and they get to cast Animal Summoning 1, 2, and 3 at 8th, 10th, and 12th level. However, they cannot use metal weapons, no swords, halberds, warhammers, or morning stars, and you can't wear armor heavier than studded leather. This is fucking devastating. This means no defender of Easthaven, right? Can't use it. It's a flail. No swords. All you could really use are clubs, quarterstaves, bows, and that's pretty much it. And that really, really sucks. So in a sense, what you are is a shittier archer. And not just a slightly shittier archer. You're a much shittier archer that can cast summon animals. Summon animals is probably the shittiest summon in the game. All three of them. All three of them. Let me move my microphone a little bit here. Animate Dead, we talked about in our videos before. Very powerful summon. Very powerful. A variety of immunities, good HP, damage reduction, blah, blah, blah. Animals have none of those things. Their damage is shit, their HP is shit, their movement is shit. Everything about them is absolutely shit. The only thing that this class gets that's useful is Find Familiar. Because this means you can summon one in BG1, and then it's gone, but you keep the HP bonus at the start of SOA, and then you can do it again, which then gets further boosted into TOB. So what this ends up meaning is that the Beastmaster has more HP than any other class in the game. Which sounds stupid when you think about it. But the Beastmaster actually has a fuck ton of hit points. Because familiars have 48 HP in TOB. So you're going to get 24 HP from that, plus the 4 the 6 you're going to be getting from BG1. So you're getting an extra 30 hit points, which is slightly more than what a barbarian or dwarven defender would get for the first 9 levels. So that's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. That being said, you still really can't tank. Because again, you can't use Defender of Easthaven, so you don't want to be in the front line, which means you're going to be forced to use ranged weapons, or you're going to be weaving in and out of combat. As far as versatility goes, there's a hell of a lot of restrictions here. I don't like playing classes with a lot of limits, and you do still have access to spells, but you're not a mage, you're not a cleric, you're not a druid. You don't have access to a lot of spells. This is still better than a monk, right? You know? Still better than a monk, because you're going to have a fuck ton of hit points, but good lord, man. Not fun to play. I really, really loathe playing a Beastmaster. I thought about doing a run on stream at one point just because, but holy shit is it so boring to play. Imagine playing on Legacy of Ball difficulty. That's what playing a Beastmaster is like. You just feel... You feel so restricted and constricted in what you can do. It's really, really, really shitty and not fun. Alright, up next, Paladin. We talked about the Ranger class enough. The Paladin is what the Ranger class really gets compared to, and the Paladin's pretty much better in every single fucking way, so let's get down to it. Paladin's still part of the fighter ethos. All 3 of these classes are going to be sharing the same HLAs, hardiness, crit strike, etc., etc. You wear helmets, any armor, any weapon, just like fighters, just like Rangers, cannot exceed weapon specialization. 2 slots, that's it, no Grand Mastery. They get lay on hands once per day. Heal a target for 2 hit points per level of the Paladin. Detect evil once per day. Who gives a fuck? Protection from evil. This is great in BG1, useless in BG2, because you're going to have a cleric use AoE protection from evil. May turn undead as a cleric 2 levels lower, which is shit, considering how garbage turn undead is even a pure cleric. Priest spell starting at level 9. So this is actually nice. We'll talk about this a little bit later on. 2 bonus to all saves, and you're forced to be lawful good. I don't know why I didn't say that. Okay, alignment restricted to good. There it is. So just like the Ranger, you can fall as a Paladin, so you got to be very careful about that. Only one opportunity in the game to unfall by doing the Paladin class quest shit. So if you fall late, you're going to be a shitty fighter forever. You lose all your Paladin abilities. However, unlike the Ranger, the bonuses you get as a Paladin are better. Priest spells are way better than Druid spells for low levels. You're going to get access to drop on Holy Might, which is fantastic. Holy Power is completely useless, by the way, so don't ever cast it. It's based on level, and it's going to be casting at a lower level, so you'll actually make your damage worse. That being said, if you have expanded spell progression, you're going to get up to level 6 slots as a Paladin, although that's going to be stupidly late in TOB. That means you have access to Entropy Shield. That means you have access to Divine Protection. That means you have access to Righteous Magic. All sorts of spells that you're going to have access to as a Paladin. That's another one that's really nice to have. Chaotic Commands. Death Ward. You know, technically Chant, although you really don't want to cast it as a Paladin to slow you down. As your main character, slow yourself down. There's a lot of really good low-level Cleric spells that Paladins are going to be able to make use of that Rangers aren't going to have access to. On top of that, the Paladin-specific equipment is way better than the ranger specific equipment. The paladin only gloves are great, extra HP, just flat out. You just get extra HP for putting on some gloves. Awesome. HP is great. You get Karsamir, which is okay. It's decent as a swap. You get the Purifier, which is also decent as a swap, or to main hand with Defender of Easthaven at times, depending on what you're doing. It's really frustrating when you compare these two classes, because in a sense, they're the same as far as the restrictions go. You gotta be good, and you can't specialize the way a fighter can, and you can't dual class as a paladin either. No dual classing whatsoever. Ranger could dual class to cleric, paladins can't do dual class to anything, but all in all, when you compare these two classes, it feels like it's a night and day difference, man. It really does. Base paladin, I think I have an A-. It's just slightly worse than a fighter in my opinion, although you can argue that getting Armor the Faith and the extra bonus to saves makes them a little bit better than a fighter, because it takes so long to scale, and because of, again, the Grand Mastery restriction. Personally, I like my fighter ethos. Their job is to do damage. Their job isn't to tank, with the exception of Barb and Defender of Easthaven. I like to play my fighters as damage dealers, not tanks. The Paladin and the Ranger, you're kind of forced down that tank route. You're going to sacrifice damage to get more defensive shit, and if you don't take advantage of that defensive shit, what the fuck's the point of having it in the first place? You know what I mean? Obviously, you don't want your main character to die ever, but, yeah. So, Paladin, pretty good. We'll talk about a little bit more about how I like to play them once we get into the kits in just a second here. As far as using two-handed weapons, using Karsamir goes, because that's what people always talk about, right? I want to be a paladin, I want to use Karsamir. Karsamir is fucking overrated. The reason you use Karsamir is purely for the MR on it and the spell mechanic, and that's it. Dual wielding is always going to be the highest source of damage you have. Always. At no point is anyone ever using a two-hander going to out-damage someone who's dual wielding. You're going to be using Defender of Easthaven in the offhand, probably Fobane, Black Razor, although you can't even get Black Razor as a paladin without cheating. Probably Fobane and Defender of Easthaven, maybe swap to Purifier, quick swap to Karsamir as needed, but that is really the playstyle that I find to be the most effective in this game. Now, granted, if you want to be that dude who uses Karsamir, you can. Just like I said at the beginning of this game, you don't have to play a certain way for anything. Play how you want to play what you want to play, and have fun with it. That being said, I am going to tell you it sucks, because I'm just an honest guy. It's just the way it is. Two-handers suck, and that sucks. You got to dual wield. As far as versatility goes, you are greatly restricted in your alignment options, the choices you can make in this game. You can't kill people willy-nilly, which I think is a big fucking shame. I love to murder people. There's a lot of people who definitely have it coming that you can't touch as a paladin, which sucks. You also lose out on a variety of evil options, like giving the dragon eggs to the demon. You technically still can kill Adelon for some dumbass reason. Let's see. There's a couple of things you can't do as a paladin. Can't make a single evil choice in hell, right, at the end of SOA as a ranger either. Otherwise, you fall forever. Your alignment is permanently changed to evil. So there's a couple things you got to worry about and be careful of. But all in all, I think paladins are just a bit worse than a fighter, but still good. So let's get into the kits. And all the kits are pretty much better than a base paladin. Let's talk about them. Up first is the Cavalier. Cavalier, I have an A tier, just slightly better. You get +3 damage and hit against all fiendish and draconic creatures. I think this is great. Fiend refers to demonic, even though it doesn't say demonic. All demons and draconoids, so all dragons. That's great. You know, nice to have. Remove fear once per day per level. Cool. You know, maybe you're fighting a lich, he dispels you, and then you're immediately feared. For those who don't know, all liches and dragons and very, very powerful enemies have a permanent fear aura around them, and if they cast Dispel and you get Dispel, there's a chance you get feared, which would suck ass, because you're probably going to die if that happens. As a paladin, or excuse me, as a cavalier, you're immune to fear, and you can cast Remove Fear, which is really nice. You're also immune to charm, fear, poison, and morale failure, as I just said. The poison is a lie. I don't know why it says this, but you are not immune to poison damage. You are immune to being poisoned. You're immune to the damage you would take from being poisoned. You are not immune to poison effects. There's an item in this game, I think it's the Perepeteta poison immunity, that actually makes you immune to poison only, still take full damage from poison. Cavaliers don't take damage from poison, but if, let's say, you're a level 4 cavalier and you walk into a poison effect, such as Stinking Cloud or Cloud Kill, you will die instantly, even though it's a poison effect. So be careful about that in BG1. Cloud Kill will still instantly kill you. You're not immune to Stinking Cloud, and there's a couple other poison mechanics in this game you still have to watch out for. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. 20% resistance to fire and acid. This is also very handy. Fire is the most common element damage source in this game. Acid is also particularly nasty. Vitriolic Sphere is a very common spell used by enemies that's very capable of one-shotting you. Acid Breath is arguably the strongest Dragon's Breath in the game, along with the Sandstorm Breath. So having a little bit of extra damage reduction here is great. Throwing on Gorgon Plate plus some rings will make you completely immune to fire and have a very good damage buffer from acid. And the only penalty to this is you can't use missile weapons. Who cares, right? If you're a paladin, that means you're good. That means you're the only fucking alignment in the game who can use Azure Edge, the throwing axe. Guess what? That's not classified as a missile weapon. Boom, there you go. The weapon that nobody else can fucking use. Excuse me. You're able to. Fantastic. Boom, there you go. And now your disadvantage is basically non-existent. So you have all these nice extra boosts. Nothing particularly amazing to write home about, but all of these are great. All these are useful, noticeable, right from the beginning of the game all the way to the end, handy to have. And the only disadvantage is nullified almost immediately in SOA. So definitely going to be a little bit better than your base cavalier or base paladin. As to the optimal build and playstyle for the paladin is very similar to the fighter, in my opinion. You're going to want to use Defender v Staven. You're going to want to buff yourself up as much as you can. You're going to want to run into melee and beat the shit out of enemies. Again, paladins, rangers, a little bit more defensive than fighters. Than base fighters, I should say. You're going to have a little bit more damage reduction because of Armor of the Faith, although it's going to take some time for that to scale. And you're going to have some other nice abilities that you can play around with as well. Paladins also get access to some paladin-only equipment, all of which is useful, although nothing particularly amazing. At the very least, it's a hell of a lot better than Ranger garbage. But again, you gotta watch out for Fallen. Make sure you're careful of that. I think Cavaliers are great, fun to play. We made a couple of them in the past, and they all did pretty well. Up next is Inquisitor. Inquisitor has been nerfed with SDS because the base one is too powerful. In the base game, Inquisitor's got a Dispel magic that dispelled at twice their level, which means at level 15, which is pretty close to 3 mil, but not quite at 3 mil XP, your Dispel is on par with Irenicus. That is fucking insane. Insane. You will Dispel everybody in the game, guaranteed, every time. So with SES, I have it nerfed to 1.5 times per level. If you do 1 times per level, it makes the Dispel magic completely worthless, because you level slower than a mage already. So there's no point in doing that. We have it set at 1.5 times, which I think is the right balance. This basically puts this on par with a Bard Dispel. Pretty decent. You get 1 use per day and additional use every 4 levels thereafter. It's cast extremely quickly. But again, 1.5 times the level. So if you're level 10, you're going to be doing a level 15 Dispel. If you're level 20, you're going to be doing a level 30 Dispel. So it scales very well, especially in the late TOB. Mid-SOA, you're going to find this working pretty much all the time. Pretty much all the time. Additionally, you get a True Sight once per day, which can be handy. I personally think True Sight is overrated for a couple reasons. One, a lot of enemies are going to be using Divination immunity. At the very end of SOA, and pretty much all in TOB, every mage is going to throw up Divination immunity because they don't want to get dispelled by True Sight. So what you do is you have Detect Illusions max of your Thief, and that's their job. True Sight will come in handy when you're surrounded by thieves, or people spamming invisibility, or people spamming some other cheesy bullshit like Mirror Image or Mislead or something like that. That's when True Sight really comes in handy. So if you are fighting the Shadow Thieves, True Sight is fucking incredible. If you are fighting Sendai's Enclave, where you have a bunch of drow going invisible, True Sight is really, really, really useful. Aside from that, you're going to have your Thief doing it 90% of the time. 90% of the time, it's a Thief's job, because the Thief shit can't get resisted. Dispel Illusions from Detect Illusions, the Thief ability, always goes off. That being said, True Sight's also great in BG1, where you're fighting a wizard who doesn't have Stone Skin but throws up Mirror Image, and you only have 1 APR, and your Thaco is dog shit. Casting True Sight that early is pretty damn nice. But again, Not so great, late SOA, late TOB, but still, again, it will have its use at times. Also completely immune to harm and hold and charm, that's great. Always nice to have. Hold sucks, charm sucks, and not having to deal with that is nice. However, can't turn undead, completely irrelevant, nobody in the world cares. Turn undead as a paladin sucks ass, period. Not being able to use the lay on hands, you can only use this once per day anyways, and it's not all really that great of a heal. May not cast priest spells. This is devastating. This is really bad. No Armor of the Faith, no draw upon Holy Might, no Death Ward, etc, etc, etc. This sucks. And personally, I don't think this makes up for that. And for that reason, I actually put the Inquisitor just slightly below Paladin. What do we have it at? I think it's at like A minus maybe, or B plus? Let me see. I still actually kept it at A minus. Okay. It's really, really devastating. Very, very painful. I can't stand this. What ends up happening is that you now have the restrictions of a paladin, but aren't getting the defensive boost that cavaliers and other paladins get from Armor of the Faith, which means you have the same damage reduction as a fighter, but you don't have the damage of a fighter, which really, really sucks. All in all, you're still going to build the Inquisitor very similar to others. God forbid you have to melee. You still want to have Defender of Easthaven up. You still want to be using, pretty much forced to use Foebane at this point, because your damage you're going to be taking is just so damn incredible. It sucks, but that's the way it is. On the other hand, the Dispel magic is good enough to where if you want to sit in the back and use Firetooth as a ranged character, it's really not that bad. Many times when I take Keldorn, I will give him Firetooth and just have him shoot shit and throw out Dispel magics every now and then, and True Sight every now and then. And that's not all that terrible. That being said, you're not really contributing all that much, because a Bard can Dispel magic too, and he brings a hell of a lot more to the table. All in all, I think this class is okay. I don't think it's great. I personally think the Paladin's just slightly ahead, but not enough to put this on par with Ranger. Up next, Undead Hunter. Undead Hunter gets +3 hit to and damage against undead creatures. This works for skeletons, vampires, ghouls. What's the other one I'm always missing? Mummies. And they also get immune to hold and level drain. The thing is, although there are a lot of undead creatures, so you will get a good use out of this. Hold is fairly common, so you will get use out of this. Level drain is pretty whatever. You have Amulet of Power, which makes you immune to level drain, and you have Mace Disruption +2, which makes you immune to level drain. Both of these are usable by paladins. Both can be used by paladins. So the immunity to level drain here isn't really all that useful. I guess maybe if you're running a super fighter heavy party and you don't want to have to give this to your undead hunter, obviously you don't, because he's immune to level drain, but you don't, like I was saying earlier, you don't really fight vampires all that often. One time in Bodhi's Lair, second time in Bodhi's Lair, and that one time, I mean, you don't even do that unless you're, you know, you're fighting Bodhi. Obviously as a paladin you pretty much have to, but and then Furcrag's dungeon, and then the one dungeon in TOB, and those are the only 4 times you ever see vampires, at least more than one. Obviously you see one in Spellhold, etc, etc. So it's not a really super common enemy. That being said, there are massive waves of undead in this game. A fuck ton of mummies. Every single time you run into a lich, which is all over the place because you're playing on SCS, on Insane. So there's liches everywhere, and every single lich is going to come with a fucking army of undead. So you are going to get a lot of use out of this. All in all you lose out is lay on hands to get a boost against a very common enemy and get immune to hold and level drain. Definitely better than the paladin. This is an A tier for me. I have never done an undead hunter on stream because what it gets is just so, like, whatever. You know, it's not something you can see. It's not like a cool ability you get to use. Not something you really get to play with and have fun with. But this is, without a doubt, useful, commonly used abilities, for sure. And again, the disadvantage is basically non-existent. If you want to be a paladin and you decide not to be a cavalier, undead hunter, or blackguard, I personally think that you're a little weird, but again, if you want to roleplay that paladin, you most certainly can. As far as versatility goes, exact same as the paladin. Builds, exact same as the paladin. Really nothing different here because so little has changed, but damn, it's really nice to have. And again, like, you give yourself Azure Edge with a bonus to hit, like, you're gonna rip undead apart. It's gonna be disgusting. Up next is Blackguard. Blackguard's actually very different from the Paladin because unlike being good, you are evil. You are immune to level drain and fear, which is nice. You may turn undead as a Paladin as the same level, who gives a shit, absolutely useless ability. And instead of lay on hands, you get the absorb health ability once per day. So it's literally lay on hands, but it heals you, only you, and you target an enemy and drain their health. That's kind of useful, right? You know, walk up and hit somebody with that, give yourself a nice 20 hit point boost. Not bad. They use the poison ability once per day. This has been nerfed very heavily, just like the assassin one, which we'll talk about later on. The problem is, every enemy gets to save versus poison. And early on, they actually get a boost to saving. And that sucks. Because what ends up happening is the save versus death and save versus spell are typically the lowest saves of pretty much everybody in the game. Save versus death and save versus spell are both very common, and they're both very low for the most part. Most enemy save versus spells are going to be single digit. Most enemy save versus death are going to be single digit. Some are even approaching 0. Saravok, I think, has 1 or 2 for all saves, and he's in BG1. And then enemies will be casting spells on top of that to give them additional boost to saves. You're eventually going to get to the point where you pop poison, and it never, ever works. Now, they do immediately get a poison damage, no save. But again, that's fucking irrelevant. That's so fucking irrelevant. And even if you do manage to get this off, the damage is like literally an auto attack. The whole point that when you look at this, you're like, oh dude, that would be so good versus mages. But again, the same problem with a wizard slayer. If you are able to hit a mage, he is going to die in 2 seconds. Period. Because everyone in your party is hitting him, and he is going to get cut to ribbons instantly. And if you can't hit him because he has protection from magical weapons and he's a lich or improved mantle, absolute immunity, etc., this doesn't do anything. So again, what the fuck's the point? Maybe again in BG1, like you're shooting shit at Deveorn, you manage to get a hit off and he fails to save and you get a little bit of poison damage to interrupt one spell for that round. Okay, whatever, but all in all, this ability is really fucking underwhelming. Not a big fan of it. I think it was better originally and they nerfed the shit out of it, because people were complaining about how easy it made the game, but most of those people were playing on story mode with no mods, so what the fuck do they know? Anyways, Aura Despair, this ability is actually pretty good, but you only get to use it once per day. All enemies will suffer a penalty to hit and damage and AC, and enemies with 18 or fewer hit dice and max rank are panicked as well. The fear is never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. By the time... Actually, this one will sometimes on a handful of humanoid enemies. All undead are immune to fear. They just are, aside from the turn undead ability, which you're never going to use. And typically what's going to happen is by the time this starts fearing, you're going to encounter 0 enemies who are lower than level 8. Aside from like the kobolds, spellhold, or a random Ankeg ambush or something like that. You know what I mean? So like, this shit is irrelevant. However, the penalty to hit, damage, and AC is pretty fucking noticeable. If you combine this with like, say, a bard song, now it's like everyone in your party has +8 AC. And that's pretty fucking noticeable, man. That's really fucking noticeable. Especially if you're building tanky too. Especially if you're building tanky on your front line. Now, granted, again, you can only use this once per day, which really, really sucks. But when you do use it, and if you combine it with some other AoE spells, some other buffs and anti-buffs, it can be extremely, extremely... This will literally change a fight and tilt it so far in your favor that it's almost impossible to lose. Disadvantages, restricted to evil. So like we were talking about before, have to be evil. That being said, you can't fall as a blackguard. If you're too nice, you don't lose your shit. So that's actually not a disadvantage. That's a big fucking boost. Also, you're allowed to use the man code now, which is the best armor in the game. Arguably the best armor in the game. Fantastic. Love it. 10 out of 10. I don't see why that's under disadvantages at all, but here it is. Can't use protection from evil? Who cares? That's the cleric's job. Cannot use lay on hands? You get a better ability instead. Great. All in all, Blackguard, definitely better than the paladin. Just because, like... the disadvantages, unironically, are better advantages than what the paladin gets. Poison, whatever. Aura Despair is great. Absorb health is nice. Couple immunities, and again, being evil, all make this a better paladin. My eyes, I have them at A tier. Same with Cavalier. great. That being said, I still fucking hate Dorn. Dorn can fuck off, but, you know, good class, nonetheless. As for versatility in builds, you have a lot more versatility. Don't have to worry about murdering innocent people anymore. That's nice. As far as builds go, I do still see the blackguard as the paladins the same way. You're going to want DOE. You're going to want Flail of the Ages, possibly swapping to Phobane, Black Razor, something like that to really make sure your HP stays up, and you want to deal as much damage as possible while taking as little damage as possible. Don't really have to do any weaving like the Kensai or the Inquisitor, and you don't really have to sit out and throw ranged weapons, but you definitely can if you want to. So all in all, good class. I wouldn't go out of my way to roll a blackguard, but it is definitely a solid class for sure. Up next are the clerics. I have thought long and hard about this because there are a variety of cleric kits, and at the end of the day, I think them all equally useless. So let's go ahead and start talking about them. Clerics, every single cleric, including the base cleric, is a S- tier. So, divine magic in this game, very powerful. Arcane magic in this game, very powerful. You're basically going to find that if you can cast arcane magic and divine magic, you are automatically S- or better. Just flat out, period. Because it brings so much to the table. So, cleric, you can wear helmets. Great. Right out the gate, slapping a helmet on top of your head, immune to crits, fantastic. May use any armor. Great. As long as you have the strength to put it on, throwing full plate on, it's going to give you a nice boost to AC right out the gate. Proficient, 1 slot in weapon class. This sucks. This means you're not going to get a THAC0 or damage bonus to your weapons. 1 slot in fighting style. This sucks, which means you're not going to be able to get 3 points in dual wielding, which means that you're going to have a THAC0 penalty for both main hand and offhand. It's going to be a significant one too. Also, restricted to 1 APR. I don't think I did say it, but fighter, ranger, paladin at level 7 get an additional half APR. At level 13, they get an additional half APR. In addition to the bonus APR they get from specialization, and in the fighter's case, grand mastery. Clerics get none of that. I mean, technically, no class gets it except for the 3 in monk, which we'll talk about in a bit. But that's just something to keep in mind. 1 APR base, 2 if you're dual wielding. And unlike the fighter, who can throw Belm in the offhand, clerics can only use non-bladed, non-piercing weapons. Warhammer, club, flail, mace, quarterstaff, sling. That being said, flail is an option, right? If you want to use Defender of Easthaven, you can. You want to use Flail of the Ages, you can. You want to use Crown Thayer, you can, although, again, I wouldn't recommend Crown Thayer because clerics have a million ways to buff their strength. There are no good clubs to the game, literally 0. Mace Disruption is the only good mace that comes to mind. There's actually a couple of quarterstaffs, although I hate using them. And slings actually do hit pretty decently hard because they scale with a strength bonus. So, you can cast pre-spells, as we just mentioned. Divine Magic is fantastic. We talked about that on a lot of our spell guides. All the great spells you get. Level 1, Armor of the Faith is fantastic. Damage reduction. Lots of really powerful buffs that you can get for your party as a cleric. They also get powerful offensive magic as well. And very, very powerful defensive magic at 5+. Being able to hit yourself with Divine Protection means that you're now immune to physical damage for 3 rounds. That's awesome. And then there's an even better version of level 7. If you combine Impervious Sanctity of Mind and Entropy Shield, level 7, level 6 spell, you are now immune to Dispel Magic. And people are going to have to hit you with a Ruby Ray in order to take that shit down because you're immune to Breach. Very powerful combination. Even fucking Beholders can't break through that shit. It is so, so good. And if you have a mage on back, go and hit you with protection from magical energy, hit you with, what's the other one? Protection from petrification. Then you hit yourself with a Death Ward, Impervious Sanctity of Mind, Entropy Shield. You are now immune to Beholders. They cannot hurt you. You are immune to Disintegration. You are immune to Petrification. You are immune to every single eye stalk they have. And there is not a fucking thing they can do about it. With the exception of the highest level ones, like the Hive Mothers. Hive Mothers don't give a fuck. Hive Mothers will dispel you and then bend your ass over and slap a band-aid on your cheek and make you their new Nelly. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's how they do it, because Hive Mothers are bitches like that. That being said, clerics are very, very powerful. They have a lot of really strong defensive and offensive magic. If you want to know more about the spells, I recommend go and check out the spell guides. All in all, S- for sure. Very strong class. As far as gearing goes, it's not going to be the same as fighters. In my opinion, you don't need Defender of Easthaven on a cleric. You just don't. You have a variety of spells to completely nullify the need for that, because if you're in melee, you're going to be popping divine protection, which means you're not getting hit, period, at all. Doesn't matter. Tromfair, again, same thing, you don't need it. Draw upon Holy Might, Holy Power, and Righteous Magic is going to buff your strength to 25, and it's going to boost your Thaco to levels on par, if not better than a fighter. The only thing that sucks about the Cleric is you're incredibly limited in your APR. Just super fucking limited in your APR, and that really, really does suck. But that being said, but also, because like I said, you can't use Belm, can't use the other stupid scimitar or weapon that gives you a bonus APR. That being said, you can still dual wield, right? And if you're using Holy Power and draw upon Holy Might, your Thaco is so good that the dual wield penalty is fucking irrelevant. At least once you get to like mid SOA. Early on, you're really gonna have a hard time hitting shit. Cleric Thaco table is not great. It's not the worst. Obviously, it's not like on par with mages, but it's definitely a lot worse than fighters. But once you're able to start buffing yourself, you're able to hit pretty fucking hard. And as long as you're dual wielding, hit yourself an improved haste. Now you're sitting on 4 APR. 4 APR is not a lot, but buddy, when you have 25 strength and an incredible Thaco, that's not bad. That is not bad at all. So you're able to put out a fairly decent amount of physical damage with some help, and again, your divine magic is exceptional. All in all, I think this is a really, really good class. Like I said, as far as gearing goes, give yourself the tanky shit you can. Give yourself weapons. Again, it doesn't really matter about your Thaco because you have ways to get around that. Give yourself the weapons that hit the hardest. As far as rings go, you still want to go for damage reduction. Combine that with Armor of the Faith, because D8 isn't a lot of HP, and you don't get HP bonuses from Constitution either past 16. So basically, Paladin, Ranger, Fighter get extra HP bonuses from Constitution past level 16. Nothing else does. So just keep that in mind. I think Clerics get 2 HP per level, so it's not terrible, but it's not great after level 9, that is. So keep that in mind. You have a lot of versatility in items you can use, because there's a lot of items you just don't need, right? Pass those over to the fighters, let them get that shit. Give yourself some rings that boost your spells. Also, once you hit level 25, you get a ring from your god that gives you additional spells and some other nice boosts. Clerics are fun to play. Really fun. Scale very, very well. Good shit. Let's go and talk about the kits. I look at all these kits as equally useless. You don't really have any disadvantage. Every disadvantage is alignment based, and every spell you get here is pretty fucking whatever. You're gonna have one spell that's completely useless and one spell that sounds good, but you really just don't use all that often. So let's start talking about them. Priest of Talos, the Stormlord. Get to use Lightning Bolt once per day, gain 1 use at level 1, additional use every 5 levels thereafter. Lightning Bolt is one of the worst spells in the game. Every single time you cast this spell, you have a chance of murdering everybody in your party. Not fun. Well, it's actually extremely fun, but it's not good. Not good to cast. Very dangerous. I don't recommend using it, but there it is. If you want to use it, go for it. If you want to make, you know, a Darth Vader fucking Emperor Palpatine character, Priest of Talos is great. Lightning Bolt every 2 fucking seconds. If you want to live action role play as that kid on Robot Chicken, Lightning Bolt! Lightning Bolt! This is a great class for you. Personally, I think it's shit. Never ever use it. Storm Shield actually sounds good, right? Protection from lightning, fire, cold, and normal missiles. This actually isn't bad, but it only lasts 1 round per level of the caster. You get it once per day and once for every 10 levels thereafter. That means you're only going to cast this once or twice per day, 3 times in late SOA and TOB, and that sucks, dude. That really sucks. And even then, it's lightning, fire, and cold. Granted, fire, cold, and lightning are very, very common elements, so being, you know, taking no damage from them is great. Normal missiles is completely fucking whatever. Who cares about that shit? You take this, you throw on Armor of the Faith, they're going to be a hell of a lot more tanky, but, dude, I can't think of anything that's going to be like, wow, this is great, this really makes a difference. It's whatever, dude. It's really whatever. Like I said, every single one of these has an ability that's like, oh, that's cool, and oh, that's whatever. At least the restrictions aren't bad. Being forced to be evil is not a bad thing whatsoever. Again, you can wear the man code if you want. Being forced to be evil is a hell of a lot better than being forced to be good, for a variety of reasons. So, disadvantages, nothing whatsoever. But again, what you get here is nothing whatsoever. As far as versatility and builds, like I said, every single one of these is going to be the exact same. I'm not even going to talk about versatility and builds for the rest of them. I'm just going to talk about them. And again, every single one of these are the same. S- tier. Up next is Priest of Helm. True sight once per day, one use at level 1, and additional use every 5 levels thereafter. Again, we talked about that with the Inquisitor. In BG1, True sight is great. In BG2, 4 times. Excuse me. In BG2, you're going to use it maybe 4 or 5 times. The rest of the time, your Thief is going to be detecting illusions because it's so much more effective. Seeking Sword. This actually sounds good, right? Gains 1 use at level 1, additional use every 10 levels thereafter. Sword is enchanted as a +4 weapon, provides a +4 THAC0 bonus, 2d4, and sets the number of attacks to 3 per round and lasts 1 round per level. Cool. While it is equipped, the wielder cannot cast further spells. Are you fucking serious? You give me 1 spell that's actually decent, but I can't cast spells again while I'm using it? Dude, what an awful spell. Awful dog shit crap spell. If you can't cast spells as a spellcaster, that is not something you want to be using ever. Crap. And again, it's you can't rate this less than a cleric because you just don't use it, right? You just don't use the spell. This is a class that gets True Sight for free. Cool, thanks, appreciate it. That is not enough to boost this to a higher level than a regular cleric. It's just not. Up next, Priest lathander. Hold undead once per day. Hold undead is extremely unreliable and useless. The enemies you want to use this on are greater mummies and powerful skeletons, both of which have an enormous amount of MR, so hold undead never fucking works. Getting this off on a lich is literally impossible, and using this on a regular ghoul in Baldur's Gate 1 is completely unnecessary and overloaded. Hold undead is a dog shit spell. You should never ever take it or use it. Getting it as a base ability is completely fucking irrelevant. Boon lathander, again, looks good on paper, right? 1 round per level of the caster. Gives the attacker 1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, plus 1 bonus to all saving throws, and 1 extra attack per round. Also protects the recipient from level drain. Okay, I can get behind that. We can take this a lot, right? No. This is the once per day for every 10 levels. So you're going to have 1 fight where you're going to have a couple extra APR, and then you're going to either want to go to bed to get it back, or you're just not going to use it again. And then, of course, you're forced to be good or neutral, which blows. Although, obviously, in Hell, as the only classes who fall when you do evil shit in Hell and have your alignment permanently changed to evil are Rangers and Paladins. If you're a Druid and you fall, you're still a Druid. You still get your Druid shit. Clerics are the same way. Although I think you can't use your God's Ring anymore, which is kind of annoying. So do be careful with that. But again, like, this looks great on paper. APR is something we talked about at the beginning. Clerics suffer from a lack of APR. This is nice. But the fact that you can only use it once per day, and don't forget, you're not going to cast this once per day, right? You're going to use all of these in the same fucking fight, because these stack, right? You're going to get additional fucking APR, you're going to stack it up, and you're going to do as much damage. So crap, dude. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Priest of Tyr actually would be decent in the original Baldur's Gate, because Exaltation was not in the game. Unfortunately, SCS adds it, so this is now just, you get free Exaltation. Cool. It basically makes you immune to confusion and protects you from berserking states and stuff like that. So if someone got hit with a confusion spell, you can hit them with Exaltation and it cures them. Cool, nice. But again, this is a baseline spell now, so having it for free is okay, but nothing to write home about. Divine Favor gives the caster a +1 bonus to hit and damage rolls for every 3 levels of the caster. Okay, so that's on par with the Kensai ability, right? How long does it last? 2 rounds. 2 rounds. So you, as a cleric, sitting on, 1 APR if you're not dual wielding, 2 if you are, 4 with improved haste. Like I said, I don't need to do the math for you. You can figure it out. This spell is fucking irrelevant. And finally, the Priest of Tempus, which we're playing through right now on stream. Holy Power for free. Okay, that's a useful ability, but you don't really have a lot of level 4 spells. So getting free Holy Power is pretty fucking whatever. Chaos of Battle, again, it sounds and looks cool. It's a bonus to all of your allies and a penalty to all of your enemies. The spell lasts 1 turn and will randomly affect the target's AC, HP, THAC0, saves, or luck. The magnitude of the effect starts at 1. 5 hit points at level 1 are improved by 1. 5 hit points for every 6 levels of the caster. So if you're like a level 30 priest, you could literally boost everyone's HP by 30 and give the enemies -30. Here's the problem. This rolls for everybody individually. So Maybe you're gonna get HP. Maybe your mage, who's not tanking anything, is gonna get armor class. Maybe your cleric, who's healing, is gonna get a Thaco bonus, which is gonna be completely wasted. Luck is actually cool. There's nothing wrong with ever having luck, whether in the front or back line. Nice to have. But here's the kicker. It's not all saves. It's one save. And that means saves is what you're going to see more often than not. Maybe you're going to give your one enemy a penalty to save versus death. And maybe one of your guys is going to get a bonus to save versus wands. I can count on one fucking hand how many enemies in this game use wands on you. This thing is so fucking bad. It has the potential to be so... If this was all saves, this would make this good. The fact that it literally picks one save, so it might boost each of your party's members by one shitty, useless save, and give the others a penalty? Such crap, dude. Such absolute crap. Every single one of these classes and kits pisses me off, because they could be good, but they're not. They all suck ass. Again, at least you can be evil with this. I don't remember. I think this one's good or neutral. I don't even want to talk about them anymore. They're all just garbage, man. Straight up. Anyways, that's it for the clerics. All of them are S- tier. All of them are going to be built pretty much the exact same way. The kits are pretty fucking irrelevant for the most part. One or two of them are mildly nice in a couple of situations, but not enough to actually make them, you know, different tier-wise. Excuse me. Up next is Druids. Druids may only wear non-metallic armor. A lot of people think that because Jaheira can wear any armor that all Druids can. This is not the case. She's a fighter Druid, she's different, we'll talk about that a little later on. Regular Druids can only wear non-metallic armor. Non-metallic shields, scimitars, daggers, clubs, spears, quarterstaff, darts, slings, proficiency in weapon class, proficiency in fighting style. You get Druidic spells. Shapeshift into wolf, black bear, brown bear once per day at level 7. All of these are absolute shit, never use them. You get immunity to poison at level 15. And this is actually true poison immunity, unlike the paladin one. I don't know why, but they get true poison immunity, which is nice. At level 18, they get 10% resistance to cold, fire, electricity, and acid, and gain a further 10% at 21 and 24, restricted to true neutral for alignment. And you can only dual class to fighters. I forgot to talk about that for cleric. I will just talk about all the dual classing later anyway. Druids are actually pretty good. Druids are actually pretty good. I think I actually have the base Druid at S- still. Yeah, base Druid is S-. The main thing about Druids that makes them different than clerics, they're both using divine magic, but they both have access to different spells. Druid spells, you're going to find that the offensive ones are very, very much so more powerful than the cleric ones, and the defensive spells you're going to find are much, much more inferior than the cleric ones. So basically, the reason you play a Druid is for Iron Skin, which is the exception to the rule I just mentioned, which is basically Stone Skin, but for Druids, and Insect Plague. And obviously Creeping Doom, which is the level 7 version of Insect Plague. Insect Plague is one of the most busted spells in the game. There is nothing in this game that's been nerfed more than Insect Plague, and yet it is still an incredibly powerful fucking spell. As far as building a Druid goes, it really doesn't matter what you equip, because you're not really going to be using anything other than elemental damage reduction equipment. You're going to be throwing on a helmet that gives elemental damage reduction, an armor that gives elemental damage reduction, and rings if you can afford it. AC is pretty much fucking irrelevant because you don't want to be meleeing as a Druid, and if you are, you're going to be using one of the HLA Druid transformations, almost certainly Earth Elemental, which gives you 50% damage reduction. We talked about that in the HLA videos. Basically makes the Druid very tanky. You can combine that with Armor of the Faith, giving you 75% damage reduction. The issue with Druids is it's going to take a long time to get there, right? You're going to get your level 5s early, but you're only going to have a couple of them until you unlock at 3 million XP, which is going to be late Underdark for most people. However, once you get there, you start leveling up very quickly. You're going to have a fuck ton of spells, and they're all going to be very powerful, and then the resistances and immunities you get into TOB are also very useful. Cold, fire, electricity, and acid is very nice to have, because again, it combines with Armor of the Faith, combines with the gear you have, reducing the elemental damage you take to almost nothing, which is very, very, very nice to have. Again, Armor of the Faith and Earth Elemental Transformation means your physical damage you're taking is very low. If you have Iron Skin on, you're not getting hit, period, which means you can walk up in melee, which with Earth Elemental Token, you hit extremely fucking hard. So you can walk up, beat the shit out of people, back out, throw out an Insect Blade, walk up, pound some people into fucking pace like you're the Hulk or some shit, back up and throw out a couple more spells. You do get access to Impervious Sanctity of Mind, you do get access to Entropy Shield, so you can kind of make this character into a frontline tank if you really want to, but you're not going to be able to do that early because you're going to be so limited in the amount of spells you can cast. Honestly, Druids really unlock late, and when they do finally unlock, they're a little bit weaker than Clerics when they do finally unlock, because the spells aren't as effective, but the spells themselves are just so good and so strong, you cannot put Druid anything under S- tier. You just can't. Really fun to play. You have a lot of versatility with builds. You can be a frontliner, you can be a backliner, offensive spellcaster, and then of course the transformations and HLAs make them a really fun kit. And then, of course, we have a variety of kits to talk about here in just a moment. As far as build goes, like I said, you really just want to give them a bunch of elemental damage reduction gear. There really aren't any good weapons of any of these ethos that are like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to have on my druid. Now that I finally got this awesome scimitar, my druid's gonna fuck, dude. Yeah, you're never gonna say that. Never gonna happen. All those weapon ethos suck ass, and there's really nothing that you're gonna be able to do to, make that different. Still, though, very solid, again, with the resistances you get. I might be overvaluing resistances in this game, but I find that being able to take less damage from an Iceland sequencer, or a fireball sequencer, or a contingency of some sort, it's really, really handy to have. Alright, let's start talking about the kits. Alright, Totemic Druid is fucking garbage. You get to summon Spirit Animal once per day, gains 1 use at level 1 and 1 use every 5 levels thereafter. The thing about this is, in the base game, these summons are actually pretty decent. Their HP is garbage, but their chance to hit and the damage they deal is actually not that terrible. The problem is, in SCS, they're really kind of not great. Now, again, you look at it, 10 HD at level 10, that's pretty decent, man. You remember what the conjure animals that the Beastmasters got? Those things were squishy as fuck and did no damage whatsoever. Summoned Spirit Animal is way, way stronger. However, you cannot use Shapeshift, which means no Earth Elemental token and no Fire Elemental token. That actually might be patched. So check your installation of SCS. I know that was changed at one point, so do check your installation. And of course, if you are playing in the base game, you can't use Earth Elemental or Fire Elemental transformation. That's something to keep in mind. However, like I said, these summons are actually decent, but losing that, personally, it makes this less than a regular Druid. Although I still have them at S- because at the end of the day, a Druid is a caster. You can weave in some melee hits, but the Druid really is an offensive caster, and that's what you're using it for, and that's how it should be played. So I'm going to leave it at the same tier, S-. Cool, fun to play with, but really nothing to write home about. Up next is Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter is a lot better than people give it credit for. If you have the modifications to actually make the werewolf form not dog shit. Now, the mod that I'm using is not going to be the shapeshifting mod that a lot of people know of that makes this, that makes it to where you always want to be a werewolf. Always, 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 because your damage is insane, etc., etc. The one I'm using gives you the defensive powers of a greater werewolf. So you have the regeneration, the movement speed, and the MR, and the damage reduction, but you don't get the THAC0 table of a greater werewolf. So basically what ends up happening is you're going to be generating a token that will allow you to swap to greater werewolf to reposition and get some much needed resistances to maneuver around the battlefield very quickly. And that is very, 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 very handy, which is really, really nice. Again, though, you lose access to the tokens depending on your installation. For greater Earth Elemental transformation. I know for a fact that in mine, CERN is still able to get and use the Earth Elemental transformation token. But you definitely want to check yours, because, again, if you can't, that's a pretty serious downside. But honestly, the Greater Werewolf token is so fucking good that it's really, 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 really nice to have. A lot of really powerful defensive boosts in that, and being able to maneuver around the battle very quickly is, like I said, I really, really value mobility in a game where when your main character dies, it's game over. Being able to get out of a shitty situation quickly is extremely fucking handy. That being said, you can't wear armor. You can still wear helmets, but you cannot wear armor on your chest, which sucks. So that means that you're not going to be able to get some elemental damage reduction there, which is going to nerf your damage reduction overall. But like I said, the greater werewolf token is really, really nice to have. And finally, we have the Avenger. I think the Avenger is extremely overrated. I actually put the shapeshifter at S tier just because it's slightly better than the others. Enough to where I put it at a tier higher just because I really, really love that token. Avenger is S- tier, the same as the others. It gets a bunch of useless abilities. Let's go and talk about them. Shapeshifting in the form of sword salamander, baby spider, and sword spider, baby wyvern, and fire salamander, in addition to normal shapeshifting abilities. These sound cool. All three of them are completely useless and pointless. Never use them. 19th level, gain an additional use of shapeshift. Doesn't matter because in SCS everyone's using tokens, which you can swap in and out as your heart desires. They additionally get 6 mage spells, which sounds cool. What do we get? Chromatic Orb. I've talked about this enough to where nobody wants to hear about it anymore. This spell blows. Please stop using it. Number 2, Web. Web is a good spell. Web is a nice spell to have. This is actually a good one. Great. Level 3, Lightning Bolt. We talked about this a million times. Lightning Bolt sucks. You're gonna kill your own fucking party. Level 4, Imp and Viz. Okay, that's not bad. There are a handful of level 4 spells that you want to use, but you don't really have so many that you're like, shit, man, I have all these spells I want to take. I'll go and throw an Imp and Viz in there. Why not? Level 5 and 6 you can never use, ever. Level 5, Chaos. Chaos is a fantastic spell, but you cannot give up your level 5 spell slots. You just can't. You're going to have 2, 3 if you have 21 wisdom until you unlock at 3 million XP. One of those is going to be Iron Skin. The other one's going to be Insect Plague, period. At no point is Chaos going to be superior to those 2 spells. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. So you can't take Chaos. And then Chain Lightning is one of the most lackluster damaging abilities of all fucking time. It's 1d6 for every 2 levels of the caster. And guess what? You have 1.5 million XP between levels as a druid. So that means a chain lightning is going to do even less damage for you than a mage. And guess what? It already does shit damage for mages. So it's even worse as a druid. And then on top of it, you cannot wear heavier armor than leather. Not studded leather or hide armor, leather. This is going to really restrict your elemental damage reduction. You might as well be naked. And then the 2 penalties to strength and constitution. This is completely irrelevant. You're never going to get a bonus to constitution above 16 anyway because you're a druid. And, I guess you could argue that that makes a difference when you're dual classing to a fighter, but if you're an Avenger dual classing into a fighter, then let me link you my Patreon page. Anyways, you don't want to be doing that. These are really irrelevant. You're not going to be doing a lot of physical damage because you're going to be extremely limited in APR, and if you are throwing on your Earth Elemental token, it's going to set your strength to 25, so the -2 penalty is fucking irrelevant anyway. All in all, the Shapeshifter is a little bit better than the base Druid and the other 2. The other 2, you get shit that's pretty fucking irrelevant, doesn't really matter. No real penalties aside from potentially losing the tokens, but not enough to really make me change them as a whole. Again, check your installation. It does depend on your own fucking mods for SCS, etc. to see what happens with those, but all in all, Divine Magic is very strong. The Druidic only spells are quite powerful. A lot of fun to play, and the resistances you get are great. Up next is Mage. Let me go and talk about the Shaman real quick, actually, because it ties into the Druids. Let's do Shaman next. Shaman may only wear leather, studded leather, hide armor. May only equip shields larger than... May not equip shields larger than bucklers, excuse me. May only use the following weapons: dagger, club, spear, axe, quarterstaff, dart, sling, and short bow. So at least you get that over druids, right? You can use a bow and an axe. May only be proficient in weapon class. May only be proficient in fighting style. May only cast druidic spells. And you do not learn spells automatically. You learn them like a sorcerer does, but for druid spells. In addition, you also have shaman-specific spells, which can be cast like any other, in addition to having Detect Illusion as a possible skill, which will be maxed at 100% at level 20. The Shamanic Dance, which I'm not even going to read because it's so fucking trash. And you do not get spells from High Wisdom. Your table is going to be the same as the Druid, not going to be quite the same as the Druid because you don't have that ridiculous XP penalty from going from 14 to 15. And your spells per day are going to be slightly different as well. You get D8, which is the same. You are restricted to these alignments here, but you also ineligible for any stronghold, which kind of sucks, but it's really whatever. I'm not even going to read the dance. This is one of the most irrelevant and useless abilities in the entire fucking game. I don't know who it was at Beamdog who was like, hey, you know what everyone really likes about the Bard class? Pressing one button and watching their characters stand there and do nothing. And then they're like, yeah, let's make another class designed around that. And they ran with it. The idea of a sorcerer using druid spells, I think, is cool. I think that's a really cool idea. That I give a thumbs up to, especially because they're getting extra spells. The problem is 90% of these are complete shit. They're all crap, and it's really fucking embarrassing that they even exist in the first place. That being said, the one that gives you like a death ward that resurrects you if you end up taking lethal damage, that one's cool. That one's nice to have. But otherwise, you're going to be a druid, but not as good as a druid. In my opinion, because druids are going to have elemental transformations, very nice to have. Druids are going to get base elemental damage reduction, nice to have. Poison immunity, nice to have, especially in Sundai's Enclave, right, where you have those millions of spiders. Oh god, that room alone makes me wish that all my characters had poison immunity. So all in all, the shaman is definitely worse than the druid. They have a lot of restrictions, although in a sense they do have some bonuses too. Being able to use bows is cool. Being able to use axes is cool. Those are two weapons that druids don't get access to, and there's a variety of good axes, and there's a variety of good bows too. Short bow, guessing, is a really, really solid bow. But the fact they invested so much time into this dance, and every shaman-specific item in the game affects their stupid, shitty dance, it drives me up the fucking wall, man. These spirits are so inconsistent, do so little damage, and have so little HP, and then on top of it, unlike the bard, who gets a bonus to his armor class, the shaman actually gets a penalty. Can't even move. The bard, he can move. He can run around the battlefield playing on his fucking flute or strumming his guitar and singing all goddamn day. The shaman has to literally stand there, man. As soon as you fart, every one of your summons vanishes. And that just blows, dude. Because I want to like these classes, man. I really, truly do. I want to like this class. But it is designed so fucking poorly. That being said, Iron Skin, Insect Plague, Creeping Doom, Entropy Shield, Impervious Sanctity of Mind. These are powerful spells that you're going to be able to cast at will as a shaman sorcerer style. All in all, I'm still going to give this an S- tier because in a sense you have a little bit more versatility than a druid, although your actual base class is, in my opinion, a little bit weaker than a druid because all your class specific equipment is complete shit. The only thing you really get over a druid is the ability to use the short bow of Gessin and a variety of axes, but again, that's not enough to make them better than a druid in my opinion. Although again, I really love the idea of a sorcerer using druid spells. I thought that was so cool. I was really excited for this class, but the dance again is just so bad. I've played around with this at low levels. I've played around with this at mid levels. I played around with this at high levels with every single item you can get to boost it. I tried boosting them with spells, and at no point does these stupid spirits become anything but useless. Just complete garbage all along. And that sucks. That's just the way it is. Anyways, we talked about the shaman enough. S- all the way. Let's start talking about mages here. Mages are fucking incredible. Mages are arguably the best classes in the game. If you are a mage, multi-class, dual class, or a pure mage, you are going to be fantastically useful. Mages are S tier. May not wear any armor, which sucks. Restricted to daggers, quarterstaff, darts, and slings, so expect yourself to do no physical damage whatsoever. And your Thaco table is absolutely horrendous, and you only get 4 HP per level. And I believe it's 1 HP per level after level 9, so your HP is going to be extremely low. But you get access to arcane magic. Arcane magic is the most powerful magic in the game, both offensively and defensively, in a sense. As far as buffs go, obviously Cleric's got that in spades, and as far as CC goes, obviously Druids are going to have that in spades with the Creeping Doom and shit like that and their cloud abilities. But mages are really, really fun to play. You have a lot of different options. You can also be one of the best tanks in the game. Mage tanks are fantastic. I personally think that divine magic tanks have become a lot better with SCS, Icewind Deification, but mage tanks are arguably the best, along with bards, which we'll talk about in a little bit, because arcane magic is just so fucking safe and so well protected, in addition to being extremely powerful offensively and defensively. Love mages. We talked about them a lot in our arcane guide series, so I'm not going to be talking about them too much. As far as versatility goes, like I just said, mages have a lot of options. You want to tank as a mage? You can. Mirror Image, Blur, Stone Skin, Imp Invis, Spirit Armor. You walk into melee, you're sitting on like -15 AC. You can't be fucking hit because you got Stone Skin and Mirror Images on. And then if you really don't want to be hit, you can throw on protection from magical weapons. You can throw on protection from the elements, protection from petrification, protection from spell immunities to a variety of schools, spell shield. There's all sorts of things you can do to make yourself pretty much immune to everything in the entire fucking game. If you are a wizard and you throw up all your pre-buffs, there is literally nothing in the game you are worried about. Really nothing in the game you're afraid of. And I don't really know if any other class can say that. Yeah. There's a couple that come close, but mages are arguably the best in that regard. As far as building them goes, like I said, you're extremely restricted in equipment. A Robe of Vecna is arguably the best robe. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. Staff of the Magi is fantastic. Everything else is just really kind of irrelevant. You just want to be throwing on shit that's going to give you either elemental damage reduction, just in case your protection from fire somehow gets dispelled. So you can throw on like a ring that gives you fire resistance. You can throw on acuity, or another ring of wizardry to give yourself extra spells. The amulet of, or circlet of the Neftoral, whatever the fuck it's called, you slap on your head that gives yourself extra spells. Very, very restricted in the items you can have, but again, you have such versatility in the magic you can cast, whether it be offensive or defensive, or a combination of both thereof. Super fun to play. 10 out of 10 class. Can't say enough good things about it. Let's start talking about all the kits. Up first is the shittiest kit by far. This is probably the only class in the game that has arcane magic that I cannot rate in an S tier. This is A+, Abjurer. And the reason Abjurer is A+, is because, well, let me go talk about the kits in general. Every single class kit for a mage is going to have a bonus to casting spells from their school. They're going to get a bonus to saves from spells being cast at them by that school. So if I'm an enchanter, some dude throws an enchantment spell at me, I'm going to have a bonus to make my save. And if I throw a spell at them, they're going to have a penalty to make that save. You also have a bonus and penalty to scribing scrolls, which is a huge pain in the ass. And the major penalty, however, is that you cannot cast any spells at all from schools of your opposite alignment. The opposite alignment of abjuration is transmutation, or I guess technically alteration. Alteration spells are some of the best in the game. Time Stop, Haste, Improved Haste, which is arguably the best buff in the game. Time Stop is one of the best spells in the game. And then the most important mage spell of them all, the spell that you always, always, always cast on every mage at all times, if you have it, Stone Skin. Abjurers are the only mage that can't cast Stone Skin. That means that you are vulnerable to backstabs from level 1 to level fucking 33. And that is fucking terrifying. At no point are you safe. And there are a lot of invisible enemies in this game. A fucking ton. And you're gonna be like, well, Dav, just do protection from magic. Shut up. Shut up. Protection from magical weapons is not gonna cut it. Absolute immunity is not gonna fucking cut it. It is very difficult to get a mage through this game that is not invisible at all times or with Stone Skin up. And don't forget, there are lots of enemies who see through invisibility, right? Liches don't give a fuck, dragons don't give a fuck, Illithid don't give a fuck. There's a lot of enemies who really don't care if you're invisible. Keeping an abjurer safe is really, really, really difficult. I hate this class more than any other in the game that casts magic. It is the only class that casts magic, either divine or arcane, that I actually have rated lower than an S- tier. Because it is so bad and so painful to play. Like I said, I literally had never made one until I wanted to do this video. And I was just trying out a couple encounters, and I was just using my brain to think about a million more, and holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. And then like the minus penalties for saving throws, you don't get you don't save versus abjuration. They always work. Dispel Magic doesn't have a save. It has its own base dice roll. You know, like I said, I'm not gonna keep harping on about it because you guys understand. You're picking up what I'm putting down over here, but yeah, it's pretty fucking bad, man. It's pretty fucking bad. Abjurer is definitely the worst. If you want to make a mage kit, skip Abjurer, man. Up next is Conjurer. Conjurer is quite good. Obviously, there really aren't a lot of conjuration spells in this game. In the original Baldur's Gate 1, conjuration spells were actually insanely good. The monster summons were very powerful. These were incredibly nerfed in BG2 because they are so good. So, and again, there's really nothing amazing that conjurers get anyways for saving throw penalties. So there's really nothing you get for being a conjurer. The whole point is you get extra spells and lose basically nothing. Divination. This means you can't use Identify. This means you can't use Detect Invisibility and True Sight. But again, we talked about that before. That's your thief's job. And if you have a cleric, you can have them use True Sight for those 3 or 4 encounters where True Sight actually matters. So all in all, you're going to get an extra spell. Oh, I forgot to say that earlier. Every mage kit, in addition to the penalties to the spells, also get an extra spell slot per level. So a regular mage, if they have 2 level 2 spells, a kit will have 3 level 2 spells, etc., just like that. All the way up to level 9, they'll get a bonus of 1 spell slot per level. So you're just going to get extra spells and lose basically nothing. Conjurer, I end up putting, I think I put them at S tier, right? I put that the same as Mage. I really don't think that the extra 1 spell per level is really all that amazing, and this sounds stupid, but hear me out on this. Level 1, fucking irrelevant, doesn't matter. Level 2, Blur and Mirror Image, that's all you're going to cast. Everything else doesn't matter. Level 3, there's a couple buffs like protection from fire, but chances are someone else is going to do that. Having 1 more skull trap isn't going to make a difference, especially because you're going to be throwing those into a fucking, or not a simulacrum, sequencer of some sort. Level 4, stone skins, and that's really fucking it. Maybe 1 spirit armor, but honestly, I really don't cast that spell much anymore. Level 5s, spell immunity, couple cloud kills, spell shield, that's it. Level 6, here's the one where you really want to have more. There's no such thing as not having enough level 6 spell slots. There's no such thing as having too many. The more improved haste you have, the fucking better. Protection from magical weapons, great spell, awesome. Level 7, again, who cares? Ruby Ray, that's what you're using there. Level 8, again, the more the better. Horde Welting, awesome spell. You can't have too many of those. And finally, level 9. Again, you can't have too many of those. So, kind of 5, 6 definitely, 8 definitely, 9 definitely. That's 3 extra spells that you're getting for being a conjurer. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's kind of fucking irrelevant. Don't forget, if you're a conjurer, you're not Edwin, alright? Edwin's got a necklace that gives him extra spells. Being a conjurer doesn't give him an extra 3 spells per level, it gives him 1. His necklace is what makes him so fucking good. Don't confuse yourself into thinking that if you're a conjurer, you're Edwin. You're not. You're never going to be as good as Edwin. You're never going to have as nice a beard as me. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry. That being said, you know, still very good. You could argue that Conjurer is better than a base mage, and I would probably agree with it, but not enough to make it S+ tier. Definitely not enough. Up next is Diviner. Diviner is very similar to the Conjurer. They lose basically nothing. But their penalties and bonuses are pretty fucking irrelevant, as there really isn't any offensive divination spell, so there really doesn't matter there. But again, there aren't enough conjuration spells to make a difference. The only one that I can think of that I would actually miss having would be Find Familiar as a Diviner. That would suck to lose, but I'm pretty sure that's it. I literally can't think of anything else off the top of my head. I think there's a couple power words that you lose, but they're all pretty fucking irrelevant. So again, same thing with the Conjurer, same thing with the Mage, same thing with the Abjurer. You're going to build the exact same way. You're going to play the exact same way. Well, Abjurer maybe not, because you're going to be hiding in stealth all the time, petrified that someone's going to wax that ass. But again, you're just going to get a couple extra spells. Nice, cool, great, 10 out of 10, love it. Up next, Enchanter. Enchanter is, I don't know if I moved him down or not. Let me go double check my list here. Now, Enchanter is still S tier. And the reason for that is because there's actually a couple spells that enchanters get that are pretty fucking powerful, that giving them an extra penalty is good. The thing that sucks about enchanters is there are 0 spells after level 5 for enchanters. 0. Level 6, 7, 8, and 9, bagel. That's as many spells that there are for enchanters. And that sucks, but the ones that enchanters do get are really good. All charm spells are enchantment spells. Getting a bonus to those early on is great. Chaos is an enchantment spell, which already comes with a -4 penalty. So when an enchanter throws that out, it's a -6 penalty. If you have another wizard throw out a greater malison, it's a -10 penalty to save versus that spell. That is insane. Insane. And you do lose invocation, which sucks. Now, again, depending on your mods, invocation may include contingencies, sequencers, etc. If it does, it makes enchanter on par with abjurer. That is too painful. Too painful. You want to pass on that. However, in my version, that's not the case. Contingencies, sequencers are learnable by all mages. This is mostly to help enemies, because obviously I don't fucking play enchanters. Because I don't want any mage not having access to those spells, because it'll make combat against them a lot more interesting and make them a lot more powerful and give them a lot more chances to one-shot my dumbass. So, again, like I said, if you can't get that in your version, that makes enchanters a hell of a lot weaker, and mine you can. So basically what you're going to lose is magic missile. It kind of sucks, whatever. You're going to lose fireball, but again, who cares? You're going to be using skull trap anyway. I think you lose melts, minute meteors, which actually does kind of suck, but melts have been nerfed so bad that I almost never cast it anyways. And again, like, that's... I'm trying to think. I think that's pretty much it. I might actually just go and pull up the list. Let me go do that now, actually. Just double check to make sure we're not going to be missing any spells here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Good. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing else that enchanters lose that's actually worth something. So, all in all, I'm still going to leave them at S tier, and I think they're great. Again, the chaos is so fucking powerful that losing out on magic missile, like, that alone makes it worth it. Chaos is still usable even in TOB, man. There's so many humanoid enemies in TOB, especially when you're fighting Gromnir and Sendai's Enclave, that chaos is just great, man. It just is. It's a really, really good spell. Up next is illusionist. Illusionist is the other class that, in my opinion, is actually so much worse than a regular mage that I give it an S- as opposed to an S. Now, a lot of people are surprised about that because a lot of people are stupid and believe that fighter illusionist is one of the best classes in the game. You're stupid, and I'm going to tell you why. No offense. I love you guys. You know I'm just messing with you. I said it before. You can beat the game with anything. I am going to tell you my God's honest opinion. As far as bonuses and penalties, these are fucking irrelevant. There are really no illusion spells that are going to be hostile aside from, like, blindness or spook. And, you know, that's basically it. And penalties, again, same thing. You know, not really going to fucking matter there. The problem with this is losing necromancy is the bulk of your damage as a wizard. Skull Trap is the most common source of your damage below level 7. Flat out, period. Skull Trap is going to be the bulk of your damage. Above level 7, it's Horde Wilting. And Illusionists lose both of those. And that is absolutely devastating, in my opinion. Now, if all you want to do as an Illusionist is walk up and tank shit, you have zero interest in doing damage, then obviously this is going to affect you. But I think you're not playing the class to its potential if you're playing a wizard and you're tanking and you don't have access to those spells. The best part of being a mage tank is you hit yourself with protection from magical energy, walk into the middle of a group of enemies, and start chain casting Skull Trap and Horde Wilting on yourself and watching them melt. Chain contingency, Horde Wilting into a time stop, and you literally improved alacrity, Horde Wilting, Horde Wilting, Horde Wilting, Horde Wilting. By the time that time stop ends, every single thing on your screen is dead. And you can't see it because there's so much smoke from the clouds of your Horde Wiltings going off that you literally have to wait 5 seconds for the smoke to clear before you see the massive amount of corpses that's left behind by your power as a mage. When I think of a mage, I think of overwhelming power, complete mastery of the arcane arts, and illusionists don't fucking have it, man. Losing those two spells is really, really bad. They also lose spirit armor. Let me double check the list here to make sure there's nothing else I'm thinking of. Death spell. Animate Dead is completely irrelevant. You should never be casting that as a wizard. That's a cleric's job. Death spell is handy at times, although there are items that can do that for you. And obviously you can have another wizard do that. But again, like I said, Losing those 2 spells is devastating. Terrible. Invoker, I actually have S tier as well, just because, as I mentioned before, there are 0 enchantment spells after level 5. None. And that means you don't really lose all that much, man. You lose out on charm, you lose out on confusion, you lose out on chaos, and that's pretty much fucking it. Pretty much fucking it. I think you lose out on sleep too, right? Is sleep enchantment? Yeah, sleep's enchantment, as well as greater malison, but again, you can have somebody else fucking cast those. That's totally irrelevant. And there are a handful of decent evocation spells. Obviously, Incendiary Cloud's the big one, although you really don't get the opportunity to use that as option as you'd like, because again, if you lose fire resistance, you're gonna have your whole party burned to ashes in seconds. So you gotta be really, 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 really careful with that. Trying to think what else. Magic missile, but there's no saving throw for that whatsoever now that I think about it. Web, you know, it's another good one. Double check the list here, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, the rest of these are fucking irrelevant. Big B's Clench Fist, please. If you're using Big B's Clench Fist, then again, let me link you my donation page. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Invoker, I think, is pretty good. Like I said, generally, all the mages I kind of hold equally in regard, with the exception of the illusionist and the abjurer. They're pretty bad. And then Wild Mage is just so good. We'll talk about that in a bit. Up next is Necromancer. I think Necromancers are great. Literally, for the same reason illusionists are mad, Necromancers are great. A +2 bonus when making saving throws against spells from the Necromancy school. Horde Wilting is the most common source of AoE damage from enemies that you're not going to be resisting. Unless you have, again, the proper protection spells up, which doesn't always happen. Also, Wail the Banshee, Finger of Death, Horde Wilting, Skull Trap. These are the spells that Liches are going to be thrown at you all the fucking time. Comet and Dragon's Breath are actually fairly easy to dodge. Comet, not so much, but Dragon's Breath definitely is. Horde Wilting will follow your ass around, but Comet and Dragon's Breath are going to be locked. If I cast, the way Liches work, if they cast a Horde Wilting at you, that bitch is going to follow you, and it's going to hit you. You're not going to be able to outrun it, or if you are, it's going to be nearly impossible. Comet and Dragon's Breath are going to launch at a targeted area, and there's going to be a big animation for Dragon's Breath. You're going to see a giant dragon head show up. All your dudes are going to have plenty of time to scatter. Even a dwarven defender with the fucking movement speed penalty is going to be able to run from a Dragon's Breath. Comet's a little bit faster. He's not going to be able to make it out of the Comet, but he's definitely going to be able to make it out of the Dragon's Breath. Horde Wilting's a hell of a lot harder to dodge. Skull Trap also goes off pretty damn quick. And so having a bonus against those is perfectly nice. Not amazing, but nice. But the penalty's big. Making your Horde Wilting and Skull Trap do double damage because your enemy failed their save is fucking sweet. Again, this is the bulk of your damage as a Necromancer. Or as a Mage, period. Not just a Necromancer, but as a Mage, period. The bulk of your damage is going to be coming from Skull Traps and Horde Wiltings. These are the spells that you're going to have a lot of spell slots for. They're going to be using all the time because they do massive AoE damage, and your party, most importantly, is not going to take damage from these. You're going to hit your fighter's protection from magical energy, and Horde Wilting is party friendly for some dumb fucking reason. Don't ask me why. So, Necromancer, I give S tier. I don't think it's better than a base mage, but I don't think it's worse than an illusionist. For me personally, I find that the way people rate mages is very, very strange. A lot of people think conjurer is the best, followed by, I think it's diviner, then enchanter, then illusionist, and then the rest they just kind of put whatever. I don't think that's the case. I think the best mage quite possibly is necromancer, followed by, I think, diviner after that, then conjurer, then enchanter, then invoker. Abjurer is definitely last, along with illusionist. Transmuter is pretty fucking bad too. I think transmuter and illusionist go together, and then abjurer is dead fucking last. So let's go and talk about the let me talk about the necromancer. You lose access to illusion spells, so no mirror image, no blur. That sucks. But again, necromancer you don't want to be frontlining with anyways, right? He's going to be the one that's going to do all this extra damage. You don't want him to be mage tanking. You want to have somebody else do that job for him instead. So losing those two spells is basically whatever. Mass Invis, somebody else can cast that. You know, Imp Invis, someone else can cast that. Let me double check to make sure there's nothing else important. You do lose Mislead, Project Image, and Simulacrum. If you're a pure mage, Simulacrum is complete shit. You should never cast it. Project Image, you can get some good use out of that spell. We never, ever, ever use it. Just because We've had so much bad luck with it in the past, and mislead I also think is pretty fucking irrelevant, just because every enemy in the game is going to be having true sight if they can't see through invisibility already. Excuse me. My apologies. So, again, pretty irrelevant for the shit you lose. I think maybe, like, if you're looking at this game from no mods, maybe I could see why people would be a little upset about losing project image. But when you're playing with SCS, man, like, be careful with project image. We've had people die from that. Multiple people die from that. Alright, next up, transmuter. Transmuters lose abjuration, which is fucking brutal, but it's not bad as losing alteration. They get a +2 bonus for saves and against. I can't think of any offensive transmutation spells where you get a save. Let me think. Slow? I think that's the only one. Slow is the only spell that you'd actually get a save against. And they would get a penalty for. And slow is a great spell, don't get me wrong. But when you lose out on every protection spell in the game, along with every anti-protection spell in the game, that's fucking brutal. That being said, you can still use Skull Trap and Horrid Welting, which makes it better than a fucking illusionist, but if you don't have another mage with you, you're not going to be able to do shit against enemy mages. Maybe I should actually take Transmuter down a bit, but I never run with just one mage. Ever, ever, ever do I run with just one mage. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it at S tier. That's probably overrating Transmuter, but honestly, like, you can still mage tank, although you're gonna have to be really fucking careful because you're not gonna have the same shit. You're still gonna be able to be a fully offensive spellcaster when it comes to doing damage. You're gonna lose a lot of survivability tools, but most of those spells other people can cast on you, but you're losing a lot of offensive anti-spell tools as well. So, all in all, I think this is probably the shittiest one, aside from Abjurer and Illusionist. I think maybe Transmuter's on par with Illusionist. Let's do that. Let's go and put it at S- with the Illusionist, because losing out on Abjuration really sucks, but I'd much rather lose Abjuration than Alteration, for sure. Up next is Wild Mage, and this is the last one here. Oh, and I also forgot to add, again, Wild Mage is its own class. I don't know why it's showing up as a kit. A Wild Mage is its own class like a Sorcerer. Wild Mages cannot dual class, they cannot be dual classed into. Actually, now that I think about it, none of the kits can be dual classed into unless you're playing BG1, the original BG1. In the original Baldur's Gate 1, you could be a fighter and you could dual class to an illusionist if you wanted to, etc., etc. Wild Mages can't dual class. So, Wild Magic is the first S+ on the list, I believe. Let me double check my list here. Here you are, S+. Wild Magic is incredibly fucking powerful. Very early on, it's going to be a big risk to yourself. We've played through a couple Wild Mages on stream. Everyone's really enjoyed them because it's always hilarious to watch them die to something absolutely stupid. That being said, if you're able to get late, Wild Mages are better than any other spellcaster in the game, flat out, period. Nallo's Reckless Deomer lets you cast any spell in your spellbook with built-in improved alacrity into it. That is fucking beyond absurdly powerful. That being said, every time you cast a spell, there's a chance you fuck yourself in the ass, which is... if you're into that sort of thing, great, but personally, I don't like dying, and I especially don't like killing myself. I'm not a big fan of that in this game. Now, there are tools to help you with that. Improved Chaos Shield. There's a Thayan Circlet you can get in TOB if you play with Nira. Oh, God. And that will definitely help and make this class a hell of a lot stronger. When you combine all those things together, your chance of failing is much, much lower. In the base game, unmodded, Chaos Shield stacked. So you could actually cast a handful of those, and then you could just blow Reckless Deomers all day. You could combine Reckless Deomer with Wish to get all your level 1 spell slots back, which means you could just basically... you could just cast your entire spellbook over and over and over again for free. High-level spell after high-level spell. Beyond insane. Beyond insane how powerful this shit is. Wild Magic scales very, very, very well. This is not the best class in the game, but it is very close to it. There are very few S+ classes on this list. Wild Mages are one of them. You build the exact same way as regular mages. There's nothing special about it. That being said, I would definitely make sure that you give yourself max fire resist as early on as possible to reduce the chance of you killing yourself with a fireball. I also recommend you have somebody else cast protection from petrification on you. because you casting protection for petrification on yourself does always have the chance of you petrifying yourself before you get the chance to cast protection for petrification. So, gotta be careful about that. It's happened before. So, you always have a chance of killing yourself with wild mages. You gotta really watch out for that. But the wild search table, generally speaking, half of those are really powerfully good, and a lot of half are like kind of whatever, like a sex change, and then there's some that are just, they're gonna get you killed in the middle of a fight. The good news is, again, if you have improved Chaos Shield and a couple other things boosting yourself, you obliterate half the table immediately, which is really, really good. That being said, you can die for free, so watch out. Still definitely S+ tier for sure. Super fun to play as well. I'm a big fan of wild magic. Up next, we have Thieves. Thieves are really fun. I give Thieves an A tier rating, which is actually the same as Fighters, and I'll talk about why that is in a little bit. May not wear armor heavier than studded leather, may not equip shields larger than bucklers. You are a little bit limited in your weaponry, definitely less so than most classes, but obviously more so than Fighters. Longsword, short sword, katana, scimitar, dagger, club, quarterstaff, crossbow, shortbow, dart, sling. Proficiency in weapon class and fighting style. 25 points per level, 40 at level 1 into thieving abilities listed here. And you have base stat scores. You get to backstab up to a max of +5 at level 15. Set snare once per day, one use at level 1 and every 5 levels thereafter, which deals the following effects. And you cannot be lawful good, and you have D6 HP. Now, why is this A tier on par with Fighters? The reason that Thief is on par with Fighters is, one, backstab hits extremely fucking hard. Walking up, backstabbing somebody, and running out is going to be doing damage that's almost on par with the Fighters in certain situations, which is going to be a lot of fights. Traps deal a ton of damage, and I'm just talking about the base trap here. And even though there's a save for the poison damage, this base damage ignores everything. I have no idea why. This ignores all spell protections. This ignores all buffs. This ignores everything in the game. It is disgusting. Additionally, their HLA thief traps are incredibly powerful. Time stop as a thief trap, hilarious. Spike trap does more damage than any other ability in the entire game, and any spell in the entire game for single target. Hilarious. And you could stack them. If you want, you can drop 5 of these underneath Demogorgon's spawning point. He'll spawn and die instantly. If you drop a couple spike traps where Kangak spawns, and a couple more over to the side, where he turns into a demi-lich, he'll die instantly as a lich, and then die instantly as a demi-lich. Hilarious. The exploding trap, the fireball one's fucking whatever, it's garbage, don't ever take that. They also get use any item as an ability, which means they can use any item in the game, and that's not just restricted to armor and weapons. That's what a lot of people think. Cool, I can give my thief Karsamir. It's more than that. They can use scrolls. If you want to give your thief a stone skin scroll, he can do it. Protection from magical weapons, wish, horrid wilting, he can use anything. If you have a scroll for it, he can read it, he can use it. Saving your stone skin scrolls for your thief is incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. And then the versatility is unlimited, right? You can use anything in the game. You want to use cleric shit, you can. You want to use mage shit, you can. Do you want to give yourself the staff of the magi and spam invisibility to go backstab people? You can. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. You want to go and throw a full plate on? You want to go and roleplay as a paladin? Throw a full plate with Karsamir, with the paladin-only gloves, the paladin-only shit? Walk around? Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, it's hilarious. Super fun to play. And then again, the backstabbing is always fun. People always bitch about how many enemies are immune to backstabs. Alright, so you got beholders, slimes, golems, the 5. Trying to think who else is immune to backstab. Barbarians, any barbarian class, so Gromnir. Oh, he's part of the 5 anyway. There's a handful of barbarians, not too many. I'm trying to think what else there is in there. There's a couple enemies with damage reduction, right? That are immune to backstabs too. Or it just says the backstab fails. I think most undead are hittable by backstabs. I think liches are too. A Lithid might be immune to backstabs, but they can see through invisibility and stealth anyway, so good luck trying to backstab a fucking mind flayer anyway. I'm trying to think, but I think that's pretty much it. There are no humanoids in the game with the exception of Ballspawn that are immune to backstabs. And humans and drow are the most common enemies in the game, right? Straight up, period. Humanoids are the most common source of enemies in the game. With the exception of beholders, most magical creatures... Oh, dragons. That's the other one, right? Dragons are immune to backstab, and I think some demons are immune to backstab. And then everything else isn't. Everything else you can backstab. So most enemies in the game are still backstabbable. Now, granted, everyone wants to stab Furkrag in the ass. Obviously, why wouldn't you want to? But he's not going to take it, and let's be honest, he's big enough to where he doesn't have to take it if he doesn't want to. Jokes aside. Alright, that's enough of that. Backstab works on most enemies. Don't underwrite backstab. A 5 times damage multiplier is very, very fucking noticeable. If you're using a katana or another weapon that has really high damage, especially if it has a high enchantment, because weapon enchantment factors into the damage for the backstab, right? If it has a +4 damage bonus or a +5, that goes into the backstab. A lot of people like to use quarterstaffs to backstab because there's that one that has that ridiculous +9, the quarterstaff is striking, and there's a couple more like staff of the ram and shit. I think quarterstaff backstabbing is stupid, doesn't make sense to me, I hate it, but you can do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. But in reality, at the end of the day, thieves are going to be able to contribute quite a bit of damage to fights, even if they only hit once per fucking round through backstab. Using the item gives them the most versatility in the game, flat out, period. There's nothing in the game that's more versatile than a thief. I guess you can argue maybe a bard, because they get used in the item too, and they can also cast arcane magic base, but you get what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying. Traps are amazing. HLA traps are even better. Your HP is pretty low, but like I said, super fun to play, extremely versatile. As far as builds go on thieves and what I like to use, personally, I love to use the man coat as the thief. I love to give myself a weapon that hits really hard, preferably some sort of katana. You really don't ever want to use a two-hander like Karsamir because you can't backstab with it, although it's hilarious to see yourself swinging a two-hander around. Keep in mind that backstabs are restricted to the weapons that thieves can use right here. So longsword, short sword, you can't backstab with like a bastard sword, right? Or any two-handed weapons like a halberd, which doesn't make sense because personally, you know, I think that would hurt like hell, someone shoving a fucking halberd up your ass, but you know, that's just the way the game is coded. But like I said, really fun to play, extremely versatile. I like to use the man coat, a good one-handed weapon. You can throw Belm in the offhand for additional APR, but you have to be really careful about that because as you notice here, wearing a helmet is not listed as an option. That means you have very low HP and no helmet. So very early on, you're a weaver. You do not want to be sitting in melee for long. In a sense, that makes sense because you only have one APR anyway, right? You only get one attack per round base. So, like, there's no reason for you to stand there with your dick in your hand, waiting for a dude to swing a halberd at you and just crossing your fingers hoping it doesn't hit. It makes sense for you to run out. And if you're fighting an enemy that will straight up one-shot you and has a really good speed factor, Saravok, you can just sit in the back and shoot him with your fucking shortbow or crossbow or whatever. You have a variety of options when it comes to range weapons. In fact, I don't think you're restricted at all. I think the only thing you can't use that's a range weapon is a throwing hammer and a throwing axe. And then obviously once you can use any item, you can use those too, so... Like I said, super fun to play, great class, A tier all the way. I love it. You just have to be a little careful early on, and even early on in SOA as well. But once you get using the item, the amount of fun you can have with thieves, hilarious, super fun. And of course, you also have the thief abilities, right, that are extremely useful. You need a thief in this game. Find traps is mandatory. You will not get through Watcher's Keep and shit without it, without using some sort of cheat. When you're on the level that has, the no magic zone, there are traps there still, and they are devastating. If you're trying to do Durlax Tower, there are traps that are permanent, that will spam spikes that ignore every single defensive spell you have, and will keep going until they kill you. You need a thief to get by them. You absolutely need to have a thief to get by them. Even as a wizard, you're gonna fucking die. And there's a handful of those throughout the game that are really obnoxious. Not having a thief sucks. Opening locks is pretty whatever. But finding traps is pretty much mandatory, and I would say detect illusions as well is also mandatory. And that's the reason the assassin is slightly lower than a thief. Otherwise, the assassin would be great, right? You get +1 bonus to hit and damage rolls. Backstab ability hits ×7 instead of capping at ×5, which is insane. They get a poison weapon, very similar. I think it might actually be identical. I think it's just slightly different to the blackguard one. I thought it was a +2 bonus to save for the blackguard one, but I might be wrong. Anyways, the poison weapon's very similar, but here's the kicker. only 15 skill points per level to distribute, and this is devastating. As an assassin, you want to dump every point you have into stealth, because you want to be able to spam stealth and spam your backstabs all fucking day, for obvious reasons, right? That's the whole point of the class, is to get in there and do a big fucking backstab. If you put all your points into stealth, you're not going to be able to max find traps. You're not going to be able to max detect illusions, which means you're going to need another thief in the party. And taking Jan with you it's not a big deal, right? Jan's a great character. You know, he's got wizard spells too, so it's nice to have, but that's something you have to keep in mind. If you decide to max find traps and detect illusions as an assassin, think about how many levels that is. 200%, you probably have about 20% in each, that's about 40% off, so you're looking at about 160 points. You're looking at least 10 levels before you can put a single point into stealth. Not even one. That means you are completely reliant on somebody to hit you with an invisibility, completely reliant on invisibility potions, and bloody, let me tell you, those disappear in seconds. They go so fast and are so limited that you're gonna run out really, really fucking quick if you aren't able to stealth yourself, man. Really, really, really fast. For that reason, I'm not a big fan of the assassin kit. I find that either you're forced to play with another thief, which definitely sucks, or, man, you really suffer, dude. You really, 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 really suffer with the amount of stealthing you're able to do. Completely relying on others to hit you with shit. And again, you can think of like, oh, I'll just have my mage invis me all the time. If your mage is casting invisibility on you every round, that is a mage who's not casting Skull Trap. That's a mage who's not casting Dispel Magic. That's a mage who's not casting Horde Wilting. His only job is hitting you with invisibility. And what are you going to do when he's trying to cast something that actually matters? You can't do that, man. You can't rely on that. And that sucks. And for that reason, I'm putting the assassin at A- tier. Everything else about the thief, the equipment, is pretty much exactly the same. Nothing's changed there. You still want to use the slowest, most powerful weapon you have in order to really maximize that. Not slowest weapon, this isn't WoW. You really want to use the weapon that has the highest damage possible in order to really maximize that backstabbing ability. Also, the other thing, I don't know if I mentioned this before, the most hilarious thing you can do with thieves in general is use shape change and Black Bladed Disaster, some of the other weapon summons that mages get with the scrolls. The backstabs you're able to get with are fucking hilariously massive. If you shape change into a golem, which does like 40-10 damage or something like that, and then backstab with it, well, it's hilarious. The assassin can hit like 1,000 damage with backstabs. It's so hilariously stupid. But again, you know, those scrolls are extremely, extremely fucking limited. But it is something that I just want to point out that's really fun and hilarious, and something you can play around with, because I love stuff like that. But assassin, A- tier for me. The penalty to thieving skills is so very noticeable and so very painful. Up next is Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunters get a bonus to set traps. They also get a set special snare, which will do a slow. Then it will do an Otuk's sphere, or excuse me, a hold. Otuk's resilient sphere, and then Maze once at max level, and they get 20 points per level. 20 points per level is not as devastating, especially since you're not literally forced to backstab as often as your assassin brethren are. That still is the most optimal way to play a thief, in my opinion. Drop a trap and then go in and get a backstab off, but again, you play how you want to play, right? An extra 5 points per level. Again, that doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind that if you're at level 20, right? Level 20 is an assassin, level 20 is a bounty hunter. That's about 2 million XP-ish, something around there. The bounty hunter has an entire skill from 0 to 100 maxed at the same level as your assassin. And that's just a bounty hunter, right? That's not even a base thief. Base thief has 2 skills maxed. 2 for free at the same level as your assassin. So the penalty is not nearly as bad, and the set special snare is more traps for you to have. That being said, additional traps per day doesn't really matter so much, because you can literally rest and drop more traps. Traps can only be set outside of combat unless you blind your thief, and we talked about that cheese before in our arcane video, that you can blind your thief and he can basically stealth in front of people and drop traps in front of people. I don't like that. I think it's cheesy and stupid, so we don't do it, but it is something that I do want to point out that you can do that is kind of fun. Bounty Hunter, I think, is the same level as a thief. I have it at A tier. I think they're pretty fun. We haven't done a playthrough on stream, but I have played with it a little bit off stream, and it is kind of cool. It is kind of useful, mostly because the maze, there is no save. The shadowdancer one, which you're talking about in a bit, does give a save, but this is a true maze. Maze doesn't have a save, and the maze trap doesn't have a save, which is nice to have. Up next is swashbuckler. I think this class sucks. I have a very controversial outlook on this class. It has a +1 bonus to armor class at level 1, plus an additional 1 bonus every 5 levels, 1 to hit and damage rolls every 5, not every 3, but every 5. Specializes, but they don't get the extra APR, and they can put 3 points into weapon style, and they lose backstab completely. This also means no assassination, right? Assassination is the HLA that lets you land a backstab with every single attack per round. That sucks. Granted, you can only take assassination once, and swashbucklers get access to whirlwind, but the whole point of this class really is it's like a mix between a fighter and a thief, and it's shittier than both. Losing access to backstab sucks big time, and what you get to me is so fucking irrelevant. 1 to hit every 5 levels means it's at max level 40. Level 40. You have a Thaco on par with a level 18 fighter, and if that fighter dings 19, his Thaco is better than you for the entire fucking game. Period. Flat out. Period. And that's before we talk about the fighter getting masteries, right? And grand mastery. I hate this class so much, dude. I hate it so fucking much, man. And people rave about it. Oh, dude, my swashbuckler build. I give him the best armors. He bangs the hottest bitches. I think this class is so fucking overrated. Here's the problem with AC builds in this game, and we'll talk about this more when we get to Monk. Enemies in this game will always have a chance of hitting you, 5%. If you're a swashbuckler, you have D6 HP and no fucking helmet. If he rolls a 20, it doesn't matter if you have negative 500 million AC. It's not only gonna hit, it's gonna crit, and you're gonna fucking die instantly. In Throne of Ball, many fighters will have access to critical strike. This means every swing is a crit. And at this point, obviously, you have using the item, so you got a fucking helmet on. But if every enemy is hitting you, dude, you're gonna die in a second. You're gonna blink and you're gonna go from 100 to 0. We have clips on my fucking channel of me being a Berserker Mage with 180 hit points, literally dying in 0.17 seconds to a couple fire giants because my stone skin wore off. Didn't notice. 100 to 0. Dead instantly. You ain't gonna live as a swashbuckler. Now again, if you're playing unmodded, shit, go for it, man. If every time you die you just do a quick save reload, go for it. But you're gonna have to duck and weave all the time as a swashbuckler. Otherwise, you're just rolling and rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice, and at some point, buddy, they're gonna roll. It's not a stars align thing. 1 out of 20 is not hard to get. It is not a 1 in a million, dude. 1 out of 20 is not 1 in a million. It's 1 out of 20. Means every 20 swings, you die. And you don't. And when you die, you go back to Baldur's Gate 1, man. That sucks. And again, the 1 bonus to AC, it doesn't fucking matter. It truly doesn't matter. AC builds in this game suck ass, with the exception of a certain point in SOA, where having a high AC greatly reduces the chance of you being hit. But again, if all it takes is 1 swing to kill you, dude, an AC build just ain't gonna cut it. That being said, once you get using the item, you can throw on Defender of Easthaven, you can throw on Helmet, and if you're evil and you do the Ascension Trial in Hell, you'll get additional damage reduction. So you can take a couple hits. A couple hits is the swashbuckler, because it's like you having hardiness. Literally, like you having hardiness. But I'm not a fan of this build at all. Losing backstab to me is a core identity of the thief build. If I want to play a fighter thief, I'm gonna make a fighter thief. I'm not playing a swashbuckler. Again, you could stack all sorts of AC items to make your AC really hard, to make it to where enemies can only hit you with a crit, and boy, that's fun to play. But all it takes is that one, man. Not a fan of it. I give this an A-, same as the assassin. Not a fan. Shadowdancer is probably the only, one of the very few builds that we actually have A+ tier with. I think this is a lot better than a base thief. This is stupidly fun to play. You get a bonus to hide in shadows and move silently. And here's the kicker. Hide in plain sight. A shadowdancer might hide in shadows even while being observed. This means you can literally spam stealth. Every time it's up, you don't have to run behind a bush. You don't have to hide behind a tree. You don't have to hide behind a house. You don't have to drink a pot. You stealth right there. You could be literally kissing a dude on the lips, and you could stealth right in front of him, go behind him, stab him right in the ass, and fucking murder him right then and there. Hilariously fun. This is what every person who's ever played a thief in Baldur's Gate wishes the thief class was like. Being able to stealth in plain sight, amazing. And they also get other abilities which are great. +1 to all saves, nothing to write home about, but still nice to have. Shadow Step is great. It is literally a time stop you get at level 1. Now you can't attack during this time stop, so that kind of sucks. But you're able to move for 7, You're able to move and reposition for 7 seconds. Then no one else can do anything during. Nothing. Except the 5. Well, some of the 5, because they're immune to time stop and Demogorgon and stuff like that. But that's so late in TOB. So let's say, for example, you accidentally fail your stealth. You can instantly fucking shadow step and then stealth again, or reposition right then and there, so you don't have to worry about stealthing it immediately. Let's say there's a wizard who's casting a horde wilting at you. Oh my gosh, I didn't have a buff on. This might actually kill me. I already drank a potion this round. I'm screwed. I'll shadow step, walk over to the side, and during the 6 seconds, the round will reset. I'll chuck another potion that's going to help me survive this spell that's coming at me. You can use that for everything. If you're quick and paying attention, it is so hard to die as a shadow dancer as long as you have shadow step up and you don't get stupidly unlucky, which we have been. It happens. Sometimes shit happens, and that sucks. But Shadowdancer is one of the most fun classes in the game to play, bar none. That being said, you do lose access to a couple other things. 1, your backstab multiplier is reduced by 1, so it only caps out at 40. You get 20 points per level, and you get a little bit less than level 1, which sucks. So you're kind of on par with that bounty hunter there. And here's the kicker. You can't use set snare, which means no thief traps and no thief trap HLAs. But you also get some other HLAs which are really fucking spicy. Now the ones that I like the most are Shadow Form, but we'll talk about the other 2. You get Shadow Twin, which is basically a simulacrum. That's literally what it is. Instacast simulacrum, lasts 2 turns. Awesome. If you slap on the fucking helmet of whatever the simulacrum helmet is, whose name escapes me, you can use that and then have your clone simulacrum with Shadow Twin, assuming you're high enough level, and now you got 2 fucking clones, right? Now there are 2 of them. It's hilarious. And then each one of them and yourself can all stealth and backstab the same target. Hilariously fun to play with. And you got to use it in that order, because obviously they can't use the helm second, because the way SCS properly nerfs using items and abilities with a simulacrum has been nerfed. But the fact that all of them are able to stealth in plain sight and go and backstab, it's hilarious to me. Absolutely hilarious. They also get an AoE maze. I think they get a +4 penalty. Let me double check here. Yeah, AoE maze. They get a +4 penalty or become trapped inside a maze. That's AoE instant cast. Instant cast AoE maze. That's pretty fucking cool. And lastly, they get Shadow Form, which is my personal favorite. It's 50% damage reduction and improved invisibility. That is undispellable improved invisibility, by the way, for 5 rounds. And since you're losing access to traps, and you really don't need to take more than 1 Shadow Twin, maybe 1 or 2 AoE mazes, obviously use any item, and that's it. Like, you don't get a lot of other cool HLAs, man. You just don't. Alchemy? What a fucking joke of an ability. Scribe Scroll? I can make another monster summoning 1 scroll. Like, don't get rid of that shit, man. At 6 million XP, you could literally have a couple of the other HLAs I just mentioned and have a dozen Shadow Forms. A dozen. You're gonna have hardiness. It's a better version of hardiness. Don't forget, it's 50%. Just like the Dwarven Defender one is 50%, this one is 50. Regular hardiness, let me double check and make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, 50%. Regular hardiness is only 40. This is 50, and it gives you improved invisibility on top of it. So that's gonna give you an AC boost in addition to being untargetable by spells. That's so good, dude. So fun to play. Again, as far as builds, You really build all these classes the same, with the exception of the swashbuckler. You really want to stack AC on this dude. I apologize, I forgot to mention it. You really want to stack a lot of AC items on here. So a belt that gives you a bonus for slashing items, an armor chest that gives you bonus for slashing items, like armor of the heart, for example. It's going to give you a really massive bonus. You really want to stack AC on the swashbuckler. For the others, you really don't give a shit about AC, because you're wanting to backstab and then reposition, backstab, backstab, backstab. Shadowdancer the same way. You really want to use your hardest hitting weapon. And but with the Shadowdancer, unlike the others, and this is the best part about this shit, if I give myself Defender of Easthaven, I do the Hell Trial, or I do the Ascension Trial as an evil person, and I pop Shadow Form, I have higher damage reduction than a fighter. I have higher damage reduction than a barbarian and a dwarven defender if they haven't done their trial yet. That is insane. You're at 95% damage reduction. As a thief, 95% damage reduction as a thief. Crazy, dude. Super fun. And don't forget, use any item, right? So not only am I basically immune to physical damage, but if there's a spell coming at me, all of a sudden I can pull Karsamir out of my ass, and now I've got 50% MR too. If I have Ring of Gaxon and the Amulet of Seldarine, I'm at 70% magic resistance. If I'm wearing the Man Coat, I'm at 90% magic resistance. Stupidly fun class to play, man. So much fun. Honestly, I feel like I should rate Shadowdancer higher, but the fact that you kind of have to be a little bitch for Baldur's Gate 1 and half of SOA, I'm still going to leave it at A+ tier, but God, I love that class, man. Really, really fun. Okay, let's keep going. We still got a lot to cover. Holy shit. What do we got next? Bards. Okay, Bards are pretty fun. Bards are one of the very few classes we actually have killed a Malison on stream. Spoilers. May not armor heavier than chainmail. This is irrelevant because you're never going to wear armor at all except after you leave Candlekeep. Because you can't cast spells wearing armor, cannot equip shields larger than bucklers. Irrelevant. You're never going to be using the shield. Proficiency, which sucks because you only get a proficiency in weapon style and fighting style. You get pickpockets, which is irrelevant because it's so low, it's crap. And you're always going to have a thief who's going to have higher. You get a stupidly high lore score. This is actually kind of nice, because then you can just right-click items in the Bard's inventory and identify everything. Never have to use the identify spell again. You get arcane spells starting at level 2. The Bard Song, which is going to restore morale to its average value, remove fear, and protect from fear. And it also gives luck in the Enhanced Edition. I'm not sure why, but it does. I think it's up to 3 luck at level 15 or level 20. So that's kind of nice, actually. Your alignment's restricted to neutral, which is fucking whatever. And you get 6 HP per level, same as a thief. So what makes a Bard so good? Why is the Bard... well, let me double check. I think it's actually S- tier. Yeah, it's S- tier. A couple other kits are a little bit better. The Bard is extremely effective at being a mage tank. It's arguably the best mage tank in the game because it's stone skins, it's mirror images, it's blurs. All its spells are going to last longer. It's going to have more skins because of the way the Bard table works. The Bard table is the same as the Thief table. They level extremely quickly. They can get up to level 40, which means every one of their spells is going to be doing more damage. Assuming the spell is based on level, right? Their spell is going to be doing more damage. If it's a buff, it's going to be lasting longer. If it's a buff like Stone Skin, you're going to have more skins. And it's super effective at so many of those things, in addition to dispelling magic, right? Because the spell magic's based on level 2. So unlike a regular mage or a regular cleric, a bard actually has a good chance of landing remove magic, which is really, really useful. Really, 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 really useful. I think the class has a lot of versatility. Not only do they get access to a couple spicy HLAs that the thieves do, like use any item, they also get access to thief HLA traps, which are fucking incredibly powerful. We already talked about those with the other thieves. They also get access to an enhanced Bard Song, which gives a massive buff to the party, which you can combine with a simulacrum, the helmet. I don't know why I can't think of the helmet. It's the one you get from, what's her name, in the middle of town, which I also can't think of. Shit, the Promenade. You know what I'm talking about. Rybold Barterman. You know, that dude, the chick above him, the special merchant. She sells the helmet that lets you cast Simulacrum, which you can use to use any item, and you could just have that sit in the middle of a fight and just spam the Bard Song all day. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Super good, super strong. Enhanced Bard Song gives you +4 AC. Thaco, damage, makes you immune to fear, confusion. I think it gives you 10% MR too. And I think it gives everyone else in the party 5%. I should go and pull it up and double check, to be honest, just to make sure I'm not spouting shit out of my ass. Enhanced Bard Song over here. Yeah, 4 to hit, 4 to damage, 4 AC, immunity to fear, stun, and confusion. 5% MR and immunity to normal weapons. It also gives the Bard additional MR and additional AC. Cool. So, very powerful to have, very useful. Again, I think Bards are very effective. That being said, Bard Thaco is on par with Thief Thaco. It is fucking dog shit. And unlike Thieves, who get a bonus from attacking from stealth, Bards aren't going to have that. So if you want your Bard to do any damage whatsoever, you want to buff the shit out of it. This is probably the only class in the game that I really don't like playing without using Cromfair. Because you really, really want that massive strength bonus to give you a boost to your Thaco and damage, because otherwise, you're going to miss a hell of a lot, man. The Thaco table is extremely painful. I think Bards cap at negative, what is it, 13 maybe? Let me go and double check the table here just again to make sure I'm not spouting shit. Oh, it caps at 10. So it's not as bad as I thought. But 10 is not a good Thaco, man. Fighter's going to be at 0 at this point. Having an extra 10 added to your Thaco is really painful. And again, the fact that you can't get mastery in any of your weapons, right? So you're not going to get extra Thaco, extra damage from that. You're completely relying on your strength score, which is going to be fucking garbage unless you play through BG1 or are boosting it with an item. Excuse me. And that's really noticeable. Really, really noticeable. That being said, if you're playing a Bard and you combine this with Hair d'Elise and you both use your Bard songs, which stack, by the way, assuming you don't take the enhanced Bard song, that is fucking incredible, dude. Massive, massive boost to your party. Bards are capped at level 6 spells. They can't get beyond level 6 unless you use expanded spell progression, in which case I think they're capped at level 8. They get level 8, but not level 9 spells. I think that's right, yeah. So that's pretty cool, but again, that's stupidly late, and I'll be honest, level 7 spells or whatever. Simulacrum on a Bard is pretty fucking whatever too, aside from the aforementioned Bard song, which you already talked about, in which case it's very handy there. But aside from that, really don't gain too much from that, although Horde Wilting would hit extremely hard on a Bard, but I think you don't get that until like the very end of Throne of Ball, and even then, a Wizard's going to be doing the same damage because Horde Wilting's capped at a certain level. All in all, super fun to play. When it comes to the playstyle, I always see the Bard as the Mage tank. I see him on the front line. He's going to be the one absorbing most of the hits because he's going to have more stone skins, he's going to have more mirror images, he's going to have a longer lasting blur, yeah, you get the point, right? Always in the front line. He should never be in the back casting spells. That's not his job. He's not an offensive spellcaster. He's not a defensive spellcaster. He's a fucking tank. And he is the tankiest of fucking tanks in this game. Aside from, again, you know, a couple examples we talked about earlier. Great class. Love it. 10 out of 10. S- all the way. Only reason it's not higher is because your damage is just so fucking non-existent. And you lose a lot of power for not only physical power, but arcane power as well. What I always like to say is a Bard is like a weaker fighter mage. You're not going to have the same attacks as a fighter, you're not going to have the same arcane power as a mage, but you do get some other shit that's really nice, and you're going to have a lot of the in-between. The jack of all trades is kind of a lie, because you're not a thief in any way, shape, or form. You're not a cleric in any way, shape, or form. You're a fighter and you're a mage, and that's it, and you're definitely weaker than both at either of those. Okay, so let's talk about the kits. Blade is actually slightly higher. Blade is S tier. You get 3 slots in 2 weapon style, which greatly helps with your Thaco. Really, really, really fucking big. Having no penalty for the main hand and having a small penalty for the offhand. Offhand is really irrelevant. You're rarely going to get hits with an offhand. Even fighters struggle to get hits with their offhand, to be honest, man. Bard ain't fucking happening. But you also get the offensive and defensive spin. Offensive spin is going to be, early on, this is going to be pretty useful. Going to boost your movement speed, give you a bonus to hit and damage. It's kind of like a haste, and it does not stack with haste, and it's very short for 4 rounds, but it is nice to have. You also get the defensive spin, which will root you to the spot, but it gives you 1 AC up to a max of +10. If you combine this, the defensive spin especially, with a buttload of other spells that boost your boost your AC, and then you Bard Song on top of it, I mean, even the swashbuckler is looking at you and drooling, saying, God, I wish I had that AC. He's literally looking at you saying, God, I wish that were me. It is so, so strong. It is pretty much impossible for anyone who's not named a Bozagal to hit you. And even if he's hitting you, just cast another Stone Skin, bro. You're like level fucking 30 at this point. There's 15 skins. He can pop Whirlwind, hit all 10 times, and still not break your stone skin. So good. Blades are fantastic. Super fun. Love to play it. Our first on stream kill of a Melisson was with a blade. Can't say enough good things about it. You build the exact same way. You really want to maximize your Thaco and damage. Even this bonus is really not enough. You want to do everything you can. You still want to use Cromfair. You can argue Flail of the Ages at times because somebody's got to use it, but yeah. Up next is Jester. Jester is S-. I think Jester blows. I think a regular Bard is better. Let's go and talk about it. There's no disadvantages whatsoever aside from its advantages, which in my opinion is a disadvantage. The Bard Song does not help allies. Instead, every opponent within 30 feet must save once per round to avoid falling under its effects. It's a bonus, or be confused. Gets a bonus, or be confused and slowed. Gets a bonus, or be confused, knocked unconscious, or slowed. This sucks. This really sucks. You know why? Because I can have a level 1 enchanter read a chaos scroll and give that dude a -6 penalty to saving. First confusion. This motherfucker here gets a bonus. A bonus? I don't know how many times I have to say that before it really kicks in. This blows. Really blows. And you can argue like, well, Dev, just hit him with a Malician first and then use the... It's crap. It's fucking crap. It's crap, it's crap, it's crap. You have to send your Bard into melee, which you're going to be doing anyways, right? Because the Jester is still just as good of a tank as the others, although obviously not as good as a Blade. And I fucking hate this shit, man. Because again, you're not doing damage, right? You can't cast spells, you can't do damage because then the song ends. And this shit only lasts as long as the song. As soon as you stop singing, they wake up. And I cannot stand that shit. If this actually like slowed them for a full slow duration, that'd be pretty cool, right? Jester goes and starts plucking his fucking stupid guitar, some dude gets slowed, and then you just go and beat the shit out of him for the next 10 rounds, right? That's not how it works though, for some dumb fucking reason. Now, once you do get the enhanced Bard song, it completely overwrites this. The Jester song is gone forever if you can take the enhanced Bard song. So at that point, you're basically a Bard, right? There's no difference between you and a Bard. So if you do want to be the Jester and keep using your Jester ability, do not take the enhanced Bard song. That being said, I hate this. I think it sucks. It's crap. Not a fan. Up next, the Skald. Skald actually, Bard song is a little bit different. It's like the enhanced Bard song, but weaker at low levels and scales to be higher. It does get a +1 bonus to hit and damage rolls automatically. That's so whatever. Honestly, this is news to me. I don't even remember this being here, but here it is. +1 bonus to hit and damage. Completely irrelevant, although, again, we talked about that before. Bard really suffers from not having enough hit and damage. +1's better than none, for sure. I'll take it. Bard Song at level 1, +2 to hit and damage, and +2 bonus to AC for allies. At 15, it's 4 and immunity to fear, and at 20, it's 4 and immunity to fear, stun, and confusion. That being said, this is still weaker than the enhanced Bard Song. As soon as you get the enhanced Bard Song, you're going to take it, which means all your Skald bonuses, aside from the +1 to hit and damage, is gone. And that, to me, is weird and confusing. That being said, if you are a Skald, and you sing this song, and you have Herdelise in your party, and he takes the enhanced Bard song, these do stack. You could both be singing if you really wanted to. If you, one of you does a simulacrum, the other one can sing and dance in the front line. Probably Herdelise, you want to simulacrum the Skald and have him start singing, so your Skald can go in there and beat the shit out of crap. And damn, that's a big fucking bonus right there, man. That is a big bonus right there. Herdelise is up front, tanking with defensive spin, using his Bard song plus yours. Woof! You ain't gonna be hit, buddy. You ain't gonna be hit at all. Remember how we talked about the swashbuckler having high AC? Who gives a shit because all it takes is one hit and you're dead? Now imagine having high AC and 16 stone skins on you. See the fucking difference between the two? Pretty big, dude. Pretty fucking big. So in that sense, this is really cool if you stack those together. Otherwise, fucking whatever, man. Same tier as a Bard, S-. Alright, what do we got next? Sorcerer. Sorcerer, one of my favorite classes. Sorcerer is an S+ tier. Very similar to the Mage. In fact, it's the exact same as a Mage. The only thing that's different is they are more limited in the spells they can take, but they scribe them into their spell book. So instead of memorizing spells, they just cast from that particular list. which means if at level 1 you take magic missile and sleep, you don't have to memorize either of them. If you want to cast a magic missile, you can. If you want to cast a sleep, you can. When you run out of your limited slots per day, you can't cast anything at all. So super fun to play. You do have a lot less versatility than a mage in the sense that you are very limited the amount of spells you can take. There are going to be spells that you want that you cannot put in your book because you do not have the space for it. That being said, they are more versatile in the sense that if you memorize too many spell immunities that you don't need, you're wasting spell slots as a mage. Well, as a sorcerer, if you don't need that spell immunity, you don't cast it. You just cast something else. And that's great. All in all, I think this is one of the best classes in the game. This is actually the very first class that I played through no save, no reload, SCS Insane when I was a little kid 20 years ago, way back in the day when dinosaurs roamed the earth and people still had Windows 95 installed on computers. That's right, I said it. I love the class, and the kit's even better, which we'll talk about in just a second here. As far as build goes, you're going to be building the exact same way as a mage. There's absolutely no difference between the sorcerer and the mage, aside from the way they do spells. So let's talk about the kit. Dragon Disciple. This is another kit that Beamdog did that I actually really like. And for some reason, a lot of people seem to hate. I'm not sure why. They're going to be getting a massive bonus to AC. Well, it's not really massive. It's a +5 bonus to AC. A little bit of bonus to Constitution, which is definitely irrelevant. Although you can technically hit passive regeneration, but who cares? Passive regeneration in Baldur's Gate is garbage, so who gives a shit? You get a breath weapon. You literally breathe fire in a massive cone that does up to 8d8 damage at level 18. But here's the big one. Not only are you going to be getting a big bonus to AC, you're also getting complete immunity to fire resistance, and you're getting d6 HP. Mages only get d4. d6 is actually a surprising number of hit points. When you take this, you add your Find Familiar, and you add your AC bonuses, you will find that you're sitting on 100 hit points. 100. When other mages may not even be at 50. Because obviously you're going to be maxing your Constitution, because you're not a moron like so many other mages who have like 9 Constitution, because that's just the way my character rolled. And that is surprisingly big. If you combine this with Vampiric Touch, another spell we talked about in the Spell Guide series, you can literally be sitting on 150 hit points, if not more, as a mage. I have had games where I have more hit points than Mazzy, a pure fighter, frontlining. I'm frontlining as a Dragon Disciple. Your AC is extremely high. You're dropping Horde Wilting and Skull Trap left and right. You're going to be taking almost no damage if you're getting hit at all, because you're going to be having Stone Skin, protection from magical weapons, etc., etc. And with a Sorcerer or a Dragon Disciple, it doesn't matter which one you are, you're able to pick and choose which ones you want to take. So your versatility with these two classes is exceptional in that regard. If you want to go full offense and have somebody else mage tank or tank in general, go for it. You want to go full defense and be the tank of the party and take no damage all game, go for it. You want to do a mix of both? You absolutely can, sure. You're very restricted in the items you can use, but the spells, I mean, the only thing that sucks about this is you can't undo this, right? If you say, I want to be the tank, I'm going to tank these defensive spells, you can't change your mind halfway through the game. It's like old Diablo 2. If you fucked up and put your points in shit that you now regret, suck it up or make a new character, buddy. You can't undo that, which sucks. As a wizard, a regular mage, you can go and take those spell slots out and replace it with something else. You can't as a Dragon Disciple or a sorcerer. That being said, I think these are both better than a base mage. I think they're extremely fun to play, and I think there's a really lot of cool things you can do with them that regular mages wish they could do. The Dragon Disciple is disadvantaged, it gets 1 fewer spell per day than a regular sorcerer. Fucking whatever, man. Totally whatever. In my opinion, this is one of the... Typically, how I look at this game is if you sacrifice a lot of offense for a little defense, you are fucking up. This is one of the few times where the defense you get is so good, it is worth sacrificing some offense and defense for. You can think of this as sacrificing both offensive power and defensive power. Because it could be an offensive spell, could be an offensive spell. Very, very good, though. I love the Dragon Disciple. I think it's extremely fun to play. We always have good times with that. Alright, now up to the shittiest class in the entire game. That's right, go ahead and start angrily writing in the comments, boys. The Monk class is the worst class in this entire game, bar fucking none. Nothing else comes close. I cannot think of a class in the game that's worse. That being said, I do have fun playing this class, and I do want to like this class, but you can't argue that it's the crappiest class in the game. Beastmaster gives it a run for its money, but I would still... This class sucks. Let's go and talk about it. Monks cannot wear any armor at all. No helmets, no armor, no chest. Shitty. They only use weapons available to the thief class, except two-handed. So... Anyways, let's keep going. May only become proficient in any weapon class, may only become proficient in single weapon style, and may not put points into any other style. You move 2 points faster than other characters, so you get a base movement speed bonus, which is nice. You get 1 unarmed attack per round, and you get an additional half attack per round every 3 levels, up to a max of 1d20 unarmed damage at level 15 plus. Your fist is enchanted to be +4 level 25. You get a +2 bonus of saving throws for spells. You get deflect missiles, and your AC is gradually reduced until it's -6, I believe, at level 40. You also get the stunning blow ability once per day. You get 1 additional ability every 4 levels thereafter. Every single time you hit with stunning blow, the victim must save or spelled or be stunned. I don't remember how long stunning blow lasts. I can't remember if it's 4 rounds or 5. I know it's more than just 1 round. Anyways, we'll keep going. Become immune to all diseases. You cannot be slowed or hasted at level 5. Use lay on hands at level 7, minus bonus to speed factor, +1 to all saves, becomes immune to charm, level 9, immune to poison, level 11, -1 speed factor again, level 12, covering palm at level 13, which is your next successful attack, forces the opponent to save versus death or die instantly. Only 1 attack, by the way. At almost done, by the way, reading these dumb abilities. 14th level, you gain 3% MR per level, starting with 42% at level 14. And I believe this caps somewhere along the way. Let me go pull up the monk table real quick, because I'm positive you don't actually get to cap this, otherwise it would actually be kind of useful. I think monk MR caps at like 80, similar to the way Wizard Slayer does. Let me go and take a look here. Monk caps at 78% at level 26. So up to 78% MR. Become immune to non-magical weapons level 20. Restricted to lawful. D8 HP. No bonus from Constitution. Okay, that's a big fucking mouthful. Why does this class suck? The reason the monk class sucks is because it shares the fighter ethos. Fighter, ranger, paladin. Unfortunately, it does less damage than a fighter, ranger, or paladin because it's immune to haste. And it's twice as squishy as a fighter, ranger, paladin because you're going to have half the hit points and you can't wear helmets. Nor are you able to dual class. That is extremely brutal, in my opinion. I want to like the fact that I can walk up to somebody and literally beat the shit out of them with my fists. But the fact that you can't wear armor, so your AC is shit. Just want to point out, a level 40 monk has a shittier armor class than a level 1 fighter wearing nothing but armor of the heart. God forbid that fighter wants to throw a shield on, by the way. That level 1 fighter has a better AC than a max level monk with 1 item. That is fucking disgusting. That is gross. In Baldur's Gate 1, your fighters will have a better AC than a max level monk after they throw on a couple pieces of equipment. That's just in BG1 equipment, man. That's not even including BG2. And God forbid you add, like, the drow full plate. Okay, so we've already established the monk AC is garbage. Their damage, their fists actually hit pretty hard, right? 1d20, that hits hard. That actually hits really hard. But again, you can't be improved hasted. You are stuck at 5 APR. And if you want to use Whirlwind to get 10 APR, that means you can't use Crit Strike. And don't get me wrong, Whirlwind is not bad when it doubles your attacks per round, but Crit Strike guarantees that every swing hits. And you're gonna still roll critical misses all the fucking time. How many times have you guys taken up the Ravager or Karsamir, popped Whirlwind or Greater Whirlwind, obviously you don't want to use regular Whirlwind, and then you hear miss, 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 because you get critical misses. Critical Strike will always be better than Whirlwind. Just always will be. You're gonna do more damage with Improved Haste and Critical Strike than you will with Whirlwind. That's just the way the game is. I'm sorry. That's why two-handers suck compared to dual wielding. And monks can't get Improved Haste. So we've established that monks are gonna do less damage than a fighter, less damage than a ranger, less damage than a paladin, and that their defenses are worse across the board. Can't use Defender of Easthaven, right? Can't use it. Can't use good range weapons like bows or crossbows. All you can use is a fucking sling, and the class is designed to melee, right? It's not like a thief. Remember we talked about a thief? Weaving as a thief makes sense. You get 1 APR, 1. You go in for the backstab, you get out. Monk, you have 5, dude. The class isn't designed to run in and punch a dude and run away, because now your 4 APR is just fucking wasted. The class is designed to all in and keep fighting. And it's poorly designed for that because its defenses are non-existent. Now, okay, there's a couple ways to get around this. In the base game, there's a couple helmets you could throw on that gave you crit immunity. Beamdog took out all of these because they think monks are overpowered, because everybody on the internet thinks that monks are a late game powerhouse. This is a complete fucking meme. At no point is a monk better than a fighter. At no point. The fighter is going to be tankier, it's going to have more hit points, it's going to have crit immunity, and it's going to do more damage at level 1, level 10, and level 40. There is no stage of the game where a monk is superior to a fighter. And if you want to be like, well, but MR, a wizard slayer gets more MR than a monk. Will have a better AC than a monk, will have more attacks and more damage than a monk, and will have twice the fucking hit points while being immune to crits. That's your one saving grace, your MR. And a wizard slayer, which is worse than a fighter, by the way, does it better. That is unfucking believable to me. That is unbelievable to me. Without a doubt, the shittiest class in the game. These abilities do not make up for it. Immune to diseases? Okay, that's nice. But clerics and druids are always going to have a couple of disease cleanses anyways, because you're going to want them when you're fighting mummies. So that's fucking whatever. Cannot be slowed? Okay, again, that's nice, but enemies don't really use slow that often. It's very rare. Maybe when you're fighting the Otug in the starter dungeon, you're like, ha, I'm a monk, I'm immune. Who gives a shit after that, man? Not being able to be hasted blows. Lay on hands is fucking irrelevant. -2 to speed factor? That's useful because you can't stay in melee all fucking day. And granted, we do anyways as a monk, but every time you do, you're rolling the dice, man. All it takes is one unlucky 20 roll from one dude and you get turned into paste. An ogre berserker in Baldur's Gate 1 will one-shot a max level monk in BG1. One shot. Max level. Any golem in Baldur's Gate 2 will one-shot a max level monk. Once you get hardiness, you're able to be a little bit more aggressive, dude, but if he gets 2 attacks off, 1 shot, you're dead. Well, technically 2 shot, you're fucking dead. It sucks. I want to like this class so bad. There is no class in the game that gives me a better feeling than walking up to somebody and beating the shit out of them. It's hilariously fun. But it fucking blows, dude. Quivering Palm has next attack. If it hits, don't forget, it has to hit. If you're fighting a wizard, he throws up a protection. If your attack misses, you roll a critical miss. Or maybe the dude's just so good, he dodges. And then, even if you hit it, he has to save still, man. I have done saves and reloads on Furkrag. It took me 17 saves and reloads before my first Quivering Palm worked. 17. 17. And each one of those was with Doom, by the way. I didn't throw up Malice, and I threw up Doom. That's a -2 penalty. Still took me 17 tries. This ability is so inconsistent, it's unfucking believable. Now, if you want to save and reload all the time, go for it. That's your business, bro. But it's inconsistent as hell. This armor class is garbage. The effect missiles is completely fucking useless. And again, the enchantment bonus... People bitch about this. I actually don't care about this whatsoever. It really sucks not to have your fist level 3 until 15, but there are very few enemies that you need a plus level 4 to hit. I think demi-liches are the only one. Maybe some of the 5 and some other enemies like that, but very, very few. And obviously you're going to be level 25 before late throwing a ball anyway, so... I personally think that this enchantment is whatever. I don't think this is a really big deal. A lot of people really bitch about it. I don't think this needs to be buffed, but... I personally think that Monk needs two of three things, not 1, 2. Crit immunity, double the hit points, or passive damage reduction. It needs 2 of those 3 things. If you give those 2 of those 3 things, the Monk class is A tier. If you give it 1, probably a B-. Right now, the Monk is a C tier. C tier all the way. Like I said, that is the lowest tier we have so far. As far as builds go, obviously you can't wear helmets, obviously you can't wear armor, obviously you still have to worry about elemental damage, because the way MR works, it's fucking RNG. and your HP is so fucking low on top of it. It's really, really painful. When I'm playing a monk, I typically do not dual wield because I don't want the THAC0 penalty until very late, in which case then you can throw on another weapon to dual wield with, but by the time you have the THAC0 and you're able to dual wield, you don't need the dual wield because you're already capped at 5 APR anyways, and now you're wasting 1 APR on your offhand weapon, which doesn't do shit for damage and doesn't give you a bonus that's actually useful. Okay? So that's completely garbage. You can argue that maybe in certain situations taking like Kindo's Doom or something is going to be useful, and that's perfectly fine. But generally speaking, you don't dual wield as a monk ever. You don't use a weapon as a monk ever unless you're trying to hit something that is immune to your shitty fist weapon, in which case then you will. As far as boots go, you're going to be using boots of speed because you want to be running in and out of combat. As far as rings go, you want to boost your AC as much as possible. Ring of Gax obviously is biz for every class in the game. You're going to want to be using fire resist ring on swap as needed because you can't use a helmet. You might even want to have 2 of those on swap as needed. God forbid you get dispelled and there's a comet or dragon's breath coming at you and you can't dodge it because your HP is so fucking low, or somebody sequencers a fireball or fire arrow at you and you need to be ready. You're incredibly limited. And again, we talked about the Wizard Slayer. Why I don't find them fun to play is because you're incredibly limited in the items you can use. On top of that, for some dumb fucking reason, the monk is the only class in the game that cannot be immune to level drain. Originally, in the original Baldur's Gate, you can use the Amulet of Power. For some dumb reason, this was changed. You can no longer use the Amulet of Power on the Monk, so Monk is now the only class in the game that cannot be immune to level drain because they cannot use the Mace of Disruption +2, they cannot use the Amulet of Power, and they cannot cast negative plane protection on themselves, nor can they use Yagashira's Hammer, which also gives passive negative plane protection. So you're basically relying on a Cleric to cast it, and it only lasts 5 rounds, and the spell sucks ass, and you should never be doing it ever. But you're kind of forced to if you want your monk to go anywhere near a vampire and not get butt fucked. So, like I said, I hate the class. I want to love the class, but the class is extremely weak. It is inferior to every other class in the game, bar none, with the exception of its 2 kits, both of which are worse. Let's go and start talking about them. Dark Moon Monk. Get Detect Illusion skill. Cool. That's nice. That's useful. Except you're always going to have a thief anyways, and it's always going to have Detect Illusions. You can argue that they're like, oh, this would be really nice if you're an assassin. But if you're an assassin, you don't have a Dark Moon Monk because you rolled an assassin instead. And if you're making your whole 6-man party, you know, you do you, buddy. So, Frozen Fist once per day. This is actually a mildly useful ability because it can stack. So every single round, you can cast this again, and you'll deal additional cold damage every single attack. You can also cast Blindness once per day, Blur once per day, Vampiric Touch once per day, and Mirror Image once per day. All 4 of these are useful. All 4 of these are good spells. The problem is, the level that you're casting them at makes them near useless, and you can also only use them once per day. So if you want to rest every single fight to have these up all the time, go for it. And the absolute worst part of this is every single one of these are still RNG. Mirror Image, Blur, and Blindness, if they roll a critical hit, that ignores Blur, that ignores Blindness, and if they fucking roll and hit through your Mirror Image, you can still die in 1 hit from an enemy with every single one of these buffs up. It's happened before. It's happened to us on stream where we have a Mirror Image up, max HP, walk up to melee, the dude rolls a crit and one-shots us right through it. It's fucking hilarious when it happens, but boy does it piss you off. Now you're restricted to evil, doesn't really matter because you can't use the man code anyways. But you lose Lay on Hands, which really is whatever, to be honest. But Stunning Blow is actually a good ability that monks get. You kind of need that. The ability to stun somebody every time you hit them is pretty fucking important. Because when they're stunned, they can't hit you. And now you lose that. Like, are you fucking serious, dude? What a complete meme and joke. Holy shit, man. And again, all of these abilities are nice, but I fucking love this game, man. I love this game and I love this class so much. Let's move on to the next one. There's absolutely no difference in build for any of these, by the way. I give Dark Moon Monk C-, by the way. It's just slightly worse than a monk because, again, this actually is useful. These are useful, but this is extremely painful and doesn't make up for that shit. And again, you can have all these up at once and it still might not save you, man. From one single attack. Brutal, dude. Up next, we have Rasad. This is the only RP tier class on the list here, by the way. Sun Soul Ray once per day does 5d8 damage at max level. Undead creatures take an additional 6 points of damage. This is actually a useful ability. I like this one. This does a decent amount of damage. Okay, cool. Up next, we have Flaming Fists. Every single hit will deal fire damage. Okay, cool. Duration, almost non-existent. Non-existent duration. Holy shit, you're weaving as a monk most of the time. You don't get to sit in melee and beat the shit out of people because you're worried about getting one shot. So the fact that this lasts rounds is fucking terrible. Terrible, dude. Okay, what else do we get? Greater Sun? A fire, or fucking fire shield. Okay, that's nice for dealing with insects. Okay, I'll give you that. That's handy for dealing with insects. Enemies that hit the monk get 1d8 plus 2 points of damage taken. If enemies hitting the monk, you're fucking up as a monk. You're already in danger of dying. Dealing 1d8 points of damage. This is like that stupid Diablo 2 rune word that every time you died, it would make other people around you take damage. How fucking useless. What a complete waste of an ability. It's so dumb, so dumb. On a wizard, when you have a stone skin, or on another class that takes no damage, like a cleric, having a fire shield on is cool, because people can beat on you and just kill themselves with fire damage. You can't get beat on as a monk. If you get beat on as a monk, you're gonna die in 2 fucking seconds. And finally, and this is the best one of them all, Sun Soul Beam. Not party friendly, so you gotta maneuver your entire party away. You send your monk into the melee of the entire group of enemies, and it does an AoE that does some fire damage, little bonus versus undead, and they gotta save her spell or be blinded for 2 hours. Sounds good, right? Sending the squishiest character in the entire game into melee by himself, because God forbid you hit your party with this spell, who then immediately draws the fire, assuming he hasn't already done it. Obviously, you're gonna make the monk invisible before doing this, because only a complete fool would send him invisible and let him do this. And then run him out as quickly as possible and pray to God he doesn't get blocked in and murdered. This is the dumbest ability in the fucking world. This is on par with the shaman dance. It's that bad, that stupid, that poorly designed. What absolute masterful stupidity of an ability. And then on top of it, you lose Stunning Blow again and Quivering Palm. And losing Quivering Palm, you know, it's whatever, right? We talked about how inconsistent it is. But the abilities you get require you to position yourself horrendously or take damage. What? Who the fuck designed this class, man? Have you ever played Baldur's Gate in your life? Even if you're playing without mods, this shit doesn't make sense, dude. Like, story mode, you'd be like, gosh, Dave, this is pretty stupid, but it is what it is, man. Only RP fucking class on this entire goddamn list. Sun Soul Monk. Alright, that's enough of that shit. Let's start talking about multi-classes, boys. Woof! Almost halfway done with the video. Let's do it. Alright, I apologize. Again, this is gonna be a long fucking video, guys. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I know you're gonna bear with it. We'll get tags and shit up at the bottom as soon as we can. Alright, first, Fighter Mage. Okay. Fighter Mage, we have here as S tier. Pretty much anything that has a mage in it is gonna be S tier. It's just the way it is. Fighter Mages are good. You're gonna have access to, don't forget that every single fighter in a multi-class is limited to specialization. At no point can they go to Grandmaster. Additionally, you're gonna be putting a lot of points into the fighter class that you really don't want to do. The fact that you're sharing with Mage means that you're not gonna get HLAs as a Mage until 6 million XP, which means you can put 3 million XP in the Mage, which unlocks level 9 spells. That is stupidly late and thrown a ball. That being said, you are now a fighter who can cast Mirror Image, Stone Skin, Protection from Magical Weapons, Improved Haste, and all those other magical goodies that will make you invulnerable in melee into a variety of spells and lets you beat the shit out of your opponents. You're also going to have access to the extra half APR you get at level 13 as a fighter, which again is going to be pretty late. It's like 2 mil, I think it's 2.5 mil XP actually. You need to be 1.25 mil into the fighter to get it. So that's stupidly late. But you are going to get it. And you're going to do a hell of a lot of damage with it. Fighter Mage is one of the best classes in the game. We'll talk about the dual classes in just a little bit here, and you'll see why the dual classes is so much better. Night and day difference better. That being said, Fighter Mage is exceptional. Extremely powerful. So fucking strong. Super fun to play. Very versatile. When it comes to playing a Fighter Mage, as far as building them goes, you don't use Defender of Easthaven. Ever. And that's also another reason the Fighter Mage multi is just so much inferior. You don't need hardiness. It's completely useless. Critical Strike is not bad, but every time you pop Critical Strike, you can't cast a spell, and spells are almost always going to be better as a Fighter Mage. The way you play a Fighter Mage is you're going to start off the fight by throwing out a Skull Trap, throwing out a Horde Wilting, Dispel Magic, Ruby Ray, Spell Strike, Time Stop, something like that, and then you're going to run into melee and use all your APR, and then you're going to repeat another spell. Barrage of melee, another spell, barrage of melee. If you're using Critical Strike or Hardiness or one of the other stupid fighter HLAs, you're not casting spells. That means you're not playing this class properly. If you're taking Hardiness as a fighter mage, you have made a mistake. If you're using Critical Strike all the time, you are probably making a mistake. Not guaranteed, but probably. There are very few circumstances where I can think of where using Critical Strike is going to be more valuable than casting a spell. Very, very few. Very, very few. That being said, again, very powerful class. You always want to use Belm in your offhand because you want to boost your APR as much as possible. Since you obviously don't have access to Grand Mastery, hit yourself with Improved Haste and go beat the shit out of people. You can't wear any armor at all, although you can use a robe such as Vecna or something. But you really want to be giving Vecna to a pure mage, somebody who's going to be using Improved Alacrity and spamming shit, which again, you don't get as a fighter mage multi-class until way late in the TOB. As far as helmets go, rings, you're pretty much going to be using defensive shit. Elemental damage reduction, assuming you can. Otherwise, you do want to prioritize the other classes who can't cast protection from fire on themselves in case they get dispelled, stuff like that. But really, the ultimate goal, most important thing, Belm in the offhand and a good weapon in the main hand. Fighter Mage is typically my go-to. If I'm making a Fighter Mage, he's the one that's using Flail of the Ages. He's the one. We want somebody who's going to be hitting and swinging a lot, who's going to be doing... getting that slow up as quickly and often as possible. Fighters may have to duck out now and then. Thieves are obviously going to be backstabbing and running out. Clerics are very limited in APR. Same with bards. This is the class that you want to give Flail of the Ages to. This is the one. Because you want that slow as often as possible. But again, really fun to play. S tier all the way. Fantastic. I'm not going to keep talking too much about it, just because, this is probably the class that's been talked about the most on the internet. As far as builds go, I don't think anyone's actually stupid enough to suggest that you should be taking Hardiness and using Defender of Easthaven, or you should be using a bow with your Fighter Mage. Nobody's going to be saying shit like this. It's pretty obvious what you should be using. Axe the Unyielding, Flail of the Ages, one of those two. You want to be really maximizing your APR and your damage. Up next, Fighter Cleric. I actually rate this S tier as well, I believe. I really like this class, super fun to play. Unlike the Fighter Mage, the Fighter Cleric actually really gets full use out of the Fighter HLAs. Hardiness, Defender of Easthaven, Armor of the Faith, all those are going to stack to give you exceptional damage reduction. Your Thaco is going to be good. You are going to be specialized only, just like a Paladin. And you are going to be using... pretty much guaranteed Flail of the Ages and Defender of Easthaven with the Fighter Cleric, right? That's really what you want to use because you're restricted, obviously, with what you can use because of the Cleric ethos. As long as you're multi-classing with a Cleric, you can only use what the Cleric can use. If you're a Thief Cleric, can't use swords. Fighter Cleric, can't use swords. Mage Cleric, can't use daggers. So, keep that in mind. But very, very fun to play. You're going to boost yourself with Draw Up Unholy Might. You're going to cast Righteous Magic on yourself. You're going to run into melee and beat the shit out of people. You're going to throw Divine Protection on yourself to make sure you're not taking any melee damage. Combining Entropy Shield and Pervious Sanctity of Mind means you're going to keep all your spicy buffs up forever. I don't think Holy Power is actually worth casting. I'm pretty sure it will reduce your Thaco, but Righteous Magic is definitely worth casting. And Draw Up Unholy Might is definitely worth casting because it's going to boost your strength by a fuck ton. You can't cast Improved Haste on yourself without items, unlike a Fighter Mage, which kind of sucks. Your AoE damage is pretty much restricted to Firestorm, which is really not something you want to be using too much. So your offensive power, as far as magical power as a Fighter Cleric, is a little bit less than a Fighter Mage, but your actual physical damage you're able to put out because of all the buffs you're able to cast yourself is pretty fucking impressive. You're also extremely durable and extremely tanky. I love the fighter cleric, super fucking fun to play. 10 out of 10, can't say enough good things about it. Unlike the fighter mage, you get to still wear armor as a fighter cleric. So you're going to get the benefit from your elemental resistance if you want to throw the man code on, because you're playing an evil fighter cleric, you can. Super fun to play. Great shit. Can't say enough good things about it. Fighter Thief is a little inferior. This is an S- tier, but still a fantastic build because they synergize really, really well. If you really think about it, there's nothing in this game that's made worse by being a fighter. Really, nothing in the game. Every single thing is boosted. A thief is better by combining with a fighter, a cleric's better by combining it with a fighter, a mage is better by combining with a fighter, and a druid's better by combining with a fighter. Why? Fighter's going to give you more APR, fighter's going to give you more HP, and fighter's going to give you specialization. Instantly, everything is made better by combining with a fighter. That's not true for the other classes. Let's go and talk about Fighter Thief. Super fun to play as well. Not quite as fun as the Shadowdancer because you can't spam stealth, but you can definitely throw the man code on. If you want to go in through Defender of Easthaven and Hardiness, you most certainly can. With a Thief, you're going to get access to use any item, which means you're going to be able to read scrolls. If you want to read the Blackbladed Disaster scroll and backstab as a Fighter Thief using a Fighter Thaco with Fighter HP, you can. If you want to cast Invisibility with a thief, using the thief scroll, you can. If you want to go and cast fucking shape change and beat the shit out of people as a giant fucking golem and then drink invisibility pots and do a massive backstab as a fighter thief, you can. You're going to be a little bit squishier than a fighter cleric and a fighter mage, just because you're not going to be able to repeatedly and reliably cast stone skin scrolls, nor are you going to be able to reliably cast armor of the faith. But the shit you can do with a fighter thief is stupidly fun. And again, those weapon swaps we talked about earlier, man. You got shit coming at you, throw on fucking Karsamir. You got the man coats available as well. And don't forget, you can use both, right? Imagine using the Holy Avenger while also wearing an armor made of human skin. And you can, because you're a thief. That's just the shit you can do, right? Literally, you can hit 100 MR by combining these items as a thief. Stupidly fun to play. I love thieves combined with other things. I love fighters combined with other things, because every single class in this game benefits from thief abilities. Every single class benefits from fighter abilities. So combining them two together as well with others, amazingly fun. And I'm going to start going through these a little bit quicker now and talking a little less, and I do apologize for that. I should probably slow down, but my throat is really starting to go, and we're already 4 hours in, and we haven't even started talking about dual classing yet, so... Anyways, as far as builds go, again, this is a class you're going to weapon swap a lot on. Sometimes you're going to be using Defender of Easthaven and Hardiness. Sometimes you're going to be using Karsamir, the two-hander, maybe swapping the Purifier. Might end up using Phobane a little bit. Probably want to have a Cleric on standby and backup. Or maybe you can be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit slower in your battle style. If you want to go and get some stealths off, go and get some good spicy backstabs, and you can. Or if you have a buttload of stone skin scrolls, go and read those and go to town, man. You do you know what I'm saying? You have a lot of options here with a fighter thief. A hell of a lot of options. And again, once you get to Ascension, take the Hell Traveler, Evil, practically damage reduction capped. Which again, Rangers, Paladins, can't do that shit. So, super fun, love it. The Fighter Cleric, I forgot to mention, is actually physical damage reduction capped with the Ascension Trial. But again, that's so late in the TOB, it's like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying. I really love Fighter Thief. Again, can't say enough good things about it. S tier all the way. Up next is Fighter Mage Thief, or excuse me, S- tier. It's not quite S tier, it's not quite as good, but it is still extremely fun to play and very powerful for sure. Up next, Fighter Mage Thief. I actually give this an S tier for a combination of reasons. It's a fighter thief, but you get to access to casting Stone Skin and Mirror Image from Spellbook instead of from Scroll. So that alone is going to boost this up. You cannot get Mage HLAs as a Fighter Mage Thief. You can't do it. Because you need 3 million XP to Mage, and the game caps at 8 mil, and you're only going to get up to 8 mil, and you need 9 mil with a Fighter Mage Thief. That's also something I forgot to mention. There's a lot of confusion about when you get HLAs. You will get HLAs when your character overall has 3 million XP. So a Fighter Mage is going to get their HLAs at 1.5 million XP. They're going to get their Fighter HLAs. They don't get access to the Mage. This class needs 3 mil. Fighter Cleric at 3 mil, both of these classes have their last level, so both of them are going to get HLAs. Fighter Thief, access to both HLAs. Fighter Mage Thief, At 3 mil, you're going to have access to fighter HLAs and thief HLAs. You're not going to get access to mage ones at all. This one here, you're going to get access at, what is that, 6 million XP. Yeah, so keep that in mind. I apologize, I forgot to mention that. What I like about this is that you can combine, again, like we talked about with the fighter thief, you're going to be able to stay in melee a hell of a lot longer because you're a fighter thief, and in this case, you're a fighter mage thief. So you're going to have mirror image and stone skin, so when you pop assassination, which unfortunately you can only do once per day, you'll be able to land every single auto without having to worry about weaving in and out of combat, which means every single attack in this round, and you're going to have probably 9 with improved haste and Belm. Because again, if you're a mage, you don't need Defender of Easthaven ever, period. So you're going to have Belm and then a main hand weapon of your choice, and you're going to be landing 9 backstabs that round with assassination, which is fucking devastating. Devastating amounts of damage. Your Thaco is going to be a little bit slower progression because obviously you're a triple multi-class instead of a dual. Your HP is also going to be spread out a little bit more, so you're going to have a little bit less HP as well. But a fighter mage thief is still perfectly valid, perfectly viable, perfectly fun to play. Although you're pretty much guaranteed going to need to have another thief with you because, well, a fighter thief is going to be a little bit behind in thief abilities. You're still a pure thief here, right? So that means you're getting 25 points a level, unlike an assassin or a shadowdancer or a bounty hunter are getting a little bit less. So you're not going to really struggle too much when it comes to putting thief points into detect illusions, find traps, etc., which you really need to have. So you don't really need to have a thief as a fighter thief. With a fighter mage thief, you're kind of forced to take a thief with you. So do keep that in mind. Up next, we have the Mage Thief, which is also S tier. Again, stupidly fun. Mage is going to be able to spam invisibility on itself, improved invis on itself. If you're one of those guys who enjoys the mislead cheese, you can use mislead and backstab all fucking day with this. You are able to throw Belm when you're offhand if you really, really want to, although again, you're going to be suffering a big Thaco penalty for doing so. So do keep that in mind. It's going to make your backstabs a little bit more unreliable, especially considering you're a multi-class. You're leveling slower, so your Thaco progression's already going to be bad. Keep that in mind when you're playing this, because unlike the Cleric Thief, which we'll talk about in a minute, you're not going to be able to get anything to boost your Thaco as a Mage Thief, sadly. However, you can cast Improved Haste on yourself, and you can cast stuff like the Black Bladed Disaster, which is really fun to play around, and of course you do get Use Any Item again, right? Just like the Fighter Thief, Fighter Mage Thief, anything that has a Thief in it, it's a multi-class, you're going to use any item at 3 mil XP. Absolutely fantastic shit. Absolutely fantastic shit. Super fun to play with. I personally enjoy Fighter Thief a lot more than Mage Thief and Cleric Thief, which we'll talk about in just a minute, but I still really, really enjoy this shit for sure. Up next is Cleric Mage. I actually have a rather sour outlook on Cleric Mage. I still give them an S tier, but here's my issue. A Cleric Mage is a bad Cleric and it's a bad Mage. And that's really the crux of the matter. Unlike the other classes that have a Fighter or a Thief in it, who actually are able to contribute in physical damage, the Cleric Mage contributes nothing in physical damage in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately. The Cleric Mage, unfortunately, does not have the spell slots as a Cleric to go and buff itself and then walk into melee and do damage, because if it does that, it can't contribute in any way, shape, or form to offensive or defensive magic with divine power, which really sucks. If you need a Cleric to cast heal on a front line or a greater restoration, and you chose Aerie as your Cleric, you're going to notice she doesn't have that ability yet because she's still too low level, because she's a multi-class. She's going to get it later, but then she's only going to have one, and you're going to find yourself really wishing you had more than one. Same thing goes for Mage. If you need a Mage to dispel shit, Cleric Mage ain't going to cut it, buddy. You're not going to have the spell slots for it. That being said, Cleric Mage is a perfectly viable Mage tank. It's going to struggle a little bit when it comes to stone skins, mirror image, blur, etc., lasting a certain duration. And most importantly, again, just like with the other mage multi-classes, mage HLAs are delayed till 6 mil with this class, and that is really, really fucking painful. Not getting planetars until late into TOB is brutal. Not getting improved alacrity until late into TOB is fucking brutal, dude. And that kills me, to be honest. That really kills me, because it makes every mage multi-class weaker than it should be, in my opinion. That being said, once you do get the TOB and unlock, you have more spells than any other class in the game, right? You really think about it. Cleric's going to have a fuck ton of spells, mages are going to have a lot of spells, and you can still throw rings on top of that to give yourself even more spells. And the cool thing about this class is you can combine sequencers and contingencies with cleric spells. That is really fucking spicy. and really, really cool with the combinations of shit you can do, man. You can go and drop multiple fucking firestorms. You can go and give yourself multiple powerful defensive spell buffs. Assuming you get dispelled, you can instantly do a chain contingency that throws up all your awesome arcane and divine magic protections. There's all sorts of great shit you can do with here, man. All sorts of really fun shit you can do with this that really kind of negates the penalties of waiting so long to get unlocked. But because once you do, man, sky's the limit, dude. You can do all sorts of spicy shit with this. And obviously, as a cleric mage, you're going to be maxing your wisdom, so wish is no problem too. And then you get both your spells back, right? You wish, do the rest wish, and now you've got both divine and your arcane spells back. Hilarious, dude. So cleric mage is really fun late, but buddy, this is a long time coming, man. Early on, you're really going to struggle. Cleric thief, I actually hate the cleric thief, and I shouldn't, but I do. Cleric Thief, it combines two classes that do synergize well together, but the problem is the Cleric limits what the Thief can use for weapons, and this is the most painful one of them all. Because on paper, you're like, oh dude, I could be a Cleric. I can cast Draw Upon Holy Might, Righteous Magic, which boosts the shit out of my strength and maximizes my damage. It's like having Kai permanently, which means my backstabs are always going to do max damage. And then you remember that you can't backstab with katanas or longswords or any of those other weapons because you can't use them as a cleric thief until you get stupidly late in the game and get used in the item. And once you do, by all means, great. That's great. But early on is where you really want to make most use out of this shit, and you can't. On top of that, Sanctuary, which is like an invisibility spell, doesn't actually function like an invisibility for backstab, which really, really sucks. If it did, I would probably rate this S+ tier, to be honest, because once you get using the item, you can backstab with katanas all fucking day, and with Draw Upon Holy Might and Righteous Magic, you're going to be hitting really, really fucking hard. But the fact that you can't do that really fucking sucks, and fortunately, it is what it is in that regard. That being said, you do still have powerful divine magic. Throwing on Righteous Magic and Draw Upon Holy Might does mean that when you do backstab, it's gonna hit like a fucking truck. You just can't use a good weapon until way late. And obviously, Staff of the Ram, although by then you have using the item. You can use, I think there's a Staff of Striking you can get fairly early on in SOA if you go out of your way to get it. But again, I really hate the idea of a thief backstabbing using clubs and quarterstaffs. I'm probably the only one in the world who thinks that, but that's just me personally. As always, you can't use thief abilities while wearing instead of leather armor. I really should have gone over that, right? You can't use mage abilities if you're wearing armor, etc., for all these things. But these are standard restrictions that all you guys know by now. I'm just be talking about playing them and having fun with them and telling you my personal thoughts and how I think they should be built, right? A Cleric Thief, once you get using the item, you can really do whatever the fuck you want, right? You know, you put on any set of resistance armor you want. You can combine Armor of the Faith, Defender of East Haven, and the Hell Trial, and you can get a pretty decently tanky with that. A lot of damage reduction there, but you're better off using Divine Protection, in my opinion, as a Cleric Thief, letting someone else take Defender of East Haven, although obviously you could use it if you wanted to, but you have better tools at your disposal. You don't really need it, to be honest. That being said, the class is good. The class is painful to play early, just like Cleric Mage, but once it unlocks, it is pretty damn spicy, for sure. That being said, I personally would rather play a Fighter Thief than a Cleric Thief, but what it does have is some really powerful shit for sure, and honestly, it's worth an S tier in my book. Up next is Fighter Druid. Fighter Druid's S tier as well. For a different reason than one might think. It's actually not because you get to combine Divine Magic and Fighter Power, but the fact that you get to use... you get to combine Hardiness, Greater Earth Elemental Transformation, and Armor of the Faith together to make yourself completely immune to physical damage immediately at 3 million XP. While other classes, most if not all, will have to wait until late Throne of Ball to be immune to physical damage, the Fighter Druid can do it in the Underdark. The Underdark. That is so early in this game. It is actually insane. Actually insane. Additionally, you're going to have Impervious Sanctity of Mind, in addition to Entropy Shield, which is going to make yourself immune to Dispels, in addition to having Iron Skin, making yourself immune to being hit, but who gives a shit if you're being hit if you're immune to physical damage, right? Who cares? As far as your weapon restrictions go, it doesn't really matter. Early on, you're going to be basically using a Scimitar, but once you get Earth Elemental Transformation, you're going to be using that weapon token instead, and nothing else really fucking matters, to be honest. You don't need Defender of East Haven because it doesn't do anything for you, and you couldn't use it even if you wanted to anyway. So, You're gonna basically what you're gonna do with this character is you're gonna be giving yourself again as much elemental damage reduction as you possibly can in order to maximize your defenses against spells. You're gonna take no physical damage because you're gonna be using Earth Elemental Transformation, Hardiness, and Armor of the Faith, and you're gonna be walking to melee and beating the shit out of people, and it's gonna be hilarious because you're basically the Hulk and nothing can fucking hurt you. That being said, there are a couple things you have to worry about. If Armor of the Faith gets dispelled, you are going to start taking damage. Your saving throws are also going to be pretty shitty as a fighter druid. That's just the way the game is. Sorry, keep that in mind. Do be careful. You are still vulnerable to CC and a couple other killing effects because of your base HP is going to be a little bit lower since you're a multi-class as opposed to a druid, so do be careful about that. But all in all, very fun to play. Although I guess you could argue it is a little bit simple, especially late in the game, because you're going to be like, do I insect plague here, or do I just stay in my fucking elemental form and beat the shit out of things? And usually you're going to just beat the shit out of things. And I guess as far as versatility goes, you're going to be a lot more restricted in what you can do, not because you don't have a lot you can do, although there is partly that, but there's just one thing that's so good that doing anything else feels like you're trolling, to be honest. So definitely S tier all the way. We've had a couple of these go really far, a lot of fun to play, but obviously they can be killed. Fighter Mage Cleric is up next. This is actually the class that I originally started doing this challenge with on stream. I really enjoy playing the Fighter Mage Cleric, but it really isn't very good at the end of the day. Mages, just like with the Fighter Mage Thief, you're never going to get access to HLAs. Your specialization and THAC0 progression is going to be very poor, in addition to being limited to Cleric ethos weapons, which means no Belm in the offhand. Obviously, Defender of Easthaven is completely pointless because you have Mage and Cleric abilities, and you're going to probably be using Flail of the Ages as your main hand because there's really literally nothing else you can possibly use. As far as what you're going to be doing, you can Mage tank with this build in addition to beating the shit out of people. You're not going to be doing as much damage as an actual fighter, but you are definitely going to be contributing quite a bit. Your Mage spells are never going to be really powerful offensively, either for dispelling nor for doing damage such as Skull Trap and stuff like that. You're really going to be using both your Mage spells for defense. You're going to be using your Cleric spells to be buffing yourself with Draw Upon Holy Might and stuff like that, and then you're going to walk into melee and beat the shit out of people. You really can't even hit yourself with Improved Haste as a triple multi-class. You're going to want a real Mage to do that because it's going to last for so much longer. That being said, this class can be very, very effective, but you are going to want some backup and support, just like you would be if you were playing any other class that didn't have access to magic at all. And last multi-class here is the Cleric Ranger. This is the most hilarious one of them all. I never really understood why Clerics and Rangers have such a special bond, but here we are. Ranger multi-class with a Cleric, as weird as it sounds, you don't really lose much with this by being a Cleric Ranger compared to a Fighter Ranger, or excuse me, a Fighter Cleric, because you are already restricted to specialization, and the Ranger's going to get dual wield for free. That being said, if you fall as a Cleric Ranger, you're gonna have a bad time. That's just the way it is. The Cleric Ranger also will get access in the original game to Druid spells at all levels and stages of the game. So if you were a Cleric Ranger in the original Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Amn, no mods, no nothing, if you hit the level where you can use level 7 spells, you're going to be able to have access to Creeping Doom, which is pretty fucking spicy and powerful. That being said, that's been fixed. You're no longer going to have access to any Druid spells past level 3. And that makes sense, because that's as far as Rangers get in the base game, although with expanded spell progression, that does go a little bit higher, but you're still never really ever going to see that shit. So that's something to keep in mind there. You can get Call Lightning as a Cleric Ranger, and Call Lightning hits really, really, really fucking hard, but don't forget you're a multi-class now. You're not a pure Druid anymore, so the Call Lightning's not going to hit as hard as one might think it would. And the other Druid spells are basically fucking irrelevant until you get Insect Plague and shit like that. That being said, I personally would prefer to pay a Fighter Cleric over a Cleric Ranger. Oh, excuse me, I forgot to mention, you do get access to tracking as an HLA as a Cleric Ranger. That's definitely worth mentioning. But in all honesty, you're going to be playing this very similar to a Fighter Cleric. You're going to want to have Defender of Easthaven. You can't use the Ascension Trial to give yourself additional physical damage reduction because you can't be evil unless you want to fall as a Cleric Ranger, in which case you're an idiot. You should have been a Fighter Cleric in the first place. I'm not a big fan of this. I actually have it at S- tier, although honestly that might be a little bit rude of a rating, but honestly I really, 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 really fucking hate this class combo. I think it's really stupid and pointless. I'm not a fan at all. And there's one more set of multi-classes we want to go over, and then we can finally talk about dual classing, and then we're done with the guide, boys. All right, here we go. So, Fighter Illusionist, because we have to talk about the gnome multi-classes because technically they're different. Fighter Illusionist is a Fighter Mage, but as we talked about earlier, I think Illusionists are worse than Mages. Fighter Illusionists, in a sense, are worse than Fighter Mages. just because, once again, you lose Skull Trap and you lose Horde Welting. That's going to be the bulk of your arcane damage. That being said, the whole point of being a wizard isn't just to do magical damage, it's also to buff the shit out of your fighter, and the gnome fighter illusionist does that just fine. That being said, I do still find that the fighter illusionist is weaker than a fighter mage. I don't think getting an extra spell per level makes up for that, especially considering you're postponing your level 9 spells until 6 mil XP, and getting an extra time stop halfway through throwing a ball is like, wow, really so helpful. I think it's crap. Not a fan of it whatsoever. And again, for the mentions we already talked about before with the other illusionists. That being said, you're a fighter and you're a mage. Even if it's a mage kit that's not very good, you're still automatically S tier just because of that. Because you're going to be doing so much fucking damage. It's absolutely insane. Up next, we have an illusionist thief. Illusionist thief is going to be suffering from the exact same problems that we talked about before. With being an illusionist, you're going to lose access to some of your most powerful spells. That being said, your physical damage is going to be completely unaffected by this. The same things we mentioned for the thief mage, you can do the exact same as the illusionist thief. You're going to have using the item, which is going to give you access to all sorts of toys, which for some dumb reason, it doesn't actually let you use necromancy scrolls. I was really disappointed by this, and it might be my version of the game, so definitely check your own installation. I thought that if you got to HLAs and it let you use any item, you'd be able to use necromancy spells and learn them, but you still can't, which really sucks. You can use them, but you can't learn them, I should say. So you technically can put Horde Wilting in your quick slot, but like, dude, who the fuck's gonna do that shit, right? Come on, get out of here. That being said, still fun to play. Thief and Mage do synergize pretty fucking well. Using the items is such a fantastic ability, and you do get a lot of other tools and toys to play with there. And next and lastly, for the gnome shit, we have Cleric Illusionist. This is one of the few that I actually don't mind sacrificing arcane power from the mage, because a lot of the divine power you're going to be using from your cleric is going to be offensive as well. So losing Horde Wilting here still sucks greatly, but it's not as noticeable compared to the others, because the cleric is not going to be using a bunch of spells to buff its physical damage like it would with you know, some of the other combinations here, because they have fighter or thief ethos built in with them. So your cleric spells can actually be completely raw offense spells should you so choose to. If you want to be doing a lot of flame strikes, you absolutely can. If you want to be taking firestorm, you absolutely can. If you want to be taking earthquake and shit like that, go for it, man. You certainly fucking can. So losing Horde Wilting isn't as painful here, although it still definitely sucks. That being said, I'm going to still keep this one at S tier as well. I do enjoy that one. Did I mention Illusionist Thief? Let me go back. Illusionist Thief is still S tier too. Really, everything's S tier, to be honest, for the most part. If it has a wizard in it, it's S tier. Just the way it is, with the exception of a couple that we already mentioned before. Alright, that is it for the multi-classes. I'm sorry this has gone on for so long. I want to make sure we talk about this in its entirety without skipping anything. And this is going to be a standalone video that I really have no intention of ever doing an addendum to. So I don't want to go too fast, but I know you guys are losing your attention span rapidly. I'm assuming there's like one person who's still watching at this point, so let's go and keep it going. Dual class time, boys! So, dual classing can only be done by humans. It requires a variety of prerequisites in order for you to dual class. For example, if you're a fighter and you want to dual class into a cleric, you're going to need to have a decent amount of wisdom to do so. Same thing goes for mages. Druids have a variety of requirements for some dumb fucking reason, etc, etc, etc. So let's start out by talking about the fighter dual class. Fighter. All the fighter dual classes are going to be basically the same, with a couple exceptions. We'll talk about the differences here. Let's go and get started. Fighter dual class in the Mage is the most powerful class combination in the game, with the exception of the Berserker dual class in the Mage, which we'll talk about in just a second here. Well, Fighter Ethos dual class and the Mage Ethos is the most powerful combination in this game. You're going to have access to Grand Mastery at level 9 immediately. You're going to have access to 9d10 plus 5 HP per level, so you're going to have the most HP per level, and additionally, every single point of XP you get starting at the beginning of SOA when you dual class is going to go into your Mage kit. This is why multi-class mages are so fucking inferior to fighter dual classes to mages. This is an S plus tier, which you'll notice is higher than every single mage multi-class we mentioned. Every single fucking one, with no exception. And every single one of these are going to be better than a mage multi-class. Even the Wizard Slayer, which is worse than a fighter, is still way better than a mage fighter multi-class or an illusionist fighter multi-class. It's not even comparable. And the reason for that, again, Grand Mastery, way more HP, but most importantly, You get Mage HLAs at fucking 3 million XP. You don't have to wait till late TOB. You're gonna get your Mage HLEs in the Underdark. Maybe after leaving the Underdark. You don't have to wait until you're halfway through Throne of Ball. That is above and beyond insane of a difference. That power spike is so fucking early. Getting that Planetar before you fight Irenicus. Getting that fucking improved alacrity before you do any of the Liches or Dragons at the end is insane. Again, the fact that you don't get that as a multi-class, dual classing is far superior to multi for a variety of these combinations. But we'll talk about them, like I said. The build is going to be the exact same you would as a regular fighter mage. Obviously, you're going to be using a mage robe. You're going to be equipping Belm in your offhand to maximize your APR, and then your weapon of choice in your main hand. I personally enjoy Flail of the Ages, but really to each his own, and really whatever tickles your fancy is perfectly fine. You're going to be buffing yourself up as a mage. You're going to be running into melee and beating the shit out of people and weaving in spells as opportunity and situation dictates. If they have defenses up, you're going to throw out a spell that reduces their defenses or wipe it away completely, and then go in and beat the shit out of them. If there's a large group of enemies on the ground, you're going to throw out a skull trap or horde wilting, then you're going to go in there and beat the shit out of them. And you're going to repeat that over and over and over again until everything on the screen is dead, and then you're going to look at the damage tab, although there really isn't a damage tab for Baldur's Gate, but you know what I'm talking about, the statistics page, and you're going to notice that you did 95% of every single kill in this game, because that's how incredibly busted a fighter dual class to mage is. And that's really going to be the same for a couple of these others as we mentioned here. I'm not going to talk too much more about it because, again, this is something that's been talked about to death. But I do want to point out, we've done the math. The math is in the Discord. If you're curious, if you think that Fighter Illusionist is better, I can show you exactly where and why you're wrong in the Discord. There's a link for the Fighter Mage spreadsheet, and I'll literally write down. I have every single bit of this mathed out from start to finish, and you could really see the difference in just how better dual classing is to multi-classing. It's a night and day difference. It's so much better. It's disgusting. Always dual class if you can, although obviously some people prefer to play multi-class, and that's perfectly fine. But dual classing is far and away superior. Far and away superior. Up next is Fighter dual class to Cleric. This is also S plus tier for very different, although similar reasons. You get to put every single one of your XP after the beginning of SOA into your Cleric. Divine Magic and Arcane Magic scale incredibly well in this game. Every single level you get as a Cleric or a Mage is going to boost almost every single one of your spell's powers. You're going to be able to cast Holy Power, Drop on Holy Might, Righteous Magic, and they're going to be way more effective as a fighter dual class to Cleric. All you're going to get as a Cleric is you're going to get way more HP, because your first 9 levels are fighter. You're going to have Grand Mastery, so you're going to have way more Thaco and damage, and you're going to have access to that fighter Thaco table, which is going to boost your damage further, your Thaco further, which then you buff yourself with spells to make it even better, and now you're just a juggernaut of destruction. And very similar to mages, with the power of Entropy Shield, Impervious Sanctity of Mind, and Divine Protection, you're basically immune to everything as you walk into melee and just beat the shit out of everybody. Now, your offensive arcane power is obviously far more inferior as a Cleric. Your AoE spells are going to be basically restricted to, like, you know, the stupid Lightning Skull Trap you get at level 3, and Firestorm, which you got to be really careful with using. But that being said, this is still an S plus class. The damage you put out is fucking beyond insane. And again, the fact that you're putting all your points and a bit of XP into your one good class that scales, which is the Divine Magic one, exceptional. Exceptional, exceptional, exceptional. Up next is Fighter Dual Class to Thief. This is an S tier class. There's actually no class in the game that's actually worse by dual classing from a fighter into it. It is always better, because you're going to be getting Grand Mastery, you're going to be getting more HP. Now your Thief is going to be getting Grand Mastery and more HP. It's also going to have better Thaco, because it's going to have access to that fighter shit. You're still going to have a variety, fuck ton of points to put into all your thieving abilities. You're still going to get access to use any item, and all you're going to be doing is being a better thief. You're going to have more attacks per round, you're going to have more hit points, you're going to have more damage. That's all there is to it. You are a better thief in every way, shape, and form, because you are a fighter first. Up next, we're going to be doing a fighter dual class into Druid. Again, the exact same thing. You're going to be a Druid who's going to have a more APR, going to have more hit points and Grand Mastery, and a weapon of your choice. Obviously, the only one you can use is Scimitar, which is completely nullified by the time you get, what's the word? Earth Elemental Transformation. This is one of the few that I actually think multi-classing is superior to. Because combining hardiness with what's the word? Earth Elemental Transformation and Armor of the Faith guarantees that you're at the damage cap, and you can't do that when you're dual classing. This is one of the few instances where this is actually inferior to the multi-class combo, and for that reason I have it at S- tier, when it really should be S or S+ tier. but that's just the way it is. Unfortunately, sometimes multi-classing is better. This is one of those times where it is. While Fighter Thief, you could potentially argue that Fighter Thief multi is better because you get access to hardiness. Me personally, I think with all the other tools and toys that Thieves give, and the additional massive HP boost you're going to be getting from being a fighter and Thaco boost from that shit, I personally think that that one's just slightly ahead as a dual class compared to a multi-class. But they're both very good and very strong and very fun to play for sure. Alright, that is all the fighters. Now we're going to be talking about the Berserker dual class. The Berserker dual class, every single thing I just said, repeated over and over again. But this time, you now get Berserking to go along with it. Berserking is an absolutely fantastic ability. We already talked about before, and we talked about the Berserker, why this ability is so fucking good and so fucking strong. A Berserker dual class to Mage is the best class in the entire game, bar none. There is no class that comes close to the Berserker dual class to Mage. Kensai, Wizard Slayer, and Fighter dual class to Mage are all S+ tier. Berserker dual class to Mage is S++. It has its own unique class tier because it is the best class in the game, period, bar none. The immunities you get, coupled with the damage you're going to be getting, the way Berserking works, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good, it's just amazing. Berserker dual class to Cleric, Berserker dual class to Thief, Berserker dual class to Druid, the exact same thing. I'm not going to go over and repeat what we just said because every single thing applies the exact same way, except now you have Berserking as well. Stupidly fun. Stupidly fun to play. All sorts of them. All of them are fucking great. When you're a Berserker and you want a dual class, it's hard to choose, honestly. They're all fun to play. They're all really strong. Wizard Slayer is going to be slightly different. Wizard Slayer dual class is basically going to be giving you, you're going to be dual classing at level 9, so you're going to be getting 9% MR. Everything else applies, Grand Mastery and the good HP, but you can't use items aside from magical armor and weapon. If you're a wizard, this is kind of irrelevant because the rings and amulets are nice, but they're really not all that necessary. Most important thing is that you have Belm in the offhand, a Vector on your chest, and Follow the Ages, another spicy weapon in your main hand. For a thief, this is completely irrelevant, right? Because once you get using the item, you can then put on whatever the fuck you want. In fact, it's actually kind of nice. You could argue that Wizard Slayer dual class to Thief is better than Fighter, possibly Berserker, because you're basically getting a free 9% MR, which you can then combine with, the Mancoat, Amulet of Seldarine, Ring of Gax, etc., to give yourself a little bit extra MR. For the other two, it's actually a little painful. Clerics really want to make use of rings, as do Druids. They really want to get as much elemental damage reduction as possible, and they're not going to be able to do so, sadly, because they are a Wizard Slayer who has dueled. In this particular situation, I would actually put this a little bit worse than the others, just because, I don't know if I mentioned that. Berserker duel to Cleric is S+, Berserker duel to Thief and Druid are both S, Wizard Slayer duel to Mage is S+, Wizard Slayer duel to Cleric, Thief is S, Wizard Slayer duel to Druid is S-. I think the Druid suffers the most from not getting access to these. I should go and take a look at my page while I'm talking because I'm talking like an idiot now. Again, I apologize. This video's gone on for 4.5 hours and my throat is gone ages ago, and yet here we are still going at it. So, up next is Kensai duel to Mage, S+ tier, but still slightly inferior to the Berserker. For the same reasons we mentioned before, you do get a little bit of a bonus to hit and damage. However, the Berserker is going to get the exact same bonus because the Berserker is going to be using Berserking every single fucking fight. So I guess you can argue that you get 1 hit and 1 damage as a Kensai, but who the fuck cares? We talked about this before. Kai is completely fucking irrelevant. If you're using Kai as a Kensai duel to a Mage, you are fucking it up. You are doing it wrong. You are not playing properly. Every single time you use Kai, you're not casting a spell because you can't do both. And as we talked about earlier, Magic Missile will outdamage Kai for most weapons in this game. God forbid you use something like a Skull Trap or a Horde Wilting or a Dispel Magic, or God forbid you need to use something defensive like a Mirror Image on yourself or your own Stone Skin. Protection from magical weapons. This is so overrated. It's unfucking believable. And people rant and rave about how amazing it is all the time. They're insane. Or again, they're playing on story mode, which is perfectly fine. Like I said, to each his own. And again, like I said, take everything I say with a grain of salt. For all the people out there who love Kensai mages, this isn't directed at you. I'm not calling you an idiot. This is just something that people have talked about and repeated over and over and over again because nobody ever really thought about exactly what these abilities did and actually mathed it out and looked at it and realized, wait a second, this ability is actually worthless. You're never going to use it. It's dog shit. And that's just the way it is. You also lose access to gauntlets and bracers. Although the wear any armor thing, this is negated by the fact that you can still wear mage robes for some dumb fucking reason, which is hilarious. And missile weapons, if you're playing a fighter mage, or a Kensai mage, and you're like, darn, I sure wish I could use a bow here, you're doing it wrong. So, yeah. Kensai mage is still S+ tier, however, it's just not as good as Berserker mage. Kensai dual to cleric, getting Kai again is completely fucking irrelevant. You're going to be using cleric spells all the time. The speed factor is actually kind of nice for cleric because a lot of their weapons are a hell of a lot slower. Hammers, flails, the speed factor there is definitely something noticeable. The extra hit and damage is okay. Not being able to use armor is a little annoying, but still kind of irrelevant once you start getting access to divine protection, which you're going to have a lot of anyways because you'll be a pure cleric at this point. And so that's pretty fucking nice. As far as weapons go, almost always going to be using Flail of the Ages, Defender of Easthaven in this combination here. Although, again, there are other options. If you want to use Cromfair, you can. But again, what's the point? You're a cleric, right? Give yourself drop on Holy Might and Righteous Magic, and give Cromfair to that poor bard who's suffering over there. He doesn't have that power. Still very fun to play. I really enjoy Fighter Duel to Clerics a lot more than I used to. Icewind Deification with the SCS has definitely made Clerics a hell of a lot better, and dual classing 2 Clerics a hell of a lot better, although I would put them slightly inferior to Fighter Dual Class to Mages. Up next is Kensai Dual Class to Thief. This is actually the one time in the game where Kai is actually useful, because you can actually pop Kai and then go for a backstab, and the backstab's going to do max damage. So you can pop Kai, pull out your katana, which is 1d10 damage, and go in for a really big spicy backstab. In this situation, it's nice. Also, the +1 damage rolls will actually apply to backstabs. In a sense, if you wanted to be one of those guys who doesn't dual class at level 9, but like dual classes at something, excuse me, ridiculous, like level 18 or something, every single one of these additional points of damage you get from being a Kensai will apply to your backstab. So do keep that in mind. That being said, getting an extra 5 damage into your backstab, still inferior to being an assassin in my opinion, because the assassin's going to get an extra 2 times a roll on their backstab. That being said, Kai is going to make it a hell of a lot more consistent. Being able to maximize that backstab is really fucking spicy. Not being able to use armor is actually pretty painful early on, but don't forget, using the item negates pretty much every single one of these. Every single one of these, except for the alignment, obviously, which can't be negated. So this is also a really fun build to play. It does take a while for it to get rolling because you really, really need to use any item. And that being said, the other thing that sucks is Kensai, unlike the others who dual class into thieves, when you're a wizard slayer, berserker, or a fighter, and you dual class into a thief, you get to be able to wear a helmet, which is really damn handy. Kensai can't, because they can't use armor, so do keep that in mind. And finally, Kensai dual class into druid. Again, you get a little bit of bonus to attack damage and to hit, which is really irrelevant. The speed factor is actually pretty nice once you get the Earth Elemental transformation. Kai is also really good with the Earth Elemental transformation because the token itself has a really wide disparity in the damage it deals. So Kai is actually pretty good here as well, although again it's really nothing specific to write home about, and at the end of the day I still would rather be a fighter druid multi-class because I'd much rather be immune to physical damage than doing a little bit more damage with my my auto attacks. But still, again, in this situation, Kai is actually nice to have. So, and that is it for the fighter dual classes. Let's talk about the ranger dual classes. Whoop-de-fucking-do. The ranger can only dual class into one class, which is the cleric. And again, if you're a ranger dual class into cleric, I really failed to see a reason why you dual class into a cleric from a ranger when you could dual class as into a cleric from any of the fighter ethos, because you can get Grand Mastery. That being said, here we are. Ranger dual class into a cleric. I give this S tier, just because in this situation, not only are you going to be able to be specialized, you're going to get additional half APR for being a level 7 ranger. Obviously, you're going to 9 before you dual class, though. And then you're going to be getting 2 weapon style for free, which is fantastic, but most importantly, you're going to be getting a fuck ton of extra HP, THAC0, and damage, and APR, which are all very fantastic for a cleric to have, because he really lacks all of those, with the exception of the THAC0 and the damage, which can be boosted by spells. But the APR and the HP are also, well, technically you can boost his HP too. That being said, APR is big, very, very big and nice to have, and he'll be able to get that, and for that reason, that and that alone is going to make this S tier. That being said, you got to be careful. You're a fucking ranger. Again, you're a ranger for some dumb reason. Instead of a fighter, which sucks, you do get to keep your racial enemy. You do still technically are able to hide in shadows. That being said, it's really rare that you're going to be able to use this, just because as a cleric, you're almost certainly going to be using an armor that's going to be giving you elemental damage reduction, and the only armors that are going to do that are going to be the heavier plate, typically, although not always. Archer dual class to cleric is a big fucking mistake. Please don't do this. I've heard about people doing this and then using a sling build. I've tried it. It's absolute shit. don't bother. It is far inferior to Firetooth, assuming you're using Quotuan bolts. And even if you're not, I would still rather be an archer, a pure class. That being said, if for some reason you did want to use this, you absolutely can. And then go and put your points into slings because you're fucking insane. And then use your called shot ability. And I don't even want to talk about it anymore, to be honest. It's such a fucking terrible idea. Such an absolutely fucking terrible idea. Yeah, I think we're just going to keep going. Stalker, dual class to cleric, sounds like it would actually be a little bit more interesting since you benefit from backstabbing. That being said, you're only going to get a ×3 multiplier before you dual class. So it's not actually bad, but again, the fact that you can only backstab using quarterstabs and using clubs just makes me feel like a complete idiot, to be honest. But again, to each his own. If you like backstabbing with a quarterstaff and you're okay with it, you could argue that this is better than being a thief, in the sense that although you're not able to distribute your proficiency points, you're able to get a hell of a lot more hit points, and you're going to be able to you know, get a little bit more attacks per round and a little bit better of a thaco and damage early on. Don't forget, if you are backstabbing and you're using righteous magic, it's going to guarantee that your weapon damage is always going to be max. But again, quarterstaff, clubs, not a lot of base weapon damage going on there. So again, it's up to you. I personally don't recommend it, but you absolutely can. For some reason, this bonus still stays too. So once you get to the levels where you can cast level 3 cleric spells, you do get haste, protection from normal missiles, and minor spell deflection. So in this situation, haste actually becomes a little bit more useful. There aren't a million cleric spells at level 3 that you want to make use of. But again, if you're doing this just so you can have a cleric cast haste, I think you're crazy. Beastmaster, on the other hand, is absolutely terrible class, so dual classing it makes complete and perfect sense. Feel free to do so. Oh, I'm sorry, let me go and talk about the Ranger dual class to cleric is S tier, Archer dual class to cleric is A+ tier because fuck you. Stalker dual class to cleric is S- tier, and Beastmaster dual class to cleric I actually have it S tier just because it's way better. That being said, this restriction still exists. But now you're a cleric who can actually be a cleric. And you're a cleric who has additional APR, and you're a cleric who has additional HP. So that's a hell of a lot fucking better than being, you know, a regular cleric, even though you're no longer able to use shit like Cromfair and Flail of the Ages, Defender of Easthaven. Getting the extra APR and HP is pretty damn handy, and you can still use Drop on Holy Might, Holy Power, and Righteous Magic to boost the shit out of your damage and hit like an absolute truck. So all those things combined make that S tier, which is slightly better than a base cleric. But again, if you're dual classing to a cleric, please, for the love of God, be a fighter first, man. Don't be a fucking ranger. Up next, the cleric dual classes. Every single one of these dual classes, as we mentioned before, all the kits are basically the exact same in my book. They're completely fucking irrelevant. So we're not going to be doing all the dual classes for each one of these kits individually. We're going to be talking about them as a whole, okay? So first one, cleric dual class to fighter. This is worse than being a regular fighter. The only thing you gain from this is being able to cast Armor of the Faith because you're going to be limited to level 4 spells as a cleric, which is fucking dog shit. Who absolutely gives a shit? It's fucking garbage. Excuse me. You get one level 5 slot. One level 5 slot. So that would be one divine protection spell, but what you've ended up doing here is not only reducing your thaco, because don't forget Holy Power is going to scale with cleric level, not fighter level, and you're going to pass your cleric level immediately, so casting Holy Power is actually a bad thing. You do get the cast drop on Holy Might, but you get that baseline for being good anyways up until the middle of SOA. Not a big fan of that, but most importantly, and this is the most painful here, you lose a fuck ton of hit points by dual classing to a fighter from any other class. The first 9 levels are the most impactful in this game when it comes to HP levels, because that's where you're going to be getting your actual D6, D8, D10, D whatever die. After that, you're going to be getting a couple HP per level. So if you're a cleric and you dual class to fighter, you're getting D8 per level instead of D10 plus 5 or what have you for Constitution. And then after that, you're going to getting 3 hit points per level. Extremely painful, extremely stupid. In addition, you're going to be limiting yourself to all cleric ethos weapons, which really fucking sucks. I hate this. Please don't do this, but you can if you want to. I have an A- tier, slightly less than fighter. Up next is Ranger. Exact same thing we just mentioned before. Every single thing applies here, with the added bonus that once again you're limiting yourself to cleric ethos weapons, in addition to the fact that none of this shit is useful, except for the fact that in this particular case, a ranger is going to be able to cast shit at a higher level late in the game. So when you cast a cleric level, like Drop on Holy Might, for example, when you cast that as a level 9 cleric, level 25 ranger, all of a sudden that drop on Holy Might's actually not that bad. That being said, you're still a ranger, and you're a ranger who lost a fuck ton of hit points because he was a cleric first. So I actually give this A- tier as well, because the ranger can make a hell of a lot more use out of the cleric spells than the fighter can, but it's still pretty fucking bad and definitely a mistake to do so. Cleric dual class to mage, this is fantastic, just because you're a mage who got a little bit more HP and can wear a helmet. So it's better, just flat out better. You're gonna have a couple cleric spells, all of them are completely fucking useless. You're never gonna use any of them ever, because they don't do anything in any way, shape, or form. I guess you could argue that you can throw a death ward on yourself now and then, that's not terrible, right? The most important thing you're getting out of this is the fact that you're gonna have more HP and the ability to wear helmets immediately, which is cool. That's very, very handy. You can technically wear armor and use a couple different weapons as well, but again, most of those are pretty irrelevant. Your APR and THAC0 is still incredibly limited / and or dog shit, and you're not going to wear plate armor anyways, because now you can't cast spells as a mage, so really what you get out of that is a tiny bit more HP and the ability to wear a helmet, and there might be one or two buffs that you can cast as a cleric that are going to be useful. And lastly, we have Cleric dual class to Thief. This is also one that is very slightly useful. A+ tier, just because, again, you're going to be able to be a thief who's able to cast righteous magic on himself. He's also going to get slightly more HP, and he's also going to be able to wear a helmet right out of the gate. If you are going to be rolling a pure thief, it is better to be a Cleric and dual class to Thief before you play /thief, because you're going to get boosted, and it's going to be useful. Drop on Holy Might's going to give you a slight boost to your backstabs, even though it's not going to last long, or be very useful. Same with the righteous magic, same shit, but it is going to be useful for that one round. But again, most importantly, what you're getting out of this is more HP and the ability to use a helmet immediately, which is very nice to have for sure. Everything else we talked about before applies. You're not going to be able to backstab using cleric ethos weapons, which sucks, but yeah, that's the way it is. That being said, those restrictions do disappear once you get using the item, just like all the other thieves, which is nice. Up next, we have Mage dual class to Fighter. I think this is fucking stupid. It doesn't really matter, again, what kit you pick. Wild Mage cannot dual class at all, and none of these others are actually going to really be specific or interesting and or useful in any way, shape, or form, since one Stone Skin at casting at level 9 is really not going to do much for you anyways, other than save you 2 attacks off you, and let's be honest, it's probably not going to fucking save you anyway. That being said, I do end up giving this an A tier, which is the same rating as a base fighter. Any of the kits dual class into a fighter, just because you're able to cast a shitty mirror image, you're able to cast a shitty blur, you're able to cast a shitty invisibility and a 1 Stone Skin, with the exception of abjurer, who can't even do that. But there's a couple spells here that you can make use of as a fighter that can be useful in some way, shape, or form. But again, you're losing a fuck ton of hit points to do it. Really don't recommend it, but you can if you really insist on doing so. Everything we talked about before goes the same. Mage dual class to Cleric is still S-. You get absolutely nothing for dual classing to a Cleric from a Mage. None of the abilities are remotely useful. Again, blur, mirror image a couple times a day. Maybe the Stone Skin, but at the end of the day, you're putting all your points in XP into the the Divine Magic, and that's where the bulk of your power is going to be coming from. Again, also slightly reducing your HP there by dual classing from a Mage first. Thief is the one that actually benefits probably the most from dual classing from a Mage, because you can cast invisibility on yourself and then go do a couple backstabs. You're not going to get a lot of invisibilities, unfortunately, but you can also wear Mage rings that give you more Mage spells per day. So like Ring of Acuity and shit like that you can actually wear. So normally, most mages don't give a shit about getting extra level 2 spells. A Mage dual class to Thief actually will. That's a really important spell to have. Really nice spell to have, and he can make good use out of it. That being said, it's really not particularly anything to write home about. Getting a couple points into a Stone Skin and shit like that, okay, again, who cares, whatever. Nothing really amazing there. If you could actually dual class from a Wild Mage into something else, and then use a Thief to scribe, like, Wish into your spellbook, and then casting that with Nala's Reckless to Yelmer actually sounds like it'd be really cool, but the fact that you can't dual class as a Wild Mage makes that completely irrelevant as well, so unfortunate, but it's just the way it is. The Mage dual class to Thief is probably the best of the Mage dual classes, in the sense that the Thief can really make good use out of those spells, because of the way using the item works, and the way the class and kit is devised and decided in general. Up next are the Thief dual classes. These actually get a little bit more interesting. Thief, a dual class to a Fighter, basically means you're a fighter who can now go stealth and backstab. Pretty fucking cool, to be honest. Although you do take a massive HP penalty to do so. That is something that you definitely want to keep in mind. Pretty much all of these are going to be the same, in the sense that you are a class that can basically stealth is what you're getting out of this. You're not going to be, if you are dual classing from a thief, you're going to be putting all your points into stealth, with the exception of the swashbuckler, who obviously can't backstab at all. Every single one of these are going to be putting points into stealth, maybe an exception of the bounty hunter as well, just because you want to, that's really what you're doing, right? You're going to be a fighter who can stealth on command, you're going to be a cleric, you're going to be a wizard who can stealth on command, and all of those are slightly better than they would be based, with the exception of maybe the fighter, just because you lose so much HP. Assassin, you're never going to be able to hit those multipliers, which sucks. You do get the additional one hit and damage, which is okay, and you are going to be suffering quite a bit in the thieving abilities, and you are going to be able to do the poison as well. Pretty whatever, to be honest. In that regards, I really don't see anything different there. Bounty Hunter, you're going to be getting the set snares we talked about before, which can be powerful, but you're still probably going to be putting most of your points into, since the special snare scales with level, although this one is actually still fairly decent, you're still probably going to be putting most points into stealth. Swashbuckler is the exception because they can't backstab at all. This is one of the few times where I really don't recommend dual classing. Kensai, with the exception of Kensai to Mage, Archer, and a Swashbuckler, I think are better on their own than dual classing. I just don't think you should, although you absolutely can if you want to. Yeah. So now you're going to be a fighter who has a small bonus to hit and damage and a small bonus to armor. Whoop-de-fucking-do. You lost way too much HP to do so. It's such a dumb fucking thing. Shadowdancer is one of the exceptions. You can use, you get Slippery Mind, you get Shadow Step, and you get Hide in Plain Sight, and you get that for whether you're a mage, whether you're a thief, and whether you're a fighter. All of those are actually fantastic. I personally really love being able to hide in plain sight, whether you're a mage, cleric, or fighter. That is useful and nice to have. I'm sorry, let me mention this. Thief dual class to fighter, A tier. Thief dual class to cleric, S-, and Thief dual class to mage is S tier. The swashbuckler ones are going to be the exact same as the bounty hunter and the assassin, and even the shadowdancer, because even though hide in plain sight is technically better, you're still going to fail all the fucking time because you didn't put enough points into your stealth, which sucks, but that's just the way it is. Although Shadow Step is actually quite useful for a lot of classes with being able to position. All the thief dual classes are going to be basically the same, though, at the end of the day. Your builds are going to be the same as the multi-classes we talked about earlier, and you're going to be suffering from a lack of hit points, which is really painful, with the exception of dual classing into mages, which are obviously going to technically give you more hit points, which is pretty cool. That being said, I don't know. I guess you could argue that the Shadowdancer one is better enough than the others. Maybe you could argue that the Shadowdancer is just slightly higher. I think maybe I would rate the Shadowdancer duel as A+ for fighter, because being able to use the Shadow Step is good. Maybe S for Shadowdancer to cleric. And maybe S+ for Shadowdancer to mage, just because, again, being able to pop a Shadow Step is like having a time stop at level 1. Having fucking hide in plain sight is so good for repositioning and dodging incoming spells. So maybe that's higher there, but again, I don't know. That's like saying that you're on par with a fighter dual class to mage, though. So I think we'll keep it at S tier for Shadowdancer duel to cleric and Shadowdancer duel to mage. Alright, I think that's actually it. We did it. It's a 5-hour video, boys. I do apologize for how quick we were going in the end, but it just sounds so stupid for me to be repeating myself over and over and over again, because a lot of shit isn't going to be changing. Whether you're multi-classing or dual-classing, you're going to be equipping the same items and using the same things. Your playstyle is going to be basically the exact same, and the fun, cool abilities are going to be basically the exact same, because the kits really don't contribute in that regard in a lot of ways. A lot of the really interesting shit that comes from kits is shit that you really can't dual-class with, which is kind of a shame. Oh, I think we did miss one. I think we missed a Druid dual class, right? I don't think we talked about Druids dual classing. God, that would suck. All right, let me go talk about Druids real quick. Only thing you could dual class into with a Druid is a fighter. Druids scale very well late. They don't scale very well early. So basically, you're going to be a fighter who gets a 10% version of Armor of the Faith, who gives a fuck. All 4 of these are going to be the exact same, with possibly the exception of the Avenger, who gets a massive penalty to Strength and Constitution, which is going to be really annoying if you're a fighter. Shapeshifter, you're not going to be able to get access to the Greater Werewolf for day, and you're not going to have any armor, which is really fucking annoying. Holy shit, my leg just fell asleep, and this is the worst time for this to happen. Cannot shapeshift, completely fucking irrelevant. I guess you can argue the Conjure Spirit Animal is going to be nice for a fighter, but at the end of the day, it's really fucking irrelevant. I don't know why I don't have Druids on my list here. Possibly because it's so fucking useless and so fucking stupid that I didn't even consider the possibility of Druids dual classing. Let me go and rate them real quick. Druid dual class to a fighter, A-, Totemic, A-, shapeshifter. I'm gonna put that at B+, man. That's so painful, losing HP and not being able to wear armor. And Avenger, I'm gonna put that at B+ as well. -2 strength is really, really fucking painful. And these are such garbage, dude. I don't give a shit what anyone says. Such crap. Alright, that will do it, boys. That completes the entire video here. Thank you so much for watching, dudes. We'll definitely put down below the tier list. We'll put down below links for every single class if you want to hear me talk about it. Oh, now that I think about it, it's really, really poorly done the way I designed this video because I stopped explaining in full detail for every single one of these because it's just repeating from the multi-classes earlier, which really fucking sucks. So sucks for you guys. You have to watch the whole thing. I know there's gonna be a lot of people thinking in the comments that I'm full of shit. Definitely hit me up. Tell me what you think. Tell me what your favorite class is. Tell me why I'm a complete moron. Tell me why the monk is actually the best class in the game. I want to hear all about it. Thank you so much for watching, dudes. Really appreciate all the love and support. Thank you guys for being a part of the community. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, do so. Blah, blah, blah. Like, subscribe. Generic YouTube garbage bullshit, dude. In fact, you know what? I take it back. Don't like or subscribe. I want to downvote this entire thing to oblivion. Actually, please don't do that because then no one will see it. Fucking YouTube algorithms, man. Dude, get me out of this shit. But thanks so much again for watching, dudes. Hope you guys have an awesome day. And remember, boys, no matter what happens, you're the best in life, never will be. I love you, God loves you, and you can do anything, dudes, and don't you fucking ever forget it. Thanks for watching, boys. Peace out. God bless.